Preface of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Editor's Preface. If there be any among my readers who, having turned over the pages of Enquire Within, have hastily pronounced them to be confused and ill-arranged, let them at once refer to the index at page 389, and forever hold their peace. The index is, to the vast congregation of useful hints and recipes that fills the pages of this volume, what a directory is to the great aggregation of houses and people in London. No one, being a stranger to London, would run about asking for Mr. Smith, but, remembering the Christian name and the profession of the individual wanted, he would turn to the directory and trace him out. Like a house, every paragraph in Enquire Within has its number, and the index is the directory which will explain what facts, hints, and instructions inhabit that number. For if it be not a misnomer, we are prompted to say that Enquire Within is peopled with hundreds of ladies and gentlemen who have approved of the plan of the work and contributed something to its store of useful information. There they are, waiting to be questioned and ready to reply. Within each page, someone lives to answer for the correctness of the information imparted, just as certainly as where in the window of a dwelling you see a paper directing you to inquire within, someone is there to answer you. Housekeepers of experience live at numbers 130, 438, 1251, and 2091. Dr. Kitchener lives at 44. Captain Crowley is to be found at 46 and 2568. The well-known Mrs. Warren lives at 1809. Miss Acton at 1310. Dr. Franklin at 1398. Mrs. Hitching at 215. Mr. Banting at 1768. Dr. Wilson Phillip at 1762. Mr. Withering at 2338. Mr. Mechie at 997. Dr. Stenhouse at 1776. Dr. Erasmus Wilson at 1700. Dr. Southwood Smith at 1743. Dr. Blair at 2180. Monsieur Sawyer at 1130. Dr. Babington at 2407. Miss Gifford at 2337. And Dr. Clark at 2,384. In addition to these and many more, a doctor lives at 475, a gardener at 249, a schoolmaster at 161, a butcher at 27, a dancing master at 139, an artist at 2,548, a naturalist at 2,330, a dyer at 2,682, a modeler at 2,346, a professed cook at 1,032, a philanthropist at 1,368, a lawyer at 1,440, a surgeon at 796, a chess player at 71, a whist player almost next door at 73, a chemist at 650, a brewer at 2,267, a lawn tennis player at 2,765, a homeopathic practitioner at 925, a wood stainer at 1,413, two confectioners at 1,628 and 2,024, a poultry keeper at 1,642, a meteorologist at 962, philosophers at 973 and 1,783, a practical economist at 985, a baker at 1,002, a master of the ceremonies at 1,924 and 2,613, a bird fancier at 2,155, a washerwoman at 2,729, an analytical chemist at 2,747, an accountant at 2,769, and so on. Well, there they live, always at home. Knock at their doors, inquire within, no fees to pay. Much care has been taken in selecting the information that is given, and, as is amply shown by the above list, so many kind and competent friends have lent a hand in the production of this volume that it is impossible to turn any page without at once being reminded of the generous friend who abides there. To some extent, though in a far less degree, assistance has been rendered by the authors of many useful and popular works, for which due acknowledgment must be made. Chief among these works are Dr. Kitchener's Cook's Oracle, The Cook in Houlston and Sons Industrial Library, The Shopkeeper's Guide, The Wife's Own Cookery, The Practical Housewife, and many of the volumes of the Reason Why series. Lastly, as in everyday life it is found necessary at times to make a thorough inspection of house and home, and to carry out requisite repairs, alterations, and additions, this has been done in the recent editions of Enquire Within, to which some hundreds of paragraphs have been added, while others have been remodeled and revised, in accordance with the progress of the times in which we live. Care, however, has been taken to alter nothing that needed no alteration, so that practically this popular favorite is still the old Enquire Within, improved, it is true, but in no way so changed as to place it beyond the recognition of those to whom it has been a book of constant reference since its first appearance. Publisher's Preface to the 75th edition. The unparalleled success achieved by Enquire Within Upon Everything demands special mention from its publishers at the present moment. Its prominent characteristics, varied usefulness and cheapness, have won for it universal esteem. There is scarcely a spot reached by English civilization to which this book has not found its way, receiving everywhere the most cordial welcome and winning the warmest praise. Proof of this worldwide popularity is clearly shown by the record of the number of copies sold, now amounting to the wonderful total of 1,000,000 copies. A sale which the publishers believe to be absolutely without precedent among similar books of reference. This result has been mainly brought about by the kindly interest shown in the book by many friends, to whom the publishers' most hearty thanks are tendered for their generous support and recommendations. The work of revision has been carried on from year to year with watchfulness and care, and many additions have been made, both modern and interesting, including homeopathy, lawn tennis, etc., inquirers on the laws of landlord and tenant, husband and wife, debtor and creditor are supplied with the latest information. Diseases and their remedies, and medicines, their uses and doses, have received special attention. The index has been considerably extended. With the aid of this and the summary of contents, it is hoped that no inquirer will fail to receive complete and satisfactory replies. The Enquirer Within and Reason Why series now comprises 27 volumes, containing upwards of 7,000 pages of closely printed matter. They are entirely original in plan, and executed with the most conscientious care. The indexes have been prepared with great labor, and alone occupy about 500 pages. A vast fund of valuable information, embracing every subject of interest or utility, is thus attainable at a merely nominal cost. These works are in such general demand that the sale has reached considerably upwards of 1,500,000 volumes. The attention of all parties interested in the dissemination of sound theoretical instruction and practical knowledge is particularly directed to the 27 volumes in this series of popular and valuable books. End of Preface. Section 1 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 1. 1. Choice of articles of food. Nothing is more important in the affairs of housekeeping than the choice of wholesome food. Apropos to this is an amusing conundrum, which is as follows. A man went to market and bought 2 fish. When he reached home, he found they were the same as when he had bought them, yet there were 3. How was this? The answer is, he bought 2 mackerel and 1 smelt. Those who envy him his bargain need not care about the following rules, but to others they will be valuable. 2. Mackerel must be perfectly fresh, or it is a very indifferent fish. It will neither bear carriage, nor being kept many hours out of the water. The firmness of the flesh and the clearness of the eyes must be the criteria of fresh mackerel, as they are of all other fish. 3. Turbot, and all flat white fish, are rigid and firm when fresh. The underside should be a rich cream color. When out of season, or too long kept, this becomes a bluish white, and the flesh soft and flaccid. A clear bright eye in any fish is also a mark of its being fresh and good. 4. Cod is known to be fresh by the rigidity of the muscles, or flesh, the redness of the gills, and the clearness of the eyes. Crimping much improves this fish. 5. Salmon. The flavor and excellence of this fish depends upon its freshness, and the shortness of time since it was caught, for no method can completely preserve the delicate flavor that salmon has when just taken out of the water. A great deal of what is brought to London has been packed in ice, and comes from the Scotch and Irish rivers, and though perfectly fresh, is not quite equal to salmon from English streams. 6. Herrings should be eaten when very fresh, and like mackerel will not remain good many hours after they are caught, but they are excellent, especially for breakfast relishes, either salted, split, dried and peppered, or pickled. Mackerel are very good when prepared in either of these ways. 7. Fresh water fish. The remarks as to firmness and clear fresh eyes apply to this variety of fish, of which there are carp, tench, pike, perch, etc. 8. Lobsters, recently caught, have always some remains of muscular action in the claws, which may be excited by pressing the eyes with the finger. When this cannot be produced, the lobster must have been too long kept. When boiled, the tail preserves its elasticity if fresh, but loses it as soon as it becomes stale. The heaviest lobsters are the best. When light, they are watery and poor. Hen lobsters may generally be known by the spawn, or by the breadth of the flap. 9. Crab and crayfish must be chosen by observations similar to those given above in the choice of lobsters. Crabs have an agreeable smell when fresh. 10. Prawns and shrimps, when fresh, are firm and crisp. 11. Oysters. If fresh, the shell is firmly closed. When the shells of oysters are open, they are dead and unfit for food. The small-shelled oysters, the Byfleet, the Colchester, and the Milford, are the finest in flavor. Larger kinds, as the Torbay oysters, are generally considered only fit for stewing and sauces, and as an addition to rump steak puddings and pies, though some persons prefer them to the smaller oysters even when not cooked. Of late years English oysters have become scarce and dear, and in consequence the American Blue Point oysters find a ready market. 12. Beef. Grain of ox beef, when good, is loose, the meat red, and the fat inclining to yellow. Cow beef, on the contrary, has a closer grain and whiter fat, but the meat is scarcely as red as that of ox beef. Inferior beef, which is meat obtained from ill-fed animals, or from those which have become too old for food, may be known by a hard skinny fat, a dark red lean, and in old animals a line of horny texture running through the meat of the ribs. When meat rises up quickly after being pressed by the finger, it may be considered as being the flesh of an animal which is in its prime. But when the dent made by pressure returns slowly, or remains visible, the animal has probably passed its prime, and the meat consequently must be of inferior quality. 13. Veal should be delicately white, though it is often juicy and well flavored when rather dark in color. Butchers, it is said, bleed calves purposely before killing them, with a view to making the flesh white, but this also makes it dry and flavorless. On examining the loin, if the fat enveloping the kidney be white and firm-looking, the meat will probably be prime and recently killed. Veal will not keep long as an older meat, especially in hot or damp weather. When going, the fat becomes soft and moist, the meat flabby and spotted, and somewhat porous like sponge. Large, overgrown veal is inferior to small, delicate, yet fat veal. The fillet of a cow-calf is known by the udder attached to it, and by the softness of the skin. It is preferable to the veal of a bull-calf. 14. Mutton. The meat should be firm and close in grain, and red in color, the fat white and firm. Mutton is in its prime when the sheep is about 5 years old, though it is often killed much younger. If too young, the flesh feels tender when pinched. If too old, on being pinched, it wrinkles up, and so remains. In young mutton, the fat readily separates. In old, it is held together by strings of skin. In sheep diseased of the rot, the flesh is very pale colored, the fat inclining to yellow. The meat appears loose from the bone, and if squeezed, drops of water ooze out from the grains. After cooking, the meat drops clean away from the bones. Whether mutton is preferred to that of the ewe, it may be known by the lump of fat on the inside of the thigh. 15. Lamb. This meat will not keep long after it is killed. The large vein in the neck is bluish in color when the forequarter is fresh, green when it is becoming stale. In the hind quarter, if not recently killed, the fat of the kidney will have a slight smell, and the knuckle will have lost its firmness. 16. Pork. When good, the rind is thin, smooth, and cool to the touch. When changing from being too long killed, it becomes flaccid and clammy. Enlarged glands, called kernels, in the fat are marks of an ill-fed or diseased pig. 17. Bacon should have a thin rind, and the fat should be firm and tinged red by the curing. The flesh should be of a clear red, without intermixture of yellow, and it should firmly adhere to the bone. To judge the state of a ham, plunge a knife into it to the bone. On drawing it back, if particles of meat adhere to it, or if the smell is disagreeable, the curing has not been effectual, and the ham is not good. It should, in such a state, be immediately cooked. In buying a ham, a short, thick one is to be preferred to one long and thin. Of English hams, Yorkshire, Westmoreland, and Hampshire are most esteemed; of foreign, the Westphalian. The bacon and sugar-cured hams, now imported in large quantities from Canada and the United States, are both cheap and good. 18. Venison. When good, the fat is clear, bright, and of considerable thickness. To know when it is necessary to cook it, a knife must be plunged into the haunch, and from the smell the cook must determine whether to dress it at once, or to keep it a little longer. 19. Turkey. In choosing poultry, the age of the bird is the chief point to be attended to. An old turkey has rough and reddish legs, a young one smooth and black. Fresh killed, the eyes are full and clear, and the feet moist. When it has been kept too long, the parts about the vent have a greenish appearance. 20. Common domestic fowls. When young, have legs and combs smooth. When old, these parts are rough, and on the breast long hairs are found when the feathers are plucked off. These hairs must be removed by singeing. Fowls and chickens should be plump on the breast, fat on the back, and white-legged. 21. Geese. The bills and feet are red when old, yellow when young, fresh killed. The feet are pliable, but they get stiff when the birds are kept too long. Geese are called green when they are only 2 or 3 months old. 22. Ducks. Choose them with supple feet and hard, plump breasts. Tame ducks have yellow feet, wild ones red. 23. Pigeons are very indifferent food when they are kept too long. Suppleness of the feet shows them to be young. The flesh is flaccid when they are getting bad from keeping. Tame pigeons are larger than wild pigeons, but not so large as the wood pigeon. 24. Hares and rabbits. When old, have the haunches thick, the ears dry and tough, the claws blunt and ragged. A young hare has claws smooth and sharp, ears that easily tear, and a narrow cleft in the lip. A leveret is distinguished from a hare by a knob or small bone near the foot. 25. Partridges, when young, have yellowish legs and dark-colored bills. Old partridges are very indifferent eating. 26. Woodcocks and snipes. When old, have the feet thick and hard. When they are soft and tender, they are both young and freshly killed. When their bills become moist and their throats muddy, they have been too long killed. See Food in Season, paragraphs 30 to 42. 27. Names and situations of the various joints. 28. Meats. In different parts of the kingdom, the method of cutting up carcasses varies. That which we describe below is the most general, and is known as the English method. 1. Beef, 4/4, 4 rib, 5 ribs, middle rib, 4 ribs, chuck, 3 ribs, shoulder piece, top of foreleg, brisket, lower or belly part of the ribs, clod, fore shoulder blade, neck, shin, below the shoulder, cheek, hind quarter, sirloin, rump, H-bone. These are the three divisions of the upper part of the quarter. Buttock and mouse buttock, which divide the thigh. Vein piece, joining the buttock. Thick flank and thin flank, belly pieces. And leg, the sirloin and rump of both sides form a baron. Beef is in season all year, best in winter. The miser fasts, with greedy mind to spare. 2. Mutton, shoulder, breast, the belly, over which are the loin, chump or tail end, loin, best end, neck, best end, leg, haunch, or leg and chump end of loin, and head. A chine is 2 necks, a saddle 2 loins. Mutton is best in winter, spring, and autumn. 3. Lamb is cut into 4-quarter, hind quarter, saddle, loin, neck, breast, leg, and shoulder. Grass lamb is in season from Easter to Michaelmas, house lamb from Christmas to Lady Day. 4. Pork is cut into leg, hand or shoulder, hind loin, foreloin, belly part, spare rib or neck, and head. Pork is in season nearly all the year round, but it is better relished in winter than in summer. 5. Veal is cut into neck, scrag end, neck, best end, loin, best end, loin, chum or tail end, hind knuckle, which joins the fillet, knuckle of foreleg, blade, bone of shoulder, breast, best end, and breast, brisket end. Veal is always in season, but dear in winter and spring. 6. Venison is cut into haunch, neck, shoulder, and breast. Doe venison is best in January, October, November, and December, and buck venison in June, July, August, and September. 7. Scottish mode of division. According to the English method, the carcass of beef is disposed of more economically than upon the Scotch plan. The English plan affords better steaks and better joints for roasting, but the Scotch plan gives a greater variety of pieces for boiling. The names of pieces in the Scotch plan not found in the English are the hogue, or hind leg, the 9 holes, or English buttock, the large and small runner, taken from the rib and chuck pieces of the English plan, the shoulder lyer, the English shoulder, but cut differently, the spare rib or fore-eye, the sticking piece, etc. The Scotch also cut mutton differently. 8. Oxtail is much esteemed for purposes of soup. So also is the cheek. The tongue is highly esteemed. The heart, stuffed with veal stuffing, roasted and served hot, with red currant jelly as an accompaniment, is a palatable dish. When prepared in this manner, it is sometimes called Smithfield hare, on account of its flavor being something like that of roast hare. 9. Calves' heads are very useful for various dishes. So also are their knuckles, feet, heart, etc. 29. Relative economy of the joints. 1. The round is in large families one of the most profitable parts owing to its comparative freedom from bone. It is usually boiled and is generally sold at the same price as the sirloin and ribs. It is sometimes divided downwards close to the bone, one side being known as the top side, and the other as the silver side. Either of these parts is as good roasted as boiled. 2. The brisket is always less in price than the roasting parts. It is not so economical a part as the round, having more bone with it and more fat. Where there are children, very fat joints are not desirable, being often disagreeable to them, and sometimes prejudicial, especially if they have a dislike to fat. This joint also requires more cooking than many others. That is to say, it requires a double allowance of time to be given for simmering it. It will, when served, be hard and scarcely digestible if no more time be allowed to simmer it than that which is sufficient for other joints and meats. Joints cooked in a boiler or saucepan should always be simmered, that is to say, boiled as slowly as possible. Meat boiled fast or at a gallop, as the phrase goes, is always tough and tasteless. The brisket is excellent when stewed, and when cooked fresh, i.e. unsalted. An excellent stock for soup may be extracted from it, and yet the meat will serve as well for dinner. 3. The edge bone, or H-bone, is not considered to be a very economical joint, the bone being large in proportion to the meat, but the greater part of it, at least, is as good as that of any prime part. On account of the quantity of bone in it, it is sold at a cheaper rate than the best joints. It may be roasted or boiled. 4. The rump is the part of which the butcher makes a great profit, by selling it in the form of steaks, but the whole of it may be purchased as a joint, and at the price of other prime parts. It may be turned to good account in producing many excellent dishes. If salted, it is simply boiled. If used unsalted, it is generally stewed. 5. The veiny piece is sold at a moderate price per pound, but if hung for a day or two, it is very good and very profitable. Where there are a number of servants and children to have an early dinner, this part of beef will be found desirable. 6. The leg and shin afford excellent stock for soup, and if not reduced too much, the meat taken from the bones may be served as a stew with vegetables, or it may be seasoned, pounded with butter and potted, or chopped very fine and seasoned with herbs and bound together by egg and breadcrumbs. It may be fried in balls or in the form of large eggs and served with a gravy made with a few spoonfuls of the soup. 7. Ox cheek makes excellent soup. The meat, when taken from the bones, may be served as a stew. 8. The sirloin and the ribs are the roasting parts of beef, and these bear in all places the highest price. The most profitable of these two joints at a family table is the ribs. The bones, if removed from the beef before it is roasted, are useful in making stock for soup. When boned, the meat of the ribs is often rolled up on the shape of a small round or fillet, tied with string and roasted. This is the best way of using it, as it enables the carver to distribute equally the upper part of the meat with the fatter parts at the lower end of the bones. End of section 1. Section 2 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 2, 30. Food in Season. There is an old maxim, a place for everything, and everything in its place, to which may be added another, a season for everything, and everything in season. Fish, poultry, etc., whose names are distinguished by italics in each month's food in season, are to be had in the highest perfection during the month. 31. In season in January. 1. Fish: barbel, brill, carp, cod, crabs, crayfish, dabs, dace, eels, flounder, haddocks, herrings, lampreys, ling, lobsters, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, salmon trout, shrimps, skate, smelts, soles, sprats, sturgeons, tench, thornback, turbot, whiting. 2. Meat: beef, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal, and doe venison. 3. Poultry and game: capons, chickens, ducks, wild ducks, fowls, geese, grouse, hares, larks, moor game, partridges, pheasants, pigeons tame, pullets, rabbits, snipes, turkeys, hen, widgeons, woodcocks. 4. Vegetables: beet, broccoli, white and purple, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, cardoons, carrots, celery, chervil, colewort, cresses, endive, garlic, herbs, dry, Jerusalem artichokes, kale, Scotch, leeks, lettuces, mint, dry, mustard, onions, parsley, parsnips, potatoes, rape, rosemary, sage, salsify, Savoy, cabbage, scorzonera, shallots, skirrets, sorrel, spinach, winter, tarragon, thyme, turnips. 5. Forced vegetables: asparagus, cucumbers, mushrooms, sea kale. 6. Fruit: almonds, apples, golden pippin, golden russet, Kentish pippin, nonpareil, winter pearmain. Pears: bergamot, d'Hollande, bon chrétien, Chaumontel, Colmar, winter beurre. Grapes: English and foreign. Chestnuts, medlars, oranges, walnuts, filbert nuts. The hypocrite will fast seem more holy. 32. In season in February. 1. Fish: barbel, brill, carp, cockles, cod, crabs, crayfish, dabs, dace, eels, flounders, haddocks, herrings, lampreys, ling, lobsters, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, salmon, shrimps, skate, smelts, soles, sturgeon, tench, thornback, turbot, whiting. 2. Meat: beef, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal. 3. Poultry and game: capons, chickens, ducklings, geese, hares, partridges, pheasants, pigeons tame and wild, rabbits tame, snipes, turkeys, turkey poults, wild ducks, woodcocks. 4. Vegetables: beet, broccoli, white and purple, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, cardoons, carrots, celery, chervil, colewort, cresses, endive, garlic, herbs, dry, Jerusalem artichoke, leeks, lettuces, mint dry, mushrooms, onions, parsnips, parsley, potatoes, radish, rape, rosemary, sage, salsify, Savoy, scorzonera, shallots, skirrets, sorrel, spinach, sprouts, tarragon, thyme, turnips, winter savory. 5. Forced vegetables: asparagus, cucumbers, mushrooms, sea kale, etc. 6. Fruit: apples, golden pippin, golden russet, Holland pippin, Kentish pippin, nonpareil, Wheeler's russet, winter pearmain. Chestnuts: oranges, pears, bergamot, winter bon chrétien, winter russelet. 33. In season in March. 1. Fish: brill, carp, cockles, cod, conger eels, crabs, dabs, dory eels, flounders, ling, lobsters, mackerel, mullets, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, salmon, salmon trout, shrimps, skate, smelt, sole, sturgeon, turbot, tench, and whiting. 2. Meat: beef, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal. 3. Poultry and game: capons, chickens, ducklings, fowls, geese, grouse, leverets, pigeons, rabbits, snipes, turkeys, woodcocks. 4. Vegetables: artichokes, Jerusalem, beet, broccoli, white and purple, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, cardoons, carrots, celery, chervil, colewort, cresses, endive, garlic, herbs dry, kale, sea and Scotch, lettuces, mint, mushrooms, mustard, onions, parsley, parsnips, potatoes, rape, rosemary, sage, Savoy, shallots, sorrel, spinach, tarragon, thyme, turnips, turnip tops. 5. Forced vegetables: asparagus, French beans, cucumbers, and rhubarb. 6. Fruit: apples, golden russet, Holland pippin, Kentish pippin, nonpareil, Norfolk beefing, Wheeler's russet. Chestnuts, oranges, pears, bergamot, Chaumontel, winter bon chrétien. Forced strawberries. 34. In season in April. 1. Fish: brill, carp, chub, cockles, cod, conger eels, crabs, dabs, dory, eels, flounders, halibut, herrings, lings, lobsters, mackerel, mullets, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, prawns, plaice, salmon, shrimps, skate, smelt, sole, sturgeon, tench, trout, turbot, whiting. 2. Meat: beef, grass lamb, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal. 3. Poultry and game: chickens, ducklings, fowls, geese, leverets, pigeons, pullets, rabbits, turkey poults, wood pigeons. 4. Vegetables: asparagus, broccoli, chervil, colewort, cucumbers, endive, fennel, herbs of all sorts, lettuces, onions, parsley, parsnips, peas, radishes, sea kale, sorrel, spinach, small salad, tarragon, turnip radishes, turnip tops, and rhubarb. 6. Fruit: apples, golden russet, nonpareil, Wheeler's russet. Nuts: oranges. Pears: bergamot, bon chrétien, carmelite. Forced, apricots, cherries, strawberries. 35. In season in May. 1. Fish. Brill, carp, chub, cod, conger eels, crab, crayfish, dabs, dace, dory, eels, flounders, gurnets, haddock, halibut, herring, ling, lobsters, mackerel, mullet, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, salmon, shrimps, skates, smelts, soles, sturgeon, tench, trout, turbot, whiting. 2. Meat. Beef, grass lamb, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal. 3. Poultry and game. Chickens, ducklings, fowls, geese, leverets, pigeons, pullets, rabbits, wood pigeons. 4. Vegetables. Angelica, artichokes, asparagus, balm, kidney beans, cabbage, carrots, cauliflowers, chervil, cucumbers, fennel, herbs of all sorts, lettuce, mince, onion, parsley, peas, new potatoes, radishes, rhubarb, salad of all sorts, sea kale, sorrel, spinach, turnips. 6. Fruit. Apples, golden russet, winter russet, Mayduke, cherries, currants, gooseberries, melons, pears, lamacette, wintergreen. Forced, apricots, peaches, strawberries. 6. In season in June. 1. Fish. Carp, cod, conger eels, crabs, crayfish, dabs, dace, dory, eels, flounders, gurnets, haddocks, herrings, ling, lobsters, mackerel, mullet, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, salmon, salmon trout, skate, smelt, sole, sturgeon, tench, trout, turbot, whitebait, whiting. 2. Meat. Meat, grass lamb, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal, buck venison. 3. Poultry and game. Chicken, ducklings, fowls, geese, leverets, pigeons, plovers, pullets, rabbits, turkey poults, wheat ears, wood pigeons. 4. Vegetables. Angelica, artichokes, asparagus, beans, French kidney and Windsor, white beet, cabbage, carrots, cauliflowers, chervil, cucumbers, endive, herbs of all sorts, leeks, lettuce, onions, peas, potatoes, radishes, salad of all sorts, spinach, turnips, vegetable marrow. 5. For drying. Burnet, mint, tarragon, lemon, thyme. 6. Fruit. Apples, quarrenden, stone pippin, golden russet, apricots, cherries, Mayduke, bigaroon, whiteheart, currants, gooseberries, melons, pears, wintergreen, strawberries. Forced. Grapes, nectarine, peaches, pines. 37. In season in July. 1. Fish. Barbel, brill, carp, cod, conger eels, crab, crayfish, dabs, dace, dory, eels, flounders, gurnets, haddocks, herring, ling, lobsters, mackerel, mullet, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, salmon, skate, soles, tench, thornback, trout. 2. Meat. Beef, grassland, mutton, veal, buck venison. 3. Poultry and game. Chickens, ducks, fowls, green geese, leverets, pigeons, plovers, rabbits, turkey poults, wheat ears, wild pigeons, wild rabbits. 4. Vegetables. Artichokes, asparagus, balm beans, French, kidney, scarlet, and Windsor. Carrots, cauliflowers, celery, chervil, cucumbers, endive, herbs of all sorts, lettuces, mushrooms, peas, potatoes, radishes, salads of all sorts, salsify, scorzonera, sorrel, spinach, turnips. 5. For drying. Knotted marjoram, mushrooms, winter savory. 6. For pickling: French beans, red cabbage, cauliflower, garlic, gherkins, nasturtiums, onions. 7. Fruit: apples, codlin, jennetting, Margaret, summer pearmain, summer pepin, quarrenden. Apricots, cherries, black hearts, currants, plums, greengages, gooseberries, melons, nectarines, peaches. Pears: Catherine, green chisel, jardinelle. Pineapples, raspberries, strawberries. 38. In season in August. 1. Fish: barbel, brill, carp, cod, conger eel, crabs, crayfish, dab, dace, eels, flounders, gurnets, haddocks, herrings, lobsters, mackerel, mullet, oysters, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, salmon, skate, tench, thornback, turbot, whiting. 2. Meat: beef, grass lamb, mutton, veal, buck venison. 3. Poultry and game: chicken, ducks, fowl, green geese, grouse from 12th, leverets, pigeons, plovers, rabbits, turkeys, turkey poults, wheat ears, wild ducks, wild pigeons, wild rabbits. 4. Vegetables: artichokes, beans, French, kidney, scarlet and Windsor, white beet, carrots, cauliflowers, celery, cucumbers, endive, pot herbs of all sorts, leeks, lettuces, mushrooms, onions, peas, potatoes, radishes, salad of all sorts, salsify, scorzonera, shallots, spinach, turnips. 5. For drying: basil, sage, thyme. 6. For pickling: red cabbage, capsicums, chilies, tomatoes, walnuts. 7. Fruit: apples, codlin, summer pearmain, summer pippin. Cherries, currants, figs, filberts, gooseberries, grapes, melons, mulberries, nectarines, peaches. Pears: jargonelle, summer, bon chrétien, and Windsor. Plums, greengages, raspberries, alpine strawberries. Without economy, none can be rich. 39. In season in September. 1. Fish: barbel, brill, carp, cockles, cod, conger eels, crab, dace, eels, flounders, gurnets, haddocks, hake, herrings, lobsters, mullets, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, plaice, prawns, shrimps, soles, tench, thornback, turbot, whiting. 2. Meat: beef, mutton, pork, veal, buck venison. 3. Poultry and game: chickens, ducks, fowls, green geese, grouse, hares, larks, leverets, partridges, pigeons, plovers, rabbits, teals, turkeys, turkey poults, wheat ears, wild ducks, wild pigeons, wild rabbits. 4. Vegetables: artichokes, Jerusalem artichokes, beans, French and scarlet, cabbages, carrots, cauliflowers, celery, cucumbers, endive, herbs of all sorts, leeks, lettuces, mushrooms, onions, parsnips, peas, potatoes, radishes, salad of all sorts, shallots, turnips. 5. Fruit: apples, golden knob, pearmain, golden rennet, cherries, morella, damsons, figs, filberts, grapes, muscadine, Frontenac, red and black Hamburg, Malmsey, hazelnuts, walnuts, medlars, peaches, pears, bergamot, brownberry, pineapples, plums, quinces, strawberries, walnuts. 40. In season in October. 1. Fish. Barbel, brill, turbot, carp, cockles, cod, conger eels, crabs, dace, dory, eels, gudgeon, haddocks, hake, halibut, herrings, lobster, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, prawns, salmon, trout, shrimp, smelt, soles, tench, thornback, whiting. 2. Meat. Beef, mutton, pork, veal, doe, venison. 3. Poultry and game. Chicken, dotterel, ducks, fowls, green geese, grouse, hares, larks. Moor game, partridges, pheasants, pigeons, rabbits, snipes, teal, turkey, wheat ears, widgeons, wild ducks, wild pigeons, wild rabbits, woodcocks. 4. Vegetables. Artichokes, Jerusalem artichokes, broccoli, cabbages, cauliflower, celery, coleworts, endive, herbs of all sorts, leeks, onions, parsnip, peas, potatoes, radishes, salads, savoy, scorzonera, skirrets, shallots, spinach, winter, tomatoes, truffles, turnips. 5. Fruit. Apples, pearmain, golden pippin, golden rennet, royal russet, black and white bullace, damsons, late figs, almonds, filberts, hazelnuts, walnuts, filberts, grapes, medlars, peaches, Old Newington, October. Pears, bergamot, beurre, Chaumontel, Bon Chrétien, swan's eggs. Quinces, services, walnuts. 41. In season in November. 1. Fish, barbel, brill, turbot, carp, cockle, cod, crabs, dace, dory, eels, gudgeons, gurnets, haddock, hake, halibut, herrings, ling, lobster, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, plaice, prawn, salmon, shrimps, skate, smelt, soles, sprats, tench, thornback, turbot, whiting. 2. Meat. Beef, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal, doe, venison. 3. Poultry and game. Chicken, dotterel, ducks, fowls, geese, grouse, hares, larks, partridges, pheasants, pigeons, rabbits, snipes, teal, turkey, wheat ears, widgeon, wild ducks, woodcocks. 4. Vegetables. Jerusalem artichokes, beetroot, borecoli, broccoli, cabbages, cardoons, carrots, celery, chervil, coleworts, endive, herbs of all sorts, leeks, lettuces, onions, parsnips, potatoes, salads, savoy, scorzonera, skirrets, shallots, spinach, tomatoes, turnips. 6. Fruit. Almonds, apples, Holland pippin, golden pippin, Kentish pippin, nonpareil, winter pearmain, Wheeler's russets, bullace, chestnuts, hazelnuts, walnuts, filberts, grapes, medlars, pears, bergamot, Chaumontel, and Bon Chrétien. With economy, few need be poor. 42. In season in December. 1. Fish. Barbel, brill, turbot, carp, cockles, cod, crabs, dab, dory, eels, gudgeon, gurnets, haddocks, bake, halibut, herrings, ling, lobsters, mackerel, mussels, oysters, perch, pike, plaice, ruff, salmon, shrimp, skate, smelt, soles, sprats, sturgeon, tench, whitings. 2. Meat. Beef, house lamb, mutton, pork, veal, doe, venison. 3. Poultry and game: capons, chicken, ducks, fowls, geese, grouse, guinea fowl, hares, larks, partridges, peafowl, pheasants, pigeons, rabbits, snipes, teal, turkeys, wheat ears, widgeon, wild ducks, woodcocks. 4. Vegetables: Jerusalem artichokes, beetroot, borecoli, white and purple broccoli, cabbages, cardoons, carrots, celery, endive, herbs of all sorts, leeks, lettuces, onions, parsnips, potatoes, salad, savoy, scorzonera, skirrets, shallots, spinach, truffles, turnips, forced asparagus. 5. Fruits: almonds, apples, golden pippin, nonpareil, winter pearmain, golden russet, chestnuts, hazelnuts, walnuts, filberts, Almeria grapes, medlars, oranges, pears, bergamot, beurre d'hiver. 43. Drying herbs: fresh herbs are preferable to dried ones, but as they cannot always be obtained, it is most important to dry herbs at the proper seasons. Basil is in a fit state for drying about the middle of August. Burn it in June, July, and August. Chervil in May, June, and July. Elder flowers in May, June, and July. Knotted marjoram during July. Lemon thyme end of July and through August. Mint end of June and July. Orange flowers May, June, and July. Parsley May, June, and July. Sage August and September. Summer savory end of July and August. Tarragon June, July, and August. Thyme end of July and August. Winter savory end of July and August. These herbs, always at hand, will be a great aid to the cook. Herbs should be gathered on a dry day. They should be immediately cleansed and dried by the heat of a stove or Dutch oven. The leaves should then be picked off, pounded, and sifted, put into stoppered bottles, labeled, and put away for use. Those who are unable or may not care to take the trouble to dry herbs can obtain them prepared for use in bottles at the greengrocer's. Do good to your enemy that he may become your friend. 44. Dr. Kitchener's Rules for Marketing. The best rule for marketing is to pay ready money for everything, and to deal with the most respectable tradesmen in your neighborhood. If you leave it to their integrity to supply you with a good article at the fair market price, you will be supplied with better provisions, and at a reasonable rate, as those bargain hunters who trot round about a market till they are trapped to buy some unchewable old poultry, tough mutton, stringy cow beef, or stale fish, at a very little less than the price of prime and proper food. With savings like these, they toddle home in triumph, cackling all the way, like a goose that has got ankle deep into good luck. All the skill of the most accomplished cook will avail nothing unless she is furnished with prime provisions. The best way to procure these is to deal with shops of established character. You may appear to pay perhaps 10% more than you would were you to deal with those who pretend to sell cheap, but you would be much more than in that proportion better served. Every trade has its tricks and deceptions. Those who follow them can deceive you if they please, and they are too apt to do so if you provoke the exercise of their overreaching talent. challenge them to a game at catch who can by entirely relying on your own judgment, and you will soon find nothing but very long experience can make you equal to the combat of marketing to the utmost advantage. If you think a tradesman has imposed upon you, never use a second word if the first will not do, nor drop the least hint of an imposition. The only method to induce him to make an abatement is the hope of future favors. Pay the demand, and deal with the gentleman no more. But do not let him see that you are displeased, or as soon as you are out of sight, your reputation will suffer as much as your pocket has. Before you go to market, look over your larder, and consider well what things are wanting, especially on a Saturday. No well-regulated family can suffer a disorderly caterer to be jumping in and out to make purchases on a Sunday morning. You will be enabled to manage much better if you will make out a bill of fare for the week on the Saturday before, for example, for a family of half a dozen. Sunday, roast beef and pudding. Monday, fowl that was left of pudding, fried or warmed in the Dutch oven. Tuesday, calf's head, apple pie. Wednesday, leg of mutton. Thursday, ditto broiled or hashed and pancakes. Friday, fish, pudding. Saturday, fish or eggs and bacon. It is an excellent plan to have certain things on certain days. When your butcher or poulterer knows what you will want, he has a better chance of doing his best for you. And never think of ordering beef for roasting except for Sunday. When you order meat, poultry, or fish, tell the tradesman when you intend to dress it. He will then have it in his power to serve you with provision that will do him credit, when the finest meat, etc., in the world will never do unless it has been kept a proper time to be ripe and tender. Kitchener's Cook's Oracle, 56,000, 5 shillings, Houlston and Sons. End of section 2. Section 3 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 2. The Family Circle. Under this title, a group of acquaintances in London once instituted and carried out a series of friendly parties. The following form of invitation and the rules of the family circle will be found interesting, probably useful. Will you do me the favor of meeting here as a guest on next at 7 precisely, a few friends who have kindly joined in an attempt to commence occasional pleasant and social parties, of which the spirit and intent will be better understood by the perusal of the few annexed remarks and rules from yours sincerely. They manage it better in France, is a remark to be often applied with reference to social life in England, and the writer fancies that the prevalence here of a few bad customs, easily changed, causes the disadvantageous difference between ourselves and our more courteous and agreeable neighbors. 1. Worldly appearance, the phantom leading many to suppose that wealth is the standard of worth, in the minds of friends, a notion equally degrading to both parties. 2. Overdress, causing unnecessary expense and waste of time. 3. Expensive entertainments as regards refreshments. 4. Late hours. The following brief rules are suggested in a hope to show the way to a more constant, easy, and friendly intercourse amongst friends, the writer feeling convinced that the society is equally beneficial and requisite. In fact, that mankind in seclusion, like the sword in the scabbard, often loses polish and gradually rusts. 1. That meetings be held in rotation at each member's house for the enjoyment of conversation, music, grave and gay, dancing, gay only, and card-playing at limited stakes. 2. That such meetings commence at 7, and end about or after 12, and that members and guests be requested to remember that punctuality has been called the politeness of kings. 3. That as gentlemen are allowed for the whole season to appear like the raven in one suit, ladies are to have the like privilege, and that no lady be allowed to quiz or notice the habits of another lady, and that demi-toilette in dress be considered the better taste in the family circle. Not that the writer wishes to raise or lower the proper standard of ladies' dress, which ought to be neither too high nor too low, but at a happy medium. 4. That any lady infringing the last rule be liable to reproof by the oldest lady present at the meeting, if the oldest lady, like the oldest inhabitant, can be discovered. 5. That every member or guest be requested to bring with them their own vocal, instrumental, or dance music, and take it away with them, if possible, to avoid loss and confusion. 6. That no member or guest able to sing, play, or dance refuse, unless excused by medical certificate, and that no cold or sore throat be allowed to last more than a week. 7. That as every member or guest known to be able to sing, play, or dance is bound to do so if requested, the performer, especially if timid, is to be kindly criticized and encouraged, it being a fact well known that the greatest masters of an art are always the most lenient critics, from their deep knowledge of the feeling, intelligence, and perseverance required to at all approach perfection. 8. That gentlemen present do pay every attention to ladies, especially visitors, but such attention is to be general and not particular. For instance, no gentleman is to dance more than 3 times with one lady during the evening, except in the case of lovers, privileged to do odd things during their temporary lunacy, and also married couples, who are expected to dance together at least once during the evening, and oftener if they please. 9. That to avoid unnecessary expense, the refreshments be limited to cold meat, sandwiches, bread, cheese, butter, vegetables, fruit, tea, coffee, negus, punch, malt liquors, etc., etc. 10. That all personal or face-to-face laudatory speeches, commonly called toast, or as may be roast, be for the future forbidden without permission or inquiry for reasons following. That as the family circle includes bachelors and spinsters, and he or she or they may be secretly engaged, it will be therefore cruel to excite hopes that may be disappointed. And that as some well-informed Benedict of long experience may after supper advise the bachelor to find the way to woman's heart, vice versa, some deep-feeling wife or widow, by pity moven, may perhaps after supper advise the spinster the other way, which in public is an impropriety manifestly to be avoided. 11. Suggested by a lady. That any lady after supper may, if she please, ask any gentleman apparently diffident or requiring encouragement to dance with her, and that no gentleman can of course refuse so kind a request. 12. That no gentleman be expected to escort any lady home on foot beyond a distance of 3 miles, unless the gentleman be positive and the lady agreeable. Rule the last. That as the foregoing remarks and rules are intended, in perfect good faith and spirit, to be considered general and not personal, no umbrage is to be taken, and the reader is to bear in mind the common and homely saying, always a trifle scorn to take offence. It shows great pride and very little sense. P.S. To save trouble to both parties, this invitation be deemed accepted without the necessity to reply, unless refused within 24 hours. As a man lives, so shall he die. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 4. 46. Evening Pastimes, Part 1. Among the innocent recreations of the firesides, there are few more commendable and practical than those afforded by what are severally termed anagrams, arithmorums, single and double acrostics, buried cities, etc., charades, conundrums, cryptographs, enigmas, logogryphs, puzzles, rebuses, riddles, transpositions, etc. Of these there are such a variety that they are suited to every capacity, and they present this additional attraction, that ingenuity may be exercised in invention of them, as well as in their solution. Many persons who have become noted for their literary compositions may date the origin of their success to the time when they attempted the composition of a trifling enigma or charade. 47. Acrostics. The acrostic is a short poem in which the first letters of each line, read collectively, form a name, word, or sentence. The word comes from the Greek akros, extreme, and stichos, order or line. The acrostic was formerly in vogue for Valentine and love verses. When employed as a riddle, it is called a rebus. 48. Acrostics, double. This very fashionable riddle is a double rebus, the initial and final letters of a word or words selected making 2 names or 2 words. The usual plan is to first suggest the foundation words and then to describe the separate words, whose initials and finals furnish the answer to the question. Thus, a party to charm the young and erratic, but likely to frighten the old and rheumatic. 1. The carriage in which the fair visitants came. 2. A very old tribe with a very old name. 3. A Prince of Wales free from scandal or shame. The answer is picnic. 1. P. Phaeton, N. 2. I. Iceni, I. 3. C. Caradoc, C. Sometimes the double acrostic is in prose, as in this brief example. A Briton supports his wig, his grandmother, his comfort, and his countrywomen. The answer is beef, beer. Bob, Eve, ease, fair. 49. Acrostics triple are formed on the same plan, three names being indicated by the initial, central, and final letters of the selected words. 50. Anagrams are formed by the transposition of the letters of words or sentences, or names of persons, so as to produce a word, sentence, or verse of pertinent or of widely different meaning. They are very difficult to discover, but are exceedingly striking when good. The following are some of the most remarkable. The words followed by the transpositions. Astronomers, no more stars. Catalogues, got as a clue. Elegant, neat leg. Impatient, Tim in a pet. Immediately, I meet my Delilah. Masquerade, queer as mad. Matrimony, into my arm. Melodrama, made moral. Midshipman, mind his map. Old England, golden land. Parishioners, I hire parsons. Parliament, partial men. Penitentiary, nay, I repeat it. Presbyterian, best in prayer. Radical reform, rare mad frolic. Revolution, to love ruin. Sir Robert Peel, terrible poser. Sweetheart, there we sat. Telegraphs, get help. 51. Arithmorems. This class of riddle is of recent introduction. The arithmorem is made by substituting figures in a part of the word indicated for Roman numerals. The nature of the riddle, from the Greek arithmos, number, and the Latin remanere, back again, will be easily seen from the following example, which is a double arithmorem. H, 51, and a tub. A fine large fish. A, 100, and gore, a sprightly movement in music. R, 5, and B, a part of speech. U, 551, and, as and, a Spanish province. 2, spelled T-O, 201, and ran, a stupefying drug. R, 102, and NT, an acid. OU, 250, and Pap, a Mexican town. The answer is Havana, tobacco. Halibut, allegro, verb. Andalusia, narcotic, nitric, Acapulco. 52. Charades are compositions, poetical or otherwise, founded upon words, each syllable of which constitutes a noun, the whole of each word constituting another noun of a somewhat different meaning from those supplied by its separate syllables. Words which fully answer these conditions are the best for the purposes of charades, though many other words are employed. In writing, the first syllable is termed my first, the second syllable my second, and the complete word my whole. The following is an example of a poetical charade. The breath of the morning is sweet, the earth is bespangled with flowers, and buds in a countless array have oped at the touch of the showers. The birds, whose glad voices are ever a music delightful to hear, seem to welcome the joy of the morning as the hour of the bridal draws near. What is that which now steals on my first, like a sound from the dreamland of love, and seems wandering the valleys among, that they may the nuptials approve? 'Tis a sound which my second explains, and it comes from a sacred abode, and it merrily trills as the villagers throng to greet the fair bride on her road. How meek is her dress, how befitting a bride so beautiful, spotless, and pure. When she weareth my second, oh, long may it be ere her heart shall a sorrow endure. See the glittering gem that shines forth from her hair, 'tis my whole which a good father gave. 'Twas worn by her mother with honour before, but she sleeps in peace in her grave. 'Twas her earnest request, as she bade them adieu, that when her dear daughter the altar drew near, she should wear the same gem that her mother had worn, when she as a bride full of promise stood there. The answer is earring. The bells ring, the sound steals upon the ear, and the bride wears an earring. Charades may be sentimental or humorous, in poetry or prose. They may also be acted, in which manner they afford considerable amusement. 53. Charades acted. The drawing-room with folded doors is the best for the purpose. Various household appliances are employed to fit up something like a stage, and to supply the fitting scenes. Characters are dressed in costumes made up of handkerchiefs, coats, shawls, table covers, etc., come on and perform an extempore play, founded upon the parts of a word, and its whole, as indicated already. For instance, the events explained in the poem given might be acted. Glasses might be rung for bells. Something might be said in the course of the dialogues about the sound of the bells being delightful to the ear. There might be a dance of the villagers, in which a ring might be formed. A wedding might be performed, and so on. But for acting charades there are many better words, because earring could with difficulty be represented without at once betraying the meaning. There is a little work entitled Philosophy and Mirth United by Pen and Pencil, and another work, Our Charades and How We Played Them, by Jean Francis, which supply a large number of these charades. But the following is the most extensive list of words ever published upon which charades may be founded. A fool's bolt is soon shot. 54. Words which may be converted into acting or written charades. Baboon, backbite, backslide, baggage, bagpipe, Baghdad, bailable, baleful, bandage, bandbox, baneful, barbed, bargain, barrack, barrow, batten, beardless, bidden, birdlime, birthright, blackguard, blameless, blockhead, boatman, bootjack, bookworm, boundless, bowling, bracelet, brainless, breakfast, breathless, brickbat, brickdust, bride cake, bridegroom, broadcloth, broadside, broadsword, browbeat, brownstone, bugbear, bulldog, bumpkin, buoyant, button. Cabin, candid, canton, careful, carpet, carrot, cartridge, chairman, chambermaid, cheerful, cheerless, Christmas, churchyard, clansman, clerkship, cobweb, cockpit, codling, coinage, confined, confirm, conform, content, contest, contract, converse, corkscrew, countless, courtship, crab bed, crossbow, curtail, curtail. Darksome, daybreak, death watch, dogma, donkey, drinkable, drugget, duckling. Earring, earthquake, earwig. Falsehood, fanatic, farewell, farthing, fearless, feeling, field farm, firelock, fireman, firepan, fireship, firework, firkin, fishhook. Flagrant, flippant, floodgate, fondling, football, footman, footpad, footstep, footstool, forage, forbear, forbid, foundling, foxglove, freehold, freestone, fretwork, Friday, friendship, frostbite, furlong. Gainsay, gangway, glowworm, glutton, godchild, goddaughter, godfather, godlike, godmother, godson, goldfinch, goldsmith, gooseberry, grandfather, grateful, gravestone, greenfinch, greyhound, grimace, grindstone, ground plot, ground cell, guardship, gunpowder. haddock, hailstone, hailstorm, halfpenny, hamlet, hammock, handcuff, hangman, happen, hardship, hardware, hartshorn, headland, headless, headlong, headstone, headstrong, hearsay, heartless, heartsick, heartstring, hedgehog, airless, heirloom, hellhound, hell-kite, henceforth, hen-roost, herbage, herdsman, herself, hidden, highland, highway, hindmost, hoarfrost, hobgoblin, hogshead, homebred, honeybag, honeycomb, honeymoon, honeysuckle, hoodwink, horseback, horseshoe, hostage, hotbed, hothouse, hotspur, hound's ditch, hourglass, household, housemaid, housewife, humdrum, humpback, hurricane. Ill nature, ill usage, inaction, inborn, increase, injustice, inkling, inland, inmate, innocent, insane, inspirit, intent, intermetal, intersect, interview, invalid, invent, invest, inward, ireful, iron mold, icingless. Jacobite, joyful, joyless, justice ship. Keystone, kidnap, kingcraft, kingfisher, kinsman, kitten, knighthood, knowledge. Laceman, ladybird, ladyship, lampblack, landlady, landlord, landmark, landscape, land tax, lapdog, lappet, laudable, lawgiver, lawsuit, layman, leapfrog, leap year, leeward, lifeguard, likewise, long live, lodestone, logbook, logwood, loophole, lordship, lovesick, lowland, luckless, lukewarm. Namesake, nankeen, napkin, neckcloth, necklace, nestling, newspaper, nickname, nightcap, nightgown, nightmare, nightwatch, nightfold, noontide, north star, northward, notable, not ice, nowhere, nutgall, nutmeg. Oak apple, oat cake, oatmeal, off-end, oilman, omen, onset, open, opinion, ourselves, outact, outbid, outbrave, outbrazen, outcast, outcry, outdo, outgrow, outlaw, outline, outlive, outmarch, outrage, outride, outrun, outsail, outsell, outshine, outside, outsit, outsleep, outspread, outstare, outstretch, outtalk, outbee, outword, outweigh, outwit, outwork, outwarn, overact, overawe, overbear, overboard, overboil, overburden, overcast, overcharge, overcloud, overcome, overcourt, overdue, spelled D-O, overdue, spelled D-U-E, overeye, overfed, overflown, overgrown, overhead, overhear, overheard, overjoy, overlaid, overlaid, overleap, overload, overlook, overmast, overmatch, overpass, overpay, overpeer, overplus, overpoise, overpower, overpress, overrack, overrate, overreach, overwrite, overripen, overroast, overrule, overrun, oversee, overseer, overset, overshade, overshadow, overshoe, overshoot, oversight, oversize, oversleep, overspread, overstock, overstrain, oversway, overswell, overtake, overthrow, overtook, overvalue, overwork, oxgall, oxlip. Package, packcloth, paddock, padlock, painful, painless, palace, pallet, palette, pancake, pantyler, papa, papal, parable, parent, paring, parsnip, parson, partook, partridge, passable, passover, pastime, passwork, patent, pathway, patten, peaceable, peacock, pear-led, peerage, peerless, penknife, penman, penmanship, pennyworth, perjury, pert in a city, picklock, pickpocket, piebald, pikestaff, pillage, pincushion, pineapple, pipkin, pitchfork, pitmen, plaintiff, playfellow, playhouse, playmate, playwright, plowman, plowshare, polecat, pollute, popgun, popinjay, portage, porthole, postage, postchaise, postdate, posthouse, postman, post office, potash, pathook, poundage, primrose, priorship, propagate, punch bowl. Quadrant, quenchless, quick lime, quicksand, quickset, quicksilver. Rainbow, rampart, ransack, rapacity, raspberry, rattlesnake, redbreast, redden, rid dance, ringleader, ringlet, ringtail, ringworm, rolling pin, rosewater, rotten, roundabout, roundhouse, runagate, rushlight. Safeguard, sallow, sandstone, satin, satire, saucebox, saucepan, sawdust, sawpit, scarecrow, scarf skin, scarlet, schoolfellow, schoolmaster, schoolmistress, scot-free, screech owl, scullion, seaborn, sea calf, sea coal, seafaring, sea girt, sea gull, sea maid, seaman, seamless, seamstress, sea nymph, sea peace, sea port, sea sick, season, seaward, second hand, seed cake, seedling, seed pearl, seed time, seersman, sextile, sexton, shameless, shamrock, shapeless, sharp set, sheepcot, sheep shearing, sheep walk, sheet anchor, shellfish, shiftless, shipboard, 7, shipwreck, shirtless, shoestring, shoe waker, shopboard, shopkeeper, shopman, shoreless, shorthand, short-lived, short-sighted, shot-free, shoulder-belt, shrovetide, sideboard, sidelong, side-saddle, sideways, sightless, silk-weaver, silkworm, silversmith, sinless, sixfold, skim-milk, skipjack, skylark, skylight, slapdash, sleeveless, slipboard, slipshod, slip-slop, slopewise, slow worm, snippet, snip-snap, snowball, snowdrop, snuff-box, sodden, solace, solo, solvent, somebody, somehow, sometime, somewhat, somewhere, songstress, sonnet, southernwood, span-king, spare-rib, sparrow, speakable, speechless, spiteful, sportsman, spotless, spring-halt, spruce beer, staircase, sweet William, sweet willow, swineherd, swordsman, starbird, stargazer, starless, starlight, starlike, starling, statesman, steadfast, steelyard, steerage, stepdame, stepdaughter, stepfather, stepmother, stewardship, stiff neck, stillborn, stockjobber, stonefruit, storefruit, storehouse, supposition, suppress, swansdown, sweepstake, sweetbread, sweetbriar, sweetheart, streamlet, stripling, summary, summer house, Somerset, sunbeam, sunburnt, Sunday. Target, tartar, tawdry, taxable, teacup, teamful, teamless, tell-tale, tenable, tenacity, tenant, ten-dance, tendon, tendril, tenor, thankful, thankless, themselves, thenceforth, thereafter, thereat, thereby, therefore, therefrom, therein, thereon, thereto, therewith, thick-set, thoughtful, thoughtless, threadbare, threefold, threescore, threshold, throughout, thunderbolt, thunderstruck, tillage, tippet, tipstaff, tiresome, title page, toadstool, toilsome, tomboy, toothache, topknot, topmost, topsail, touchstone, touchwood, townsman, toy shop, trackless, trapdoor, trefoil, triplet, tripthong, trodden, turnpike, turnspit, turnstile, tutorage, 12th night, 12th tide, twofold, twopence. Upbraid, uphill, uphold, upland, upride, upright, uproar, upshot, upstart, upward, useless. Vainglory, vanguard, vaultage. Whitlow, Whitsuntide, whoever, wholesale, wholesome, wildfire, willow, windlass, windmill, windpipe, winnow, winsome, wiseacre, witless, wolf-dog, woodcock, woodland, woodlark, woodman, woodnote, woodnymph, workhouse, workman, workshop, wormwood, wrathful, wrathless, wristband, written. Yearling, youthful. A liar should have a good memory. 55. Chronograms or chronographs are riddles in which the letters of the Roman notation in a sentence or series of words are so arranged as to make up a date. The following is a good example. My day closed is in immortality. The initials MDCIII give 1603, the year of Queen Elizabeth's death. Sometimes the chronogram is employed to express a date on coins or medals, but oftener it is simply used as a riddle. A poet who in blindness wrote, another lived in Charles's reign, a third called the father of English verse, a Spanish dramatist, the scolding wife of Socrates, and the prince of Latin poets. Their initials give the year of the Great Plague, MDCLXV, 1665. Milton, Dryden, Chaucer, Lope de Vega, Xanthippe, Virgil. The word comes from chronos, time, and gramma, a letter. Begin well and end better. Conundrums. These are simple catches in which the sense is playfully cheated and are generally founded upon words capable of double meaning. The following are examples. Where did Charles I's executioner dine, and what did he take? He took a chop at the king's head. When is a plant to be dreaded more than a mad dog? When it's madder. What is majesty stripped of its externals? It is a jest. The M and Y, externals, are taken away. Why is hot bread like a caterpillar? Because it's the grub that makes the butter fly. Why did the accession of Victoria throw a greater damp over England than the death of King William? Because the king was mist, M-I-S-T, while the queen was reigning, R-A-I-N-I-N-G. Why should a gouty man make his will? To have his legatees, leg at ease. Why are bankrupts more to be pitied than idiots? Because bankrupts are broken, while idiots are only cracked. Why is the treadmill like a true convert? Because its turning is the result of conviction. When may a nobleman's property be said to be all feathers? When his estates are all entails, hentails. Every man knows where his own shoe pinches. 57. Cryptography, or secret writing. from the Greek kryptos, a secret, and graphein, to write, has been largely employed in state dispatches, commercial correspondence, love epistles, and riddles. The telegraphic codes employed in the transmission of news by electric wire partake somewhat of the cryptographic character, the writer employing certain words or figures, the key to which is in the possession of his correspondent. The single-word dispatch sent by Napier to the government of England was a sort of cryptographic conundrum. Peccavi, I have sinned, SCINDE. And in the agony column of the Times there commonly appear paragraphs which look puzzling enough until we discover the key letter or figure. Various and singular have been the devices adopted, as, for instance, the writing in the perforations of a card especially prepared, so as only to allow the real words of the message to be separated from the mass of writing by means of a duplicate card with similar perforations. The old Greek mode of writing on the edges of a strip of paper, wound round a stick in a certain direction, and the substitution of figures or signs for letters or words. Where one letter is always made to stand for another, the secret of a cryptograph is soon discovered. But when, as in the following example, the same letter does not invariably correspond to the letter for which it is a substitute, the difficulty of deciphering the cryptograph is manifestly increased. OHS, YAH, SYCH, OAYARSA, RR, LOUCYS, SYMS, OSRH, SRORE, RRHMU, H, SMSMSMAH, EMSHYR, SNMS. The translation of this can only be made by the possessor of the key. And here there are the letters of the alphabet A through Z, under which is printed the key, Hush Money by Charles H. Ross, Esquire. Hush Money by Charles H. Ross, Esquire. 26 letters which, when applied to the cryptograph, will give a couplet from Parnell's Hermit. Far in a wild, unknown to public view, from youth to age a reverend hermit grew. The employment of figures and signs for letters is the most useful form of the cryptograph. From the following jumble we get a portion of Hamlet's address to the ghost. It is easy to write and not very hard to read the entire speech. The whole theory of the cryptogram is that each correspondent possesses the key to the secret. To confound an outside inquirer, the key is often varied. A good plan is to take a line from any ordinary book and substitute the first 26 of its letters for those of the alphabet. In your next cryptogram you take the letters from another page or another book. It is not necessary to give an example. Enough will be seen from what we have written to instruct the intelligent inquirer. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 5. Evening Pastimes, Part 2. 58. Decapitations and curtailments. Are riddles somewhat of the nature of the logogryph. In the first, the omission of the successive initials produces new words, as prelate, relate, elate, late, ate. In the curtailment, the last letter of the word is taken away with a similar result, as patent, paten, pate, pat, pa. Of like kind are the riddles known as variations, mutilations, reverses, and counterchanges. A good example of the last named is this: Charge, Chester, charge! On, Stanley, on! Were the last words of MaryAnn. Had I but been in Stanley's place, when MaryAnn urged him to the chase, a tear might come on every face. The answer is onion. On, I, on. Mock not a cobbler for his black thumb. 59. Enigmas. are compositions of a different character based upon ideas rather than upon words, and frequently constructed so as to mislead and to surprise when the solution is made known. Enigmas may be founded upon simple catches, like conundrums, in which form they are usually called riddles, such as "Though you set me on foot, I shall be on my head." The answer is "a nail in his shoe." The celebrated enigma on the letter H by Miss Catherine Fanshawe, but usually attributed to Lord Byron, commencing "'Twas whispered in heaven, 'twas muttered in hell, and echo caught faintly the sound as it fell," and given elsewhere in this volume (see paragraph 215, page 77), is an admirable specimen of what may be rendered in the form of an enigma. 60. Hidden words. A riddle in which names of towns, persons, rivers, etc. are hidden or arranged, without transposition, in the midst of sentences which convey no suggestion of their presence. In the following sentence, for instance, there are hidden 6 Christian names. "Here is hid a name the people of Pisa acknowledge. Work at each word, for there are worse things than to give the last shilling for bottled wine." The names are Ida, Isaac, Kate, Seth, Ethel, Edwin. Great varieties of riddles, known as buried cities, hidden towns, etc., are formed on this principle, the words being sometimes placed so as to read backwards or from right to left. The example given will, however, sufficiently explain the mode of operation. 61. Lipogram, from leipein, to leave out, and gramma, a letter, is a riddle in which a name or sentence is written without its vowels, as THPRFFTHPDDNGSTHTNG. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. WHNHNORSLST TS RLFTD DTHSBT SR RTRT FM NFMY. When honour's lost, 'tis a relief to die. Death's but a sure retreat from infamy. This riddle sometimes appears as a proverb. Fear's the white feather all cowards wear. Blank STHWHT FTHR LLCWRDS blank. 62. Logogryph. This is a riddle, logos a word and gryphos a riddle, in which a word is made to undergo several changes. These changes are brought about by the addition, subtraction, omission or substitution of a letter or letters. The following, by the late Lord Macaulay, is an excellent example. Cut off my head, how singular I act. Cut off my tail, and plural I appear. Cut off my head and tail, most curious fact, although my middle's left, there's nothing there. What is my head cut off? A sounding sea. What is my tail cut off? A flowing river. Amid their mingling depths I fearless play, parent of softest sounds, though mute forever. The answer is cod. Cut off its head and it's odd, odd singular. Its tail and it's co, plural for company. Head and tail and it's o, nothing. Its head is a sounding C, C. Its tail a flowing D, the river D. And amid their depths the cod may fearless play, parent of softest sounds, yet mute forever. 63. Metagram, a riddle in which the change of the initial letter produces a series of words of different meanings, from meta, implying change, and gramma, a letter. Thus, I cover your head, change my head, and I set you to sleep. Change it again and again, and with every change comes a new idea. Cap, nap, gap, sap, hap, map, lap, pap, rap, tap. This kind of riddle is also known as word capping. Gunpowder made by a monk at Cologne, A.D. 1330. 64. Palindrome, from the Greek palindromos, running back again. This is a word, sentence or verse that reads the same both forwards and backwards, as madam, level, reviver, live on no evil, love your treasure and treasure your love, you provoked Harry before Harry provoked you. Servants respect masters when masters respect servants. Numerous examples of palindrome or reciprocal word twisting exist in Latin and French, but in English it is difficult to get a sentence which will be exactly the same when read either way. The best example is the sentence which, referring to the first banishment of the great Napoleon, makes him say, as to his power to conquer Europe, "Able was I ere I saw Elba." 65. Puzzles very much. One of the simplest that we know is this: take away half of 13 and let 8 remain. Write XIII on a slate or on a piece of paper, rub out the lower half of the figures, and VIII will remain. Upon the principle of the square words, riddlers form diagonals, diamonds, pyramids, crosses, stars, etc. These specimens will show their peculiarities. 66. Oblique puzzle. Malice, 8, a polemical meeting, a Scottish river, what I write with, a decided negative, the capital of Ireland. The initials downward name a celebrated musician. Solution in paragraph 67 below. 67. Diagonal puzzle. A direction, a singer, a little bird, a lady's ring, a sharp shaver. Read from left to right and right to left, the centrals show two famous novelists. The following are answers to these two puzzles, and afford good examples of their construction to anyone who wishes to try his hand at their manufacture. Oblique, revenge, octave, synod, spay, ink, no, I, spells Rossini. Diagonal, label, tenor, diver, jewel, razor, spells lever and lover. 68. Diamond puzzle. The head of a mouse, what the mouse lives in, the county of calves, the city of porcelain, a German town, a transatlantic stream, a royal county, a Yorkshire borough, Eve's temptation, our poor relation, myself. Centrals down and across show a wide, long river. The construction of the diamond puzzle is exhibited in the following diagram, which is at the same time the answer to it. A diamond reading M, Air, Essex, Dresden, Göttingen, Mississippi, Berkshire, Halifax, Apple, Ape, I, reading Mississippi. 69. Rebuses are a class of enigma generally formed by the first, sometimes the first and last, letters of words, or of transpositions of letters, or additions to words. Dr. Johnson, however, represents rebus to be a word represented by a picture; and putting the doctor's definition and our own explanation together, the reader may glean a good conception of the nature of the rebus, of which the following is an example. The father of the Grecian Jove, a little boy who's blind, the foremost land in all the world, the mother of mankind, a poet whose love sonnets are still very much admired, the initial letters will declare a blessing to the tired. Answer: Saturn, love, England, Eve, Plutarch. The initials form sleep. The excellent little work mentioned in paragraph 53, entitled Philosophy and Mirth United by Pen and Pencil, has this novelty, that many of the enigmas are accompanied by enigmatical pictures, so that the eye is puzzled as well as the ear. Glass first brought to England AD 668. 70. Square words. A comparatively modern sort of riddle in which the letters of each word selected reads both across and down. With 4 letters the making of the riddle is easy, but with 5 or 6 the difficulty increases. We give an example of each. 1. Inside, a thought, a liquid gem, a timid creature. Pith, idea, tear, hair. 2. To run out, odor, to boil, to loosen, unseen essence. Issue, scent, seethe, untie, ether. 3. Compensations, a court favorite, to assist, to bite slightly, Spanish money, sarcasms. Answer: amends, minion, enable, nibble, dollar, sneers. With 7 or 8 letters the riddle becomes exceedingly difficult, especially if the selected words are of like character and syllables. 71. Chess, laws of. The rules given below are those which are now universally accepted by English players. 1. The board is to be so placed as to leave a white square at the right hand of the player. 2. Any mistake in placing the board or the men may be rectified before the 4th move is completed, but not after. 3. The players draw lots for the first move and take the move alternately. When odds are given, the player giving them moves first. White generally moves first. Therefore, if black win the move, the board is turned. It is usual to play with the white and black man alternately. 4. The piece touched must be moved. When the fingers of the player have once left the man, it cannot be again removed from the square it occupies. Except the move be illegal, when the opponent can insist on the piece being moved in the proper manner, or for the opposing king to be moved. 5. In touching a piece simply to adjust it, the player must notify to his adversary that such is his intention. It is usual in such a case to say j'adoube, I adjust. But he may not touch a piece with the intention of moving it, and then, when he discover his mistake, say j'adoube. The phrase is simply intended to be used when a piece is displaced or overturned by accident. 6. If a player take one of his own men by mistake, or touch a wrong man, or one of his opponent's men, or make an illegal move, his adversary may compel him to take the man, make the right move his king, or replace the piece, and make a legal move. 7. A pawn may be played either 1 or 2 squares at a time when first moved. In the latter case it is liable to be taken en passant, with a pawn that could have taken it had it been played only 1 square. 8. A player cannot castle under any of the following circumstances: 1. If he has moved either king or rook. 2. If the king be in check. 3. If there be any piece between the king and the rook. 4. If the king, in moving, pass over any square commanded by any one of his adversary's forces. You cannot castle to get out of check. 9. If a player give a check without crying check, the adversary need not take notice of the check. But if 2 moves only are made before the discovery of the mistake, the pieces may be replaced, and the game properly played. 10. If a player say check without actually attacking the king, and his adversary move his king or take the piece, the latter may elect either to let the move stand or have the pieces replaced and another move made. 11. If, at the end of a game, the players remain, one with a superior to an inferior force, or even if they have equal forces, the defending player may call upon his adversary to mate in 50 moves on each side, or draw the game. If one player persist in giving perpetual check, or repeating the same move, his opponent may count the moves for the draw, in which case touching a piece is reckoned a move. 12. Stalemate or perpetual check is a drawn game. 13. Directly a pawn reaches its 8th square, it must be exchanged for a piece. It is usual to change the pawn for a queen, but it may be replaced by a rook, bishop, or knight, without reference to the pieces already on the board. In practice it would be changed for a queen or a knight, seeing that the queen's moves include those of the rook and bishop. Thus you may have 2 or more queens, 3 or more rooks, bishops, or knights on the board at the end of the game. 14. Should any dispute arise, the question must be submitted to a bystander, whose decision is to be considered final. For information as to the best modes of play, the openings and endings of games, etc., read The Book of Chess by G. H. Selkirk, published by Messrs. Houlston and Sons. 72. Drafts. Rules of the game. The accepted laws for regulating the game are as follows. 1. The board is to be so placed as to have the white or black double corners at the right hand of the player. 2. The first move is taken by chance or agreement, and in all the subsequent games of the same sitting the first move is taken alternately. Black generally moves first. 3. Any action which prevents your adversary from having a full view of the board is not allowed, and if persisted in, loses the game to the offending player. 4. The man touched must be moved, but the men may be properly adjusted during any part of the game. After they are so placed, if either player, when it is his turn to play, touch a man, he must move it. If a man be so moved as to be visible on the angle separating the squares, the player so touching the man must move it to the square indicated. By this it is meant that a player may not move first to one square and then to another. Once moved on to a square, the man must remain there. 5. It is optional with the player either to allow his opponent to stand the huff or to compel him to take the offered piece. Standing the huff is when a player refuses to take an offered piece, but either intentionally or accidentally makes another move. His adversary then removes the man that should have taken the piece and makes his own move. Huff and move, as it is called. 6. 10 minutes is the longest time allowed to consider a move, which if not made within that time forfeits the game. 7. It is compulsory upon the player to take all the pieces he can legally take by the same series of moves. On making a king, however, the latter remains on his square till a move has been made on the other side. 8. All disputes are to be decided by the majority of the bystanders present, or by an umpire. 9. No player may leave the room without the consent of his adversary, or he forfeits the game. 10. A false move must be remedied as soon as it is discovered, or the maker of such move loses the game. 11. When only a small number of men remain toward the end of the game, the possessor of the lesser number may call on his opponent to win in at least 50 moves or declare the game drawn. With 2 kings to 1, the game must be won in at most 20 moves on each side. 12. The player who refuses to abide by the rules loses the game. In the losing game, a player must take all the men he can by his move. 73. Whist. Great silence and attention should be observed by the players. 4 persons cut for partners. The 2 highest are against the 2 lowest. The partners sit opposite to each other, and he who cuts the lowest card is entitled to the deal. The ace is the lowest in cutting. 1. Shuffling. Each person has a right to shuffle the cards before the deal, but it is usual for the elder hand only, and the dealer after. 2. Cutting. The pack is then cut by the right hand adversary, and the dealer distributes the cards, one by one, to each of the players, beginning with the player on his left, until he comes to the last card, which he turns up for trump, and leaves on the table till the first trick be played. 3. First play. The elder hand, the player on the left of the dealer, plays first. The winner of the trick plays again, and so on till all the cards are played out. 4. Mistakes. No intimations or signs are permitted between the partners. The mistake of one party is the profit of the adversary. 5. Collecting tricks. The tricks belonging to each player should be turned and collected by one of the partners only. All above 6 tricks reckoned towards game. 6. Honours. The ace, king, queen and knave of trumps are called honours, and when either of the partners hold 3 separately or between them, they count 2 points towards the game, and in case they have 4 honours, they count 4 points. 7. Game. Long whist game consists of 10 points, short whist of 5 points. 74. Terms used in whist. 1. Finessing is the attempt to gain an advantage. Thus, if you have the best and third best card of the suit, let you put on the third best and run the risk of your adversary having the second best. If he has it not, which is 2 to 1 against him, you are then certain of gaining a trick. 2. Forcing is playing the suit of which your partner or adversary has not any, and which in order to win he must trump. 3. Long trump. The one or more trumps in your hand when all the rest are out. 4. Loose card, a card of no value, and the most proper to throw away. 5. Points. 10 make the game, as many as are gained by tricks or honours, so many points are set up to the score of the game. 6. Quart. 4 successive cards in suit. 7. Quart major, a sequence of ace, king, queen and knave. 8. Quinte. 5 successive cards in suit. 9. Quinte major is a sequence of ace, king, queen, knave and 10. 10. Seesaw is when each partner trumps a suit and when they play those suits to each other for that purpose. 11. Score is the number of points set up. The following is a good method of scoring with coins or counters. What follows is a diagram, a table with 9 columns and 3 rows. The first row has the numbers 1 to 9 in the columns. The second row has 2 counters in the 4th column, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and 1 in the 9th. In the 3rd row there's 1 counter in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 3 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, and 1 in the 9th. For short whist there are regular markers. 12. Slam is when either side win every trick. 13. Tenants is possessing the first, last and third best cards, and being the player. You consequently catch the adversary when that suit is played, as, for instance, in case you have ace and queen of any suit, and your adversary leads that suit, you must win 2 tricks, by having the best and third best of the suit played, and being the last player. 14. Tierce, 3 successive cards in suit. 15. Tierce major, a sequence of ace, king and queen. Children and chickens must always be picking. 75. Maxims for whist. 1. Lead from your strong suit, be cautious how you change suits, and keep a commanding card to bring it in again. 2. Lead through the strong suit and up to the weak, but not in trumps, unless very strong in them. 3. Lead the highest of a sequence, but if you have a quart or cinque to a king, lead the lowest. 4. Lead through an honour, particularly if the game is against you. 5. Lead your best trump if the adversaries be 8 and you have no honour, but not if you have 4 trumps, unless you have a sequence. 6. Lead a trump if you have 4 or 5, or a strong hand, but not if weak. 7. Having ace, king, and 2 or 3 small cards, lead ace and king if weak in trumps, but a small one if strong in them. 8. If you have the last trump with some winning cards and 1 losing card only, lead the losing card. 9. Return your partner's lead, not the adversary's, and if you hold only 3 originally, play the best, but if you need not return it immediately, when you win with a king, queen or knave and have only small ones, or when you hold a good sequence, a strong suit or 5 trumps. 10. Do not lead from ace, queen or ace, knave. 11. Do not, as a rule, lead an ace unless you have a king. 12. Do not lead a 13th card unless trumps be out. 13. Do not trump a 13th card unless you be last player or want the lead. 14. Keep a small card to return your partner's lead. 15. Be cautious in trumping a card when strong in trumps, particularly if you have a strong suit. 16. Having only a few small trumps, make them when you can. 17. If your partner refuse to trump a suit of which he knows you have not the best, lead your best trump. 18. When you hold all the remaining trumps, play one and then try to put the lead in your partner's hand. 19. Remember how many of each suit are out and what is the best card left in each hand. 12. Never force your partner if you are weak in trumps unless you have a renounce or want the odd trick. 21. When playing for the odd trick, be cautious of trumping out, especially if your partner be likely to trump a suit. Make all the tricks you can early and avoid finessing. 22. If you take a trick and have a sequence, win it with the lowest. There are none so wicked as represented. 76. Laws of whist as accepted at the best clubs. 1. The deal is determined by cutting in. Cutting in and cutting out must be by pairs. Less than 3 cards above or below is not a cut. Ace is lowest. Ties cut again. Lowest deals. Each player may shuffle, the dealer last. The right-hand adversary cuts to dealer. 2. If a card be exposed, a fresh deal may be demanded. 3. Dealer must not look at bottom card, and the trump card must be left, face upwards, on the table till the first trick be turned, or opponents may call a fresh deal. 4. Too many or too few cards is a misdeal, an exposed or face card. In either case, a fresh deal may be demanded. In cases of a misdeal, the deal passes to the next player. 5. After the first round has been played, no fresh deal can be called. If the first player hold fewer than 13 cards, the other hands being right, the deal stands. 6. If 2 cards be dealt to the same player, the dealer may rectify his error before dealing another card. The dealer must not touch the cards after they have left his hands, but he may count those remaining in the pack if he suspect a misdeal, or he may ask the players to count their cards. One partner may not deal for another without the consent of opponents. 7. If the trump card be not taken into the dealer's hand at the expiration of the first round, it may be treated as an exposed card and called. After this, no one has a right to ask what was the trump card, but he may ask, "What are trumps?" 8. If the third hand play before the second, the fourth has a right to play before his partner, or if the fourth hand play before the second or third, the cards so played must stand, and the second be compelled to win the trick if he can. 9. If a player lead out of his turn, or otherwise expose a card, that card may be called if the playing of it does not cause a revoke. Calling a card is the insisting of its being played when the suit comes round, or when it may be played. 10. If a player trump by mistake, he may recall his card and play to the suit, if the card be not covered, but he may be compelled to play the highest or lowest of the suit led, and to play the exposed trump when it is called by his adversaries. 11. If, before a trick be turned, a player discover that he has not followed suit, he may recall his card, but the card played in error can be called when the suit is played. 12. Before a trick is turned, the player who made it may see the preceding trick. Only one trick is to be shown, not more as is sometimes erroneously believed. 13. Before he plays, a player may require his partner to draw his card, or he may have each card in the trick claimed before the trick be turned. 14. When a player does not follow suit, his partner is allowed to ask him whether he has any card of the suit led. 15. The penalty for a revoke, either by wrongfully trumping the suit led or by playing a card of another suit, is the loss of 3 tricks, but no revoke can be claimed till the cards are abandoned and the trick turned. Revokes forfeit 3 tricks from the hand or score, or opponents may add 3 to their score. Partner may ask and correct a trick if not turned. The revoking side cannot score out in that deal. 16. No revoke can be claimed after the tricks are gathered up, or after the cards are cut for the next deal. The willful mixing up of the cards in such case loses the game. 17. The proof of a revoke lies with the claimants, who may examine each trick on the completion of the round. 18. If a revoke occur on both sides, there must be a new deal. 19. Honours cannot be counted unless they are claimed previous to the next deal. No omission to score honours can be rectified after the cards are packed, but an overscore, if proved, must be deducted. 20. Honours can only be called at 8 points in long whist, and at 9 they do not count. In some clubs, 8 with the deal cannot call against 9. 77. Short whist. Is the above game cut in half, honours are not called at any part of the game, but as in long whist, they are counted by their holders and scored, except at the score of 4. All the maxims and rules belonging to the parent game apply to short whist. 78. Points at short whist. The game consists of 5 points: 1 for a single, 5 to 3 or 4, 2 for a double, 5 to 2 or 1, 3 for a triple, 5 to love. A rubber, 2 games successfully won, or the 2 best games out of 3, counts for 2 points. Thus, if the first game be won by 5 to 4, the points are 1 to love. The second game won by the opposite side by 5 to 1, the points are then 1 to 2. The third game won by the side which won the first by 5 to love, the points are then 6 to 2, a balance of 4. This is arrived at thus: the single in the first game, 1; the triple in the third game, 3; the rubber, 2 games of 3, 2; together 6. From this deduct 2 for the double gained by the opponents in the second game, which leaves 4 as above. Short whist is usually played for points, say a shilling or a penny for each point, 2 for the game and 2 for the rubber. None are so good as they should be. 79. Advice to all players. 1. Count and arrange your cards into suits, but do not always place your trumps in one particular part of your hand, or your opponents will discover how many you have. 2. Attend to the game, and play as though your hand consisted of 26 instead of 13 cards. 3. In the second round of a suit, win the trick when you can, and lead out for your partner's high cards as soon as possible. 4. Touch only the card you intend to play. 5. Retain a high trump as long as you can, to bring back your strong suit. 6. With a weak hand, always try to secure the 7th or odd trick to save the game. 7. Attend to the score, and play as if the whole fortune of the game depended on yourself. 8. Remember the number of trumps out at every stage of the game. Note also the fall of every court card in the other suits, so that you are never in doubt as to the card that will win the trick. 9. Hold the turn up as long as you can, as by that means you keep your adversaries from knowing your strength in trumps. 10. Do not force your partner unnecessarily, as by that means you sometimes become his adversary instead of his friend. 11. When in doubt, play a trump. Play the game in its integrity, and recollect that whist is full of inferences as well as facts. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 6. Evening Pastimes, Part 3. 80. Cribbage. The game of cribbage differs from all other games by its immense variety of chances. It is played with a full pack of cards, often by 4 persons, but it is a better game for 2. There are also different modes of playing, with 5, 6, or 8 cards, but the best games use those with 5 or 6 cards. Night is not dark, do the good. 81. Terms used in cribbage. 1. Crib. The crib is composed of the cards thrown out by each player, and the dealer is entitled to score whatever points are made by them. 2. Pairs. Pairs are 2 similar cards, as 2 aces or 2 kings. Whether in hand or play, they reckon for 2 points. 3. Pairs royal are 3 similar cards, and reckon for 6 points, whether in hand or play. 4. Double pairs royal are 4 similar cards, and reckon for 12 points, whether in hand or play. The points gained by pairs, pairs royal, and double pairs royal in playing are thus effected. Your adversary having played a 7, and you another, constitute a pair, and entitles you to score 2 points. Your antagonist then playing a third 7 makes a pair royal, and he marks 6. And your playing a 4th is a double pair royal, and entitles you to 12 points. 5. 15s. Every 15 reckons for 2 points, whether in hand or play. In hand they are formed either by 2 cards, as a 5 and any 10th card, a 6 and a 9, a 7 and an 8, or by 3 cards, as a 2, a 5, and an 8, 2 6s, and a 3. If in play such cards as together make 15 are played, the player whose card completes that number scores 2 points. 6. Sequences. Sequences are 3 or 4 more successive cards, and reckon for an equal number of points, either in hand or play. In playing a sequence, it is of no consequence which card is thrown down first, as thus: your adversary playing an ace, you a 5, he a 3, you a 2, then he a 4, he counts 5 for the sequence. 7. Flush. When the cards are all of one suit, they reckon for as many points as there are cards. For a flush in the crib, the turned up card must be of the same suit as those put out. 8. Knob. The knave of the suit turned up reckons for 1 point. If the knave be turned up, the dealer marks 2. 9. End hole. The point scored by the last player, if he make under 31. If he make 31 exactly, he marks 2. 10. Last. 3 points taken at the commencement of the game of 5-card cribbage by the non-dealer. Nor is the day bright to the wicked. 82. The accepted laws of cribbage. 1. The players cut for deal. The ace is lowest in cutting. In case of a tie, they cut again. The holder of the lowest card deals. 2. Not fewer than 4 cards is a cut, nor must the non-dealer touch the pack after he has cut it. 3. Too many or too few cards dealt constitutes a misdeal, the penalty for which is the taking of 2 points by the non-dealer. 4. A faced card, or a card exposed during the act of dealing, necessitates a new deal without penalty. 5. The dealer shuffles the cards and the non-dealer cuts them for the start. 6. If the non-dealer touch the cards, except to cut them for the turn-up, After they have been cut for the start, he forfeits 2 points. 7. In cutting for the start, not fewer than 3 cards must be lifted from the pack or left on the table. 8. The non-dealer throws out for the crib before the dealer. A card once laid out cannot be recalled, nor must either party touch the crib till the hand is played out. Either player confusing the crib cards with his hand is liable to a penalty of 3 points. In 3 or 4 hand cribbage, the left-hand player throws out the first for the crib, then the next, the dealer last. The usual and best way is for the non-dealer to throw his crib over to the dealer's side of the board. On these 2 cards the dealer places his own, and hands the pack over to be cut. The pack is then at the right side of the board for the next deal. 9. The player who takes more points than those to which he is entitled, either in play or in reckoning hand or crib, is liable to be pegged, that is, to be put back as many points as he has overscored, and have the points added to his opponent's side. In pegging, you must not remove your opponent's front peg till you have given him another. In order to take him down, you remove your own back peg and place it where his front peg ought to be. You then take his wrongly placed peg and put it in front of your own front, as many holes as he has forfeited by wrongly scoring. 10. No penalty attaches to the taking of too few points in play, hand, or crib. 11. When a player has once taken his hand or crib, he cannot amend his score. 12. When a knave is turned up, 2 for his heels must be scored before the dealer's own card be played, or they cannot be taken. 13. A player cannot demand the assistance of his adversary in reckoning hand and crib. 14. A player must not, except to peg him, touch his adversary's peg under penalty of 2 points. If the foremost peg has been displaced by accident, it must be placed in the hole behind the peg standing on the board. 15. The peg once holed cannot be removed by either player till another point or points be gained. 16. A player who scores a game as won, when in fact it is not won, loses it. 17. A lurch, scoring the whole 61 before your adversary has scored 31, is equivalent to a double game, if agreed to previous to the commencement of the game. 18. A card that may be legally played cannot be withdrawn after it has been once thrown face upwards on the table. 19. If a player neglect to score his hand, crib, or any point or points of the game, he cannot score them after the cards are packed or the next card played. 20. The player who throws up his cards and refuses to score forfeits the game. 21. If a player neglect to play when he can play a card within the prescribed 31, he forfeits 2 holes. 22. Each player's hand and crib must be plainly thrown down on the table and not mixed with the pack, under penalty of the forfeiture of the game. The player who refuses to abide by the rules loses the game. Bystanders must not interfere unless requested to decide any disputed point. 83. 5-card cribbage. In this, the 61 points or holes on the cribbage board mark the game. The player cutting the lowest card deals, after which each player lays out 2 of the 5 cards for the crib, which belongs to the dealer. The adversary cuts the remainder of the pack, and the dealer turns up and lays upon the crib the uppermost card, the turn-up. If it be a knave, he marks 2 points. The card turned up is reckoned by both in counting their hands or crib. After laying out, the eldest hand plays a card, which the other should endeavor to pair, or find one, the pips of which, reckoned with the first, will make 15. Then the non-dealer plays another card, and so on alternately, until the pips on the cards played make 31, or the nearest possible number under that. 84. Counting for game in cribbage. When he whose turn it is to play cannot produce a card that makes 31, or comes under that number, he says, "Go," and his antagonist scores 1, or plays any card or cards he may have that will make 31 or under. If he can make exactly 31, he takes 2 points. If not, 1. Such cards as remain after this are not played, but each player then counts and scores his hand, the non-dealer first. The dealer then marks the points for his hand, and also for his crib, each reckoning the cards every way they can possibly be varied, and always including the turned-up card. Cards and points. For every 15, 2 points. Pair or 2 of a sort, 2 points. Pair royal or 3 of a sort, 6 points. Double pair royal or 4, ditto, 12 points. Knave of the turned-up suit, 1 point. Sequences and flushes, whatever their number. 85. Examples of hands in cribbage. Cards and count. 2 sevens, 2 eights, and a 9, 24. 2 eights, a 7, and 2 nines, 20. 2 nines, a 6, 7, and 8, 16. 2 sixes, 2 fives, and a 4, 24. 2 sixes, 2 fours, and a 5, 24. 2 fives, 2 fours, and a 6, 24. 2 threes, 2 twos, and an ace, 16. 2 aces, 2 twos, and a 3, 16. 3 fives and a 10th card, 14. 3 fours and a 7, 12. 3 twos and a 9, 8. 6, 7, 8, and 2 aces, the ragged 13. 6 plus 1 and 8, 15, 2. 6 plus 1 and 8, 16, 4. 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 7, 15, 6. 7 plus 8, 15, 8. The pair of aces, and the sequence 5, 13. 3 sixes and a 9, 12. 3 sevens and an 8, 12. 3 eights and a 7, 12. 3 nines and a 6, 12. 3 threes and a 9, 12. 3 sixes and a 3, 12. 3 sevens and an ace, 12. 2 tens, pair, and 2 fives, 12. 2 10th cards, not a pair, and 2 fives, 10. 2 nines and 2 sixes, 12. 2 eights and 2 sevens, 12. 2 sixes and 2 threes, 8. 2 fives, a 4, and a 6, 12. 2 fours, a 5, and a 6, 12. 2 sixes, a 4, and a 5, 12. 2 threes and 2 nines, 8. 2 nines, a 7, and an 8, 10. 2 eights, a 7, and a 9, 12. 2 sevens, an 8, and a 9, 12. 2 sixes, a 7, and an 8, 10. 2 sixes, a 3, and a 9, 8. A 7, 8, 9, and knave, 7. A 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 9. A 6, 7, 8, and 9, 8. A 6, 5, and 2 sevens, 8. Any double sequence of 3 cards and a pair, 6, as knave, queen, and 2 kings. Any sequence of 3 cards and a 15, 5. Any sequence of 4 cards and a 15, 6, as 7, 8, 9, and 10. Any sequence of 6 cards, 6. Any sequence of 4 cards and a flush, 8. Any flush of 4 cards and a 15, 6. Any flush of 4 cards and a pair, 6. The highest number that can be counted from 5 cards is 29, made from 4 fives and a knave. That is, 3 fives and a knave of the suit turned up, and a 5 on the pack. For the combination of the 4 fives, 16. For the double pair royal, 12. His knobs, 1, 29. Rustle is not industry. 86. Maxims for laying out the crib cards. In laying out cards for the crib, the player should consider not only his hand, but also to whom the crib belongs, as well as the state of the game. For what might be right in one situation would be wrong in another. Possessing a pair royal, it is generally advisable to lay out the other cards for crib unless it belongs to the adversary. Avoid giving him 2 fives, a deuce, and a trois, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, 5 and any other 10th card. When he does not thereby materially injure his hand, the player should for his own crib lay out close cards in hope of making a sequence, or 2 of a suit in expectation of a flush, or cards that of themselves reckoned with others will count 15. When the antagonist be nearly up, and it may be expedient to keep such cards as may prevent him from getting at play. The rule is to balk your adversary's crib by laying out cards not likely to prove of advantage to him, and to lay out favorably for your own crib. This applies to a stage of the game when it may be of consequence to keep in hand cards likely to tell in play, or when the non-dealer would be either out by his hand, or has reason for thinking the crib of little moment. The king and 9 is the best balk, as none can form a sequence beyond it. King or queen with an ace, 6, 7, 8, or 9 are good ones to put out. Low cards are generally the most likely to gain at play. The flushes and sequences, particularly if the latter be also flushes, are eligible hands, as thereby the player will often be enabled either to assist his own crib or balk that of the opponent. A knave should never be put out for his crib if it can be retained in his hand. 87. 3 or 4 hand cribbage. Differs little from the preceding. They put out but 1 card each to the crib, and when 31 or the nearest to that has been made, the next eldest hand leads, and the players go on again in rotation, and the remaining cards till all are played out before they proceed to show hands and crib. For 3-handed cribbage, triangular boards are used. 3-hand cribbage is sometimes played wherein one person sits out, not each game, but each deal in rotation. In this the first dealer generally wins. 89. 6-card cribbage. The 2 players commence on an equality without scoring any points for the last, retain 4 cards in hand, and throw out 2 for crib. At this game it is of advantage to the last player to keep as close as possible, in hope of coming in for 15. A sequence, a pair, besides the end hole, or 31. The first dealer is thought to have some trifling advantage, and each player may, on the average, expect to make 25 points in every 2 deals. The first non-dealer is considered to have the preference when he gains 10 or more the first hand, the dealer not making more than his average number. 90. 8-card cribbage is sometimes played. 6 are retained in hand, and the game is conducted on the same plan as before. 91. All fours is usually played by 2 persons, not unfrequently by 4. Its name is derived from the 4 chances called high, low, jack game, each making a point. It is played with a complete pack of cards, 6 of which are to be dealt to each other, 3 at a time, and the next card, the 13th, is turned up for the trump by the dealer, who, if it prove a knave, scores 1 point. The highest card cut deals first. The cards rank the same as at whist. The first to score 10 points wins. 92. Laws of all fours. 1. A new deal can be demanded for an exposed card, too few or too many cards dealt. In the latter case a new deal is optional, provided it be done before a card has been played, but not after, to draw from the opposing hand the extra card. 2. No person can beg more than once in each hand, except by mutual agreement. 3. Each player must trump or follow suit on penalty of the adversary scoring 1 point. 4. If either player score wrongly, it must be taken down, and the adversary either scores 4 points or 1, as may have previously been agreed. 5. When a trump is played, it is allowable to ask your adversary if it be either high or low. 6. One card may count all fours. For example, the eldest hand holds the knave and stands his game. The dealer has neither trump, 10, ace, nor court card. It will follow that the knave will be both high, low, jack, and game, as explained by 93. Terms used in all fours. 1. High. For the highest trump out, the holder scores 1 point. 2. Low. For the lowest trump out, the original holder scores 1 point, even if it be taken by the adversary. 3. Jack. For the knave of trumps, the holder scores 1. If it be won by the adversary, the winner scores the point. 4. Game. The greatest number that in the tricks gained are shown by either player, reckoning 4 for an ace, 3 for a king, 2 for a queen, 1 for a knave, 10 for a 10. The other cards do not count. Thus it may happen that a deal may be played without having any to reckon for game. 5. Begging is when the eldest hand, disliking his cards, uses his privilege and says, "I beg," in which case the dealer either suffers his adversary to score 1 point, saying, "Take 1," or gives each player 3 cards more from the pack, and then turns up the next card, the 7th, for trumps. If, however, the trump turned up to be of the same suit as the first, the dealer must go on, giving each 3 cards more, and turning up the 7th until a change of suit for trumps shall take place. 94. Maxims for all fours. 1. Make your knave as soon as you can. 2. Secure your 10s by playing any small cards, by which you may throw the lead into your adversary's hand. 3. Win your adversary's best cards when you can, either by trumping or with superior cards. 4. If being eldest hand, you hold either ace, king, or queen of trumps, without the knave or 10, play them immediately, as by this means you may chance to win the knave or 10. 95. Loo. This game is played both limited and unlimited loo. It is played 2 ways, both with 5 and 3 cards. Several may play, but 5 or 7 make the better game. 96. 3-card loo. 1. The game is played by any number of persons, from 3, but 5 or 7 make the best game. 2. The cards are cut for deal, the holder of the lowest card being dealer, after which the deal goes round from left to right. In case of a tie, the players cut again. Ace is lowest, and the court cards and 10s are reckoned of the same value, namely 10. 3. The left-hand adversary shuffles or makes the pack, and the player to the right of the dealer cuts previous to the deal. 4. The cards take their usual value, ace highest, then king, queen, knave, 10, and so on down to deuce. The dealer then gives 3 cards, one at a time, face downwards, to each player, and also dealing an extra hand, or miss, which may be thrown on the table either as the first or last card of each round. 5. A card too many or too few is a misdeal. 6. The stakes being settled beforehand, the dealer puts into the pot his 3 halfpence, pence, or sixpence, and the game proceeds. 7. The first player on the left of the dealer looks at his hand, and declares whether he will play or take the miss. If he decide to play, he says, "I play," or "I take the miss." But he may elect to do neither, in which case he places his cards on the pack and has nothing further to do with that round. The next player looks at his hand and says whether he will play or not, and so on till the turn comes to the dealer, who, if only one player stand the chance of the loo, may either play or give up the stakes. 8. In the first round it is usual either to deal a single, that is, a round without a miss, when all the players must play, or each player puts into the pool a sum equal to that staked by the dealer, in which latter case a miss is dealt. Never open the door to a little vice. 97. Laws of Loo. 1. For a misdeal, the dealer is looed. 2. For playing out of turn, or looking at the miss without taking it, the player is looed. 3. If the first player possesses 2 or 3 trumps, he must play the highest, or be looed. 4. With ace of trumps only, the first player must lead it, or be looed. 5. The player who looks at his own cards, or the miss out of his turn, is looed. 6. The player who looks at his neighbor's hand, either during the play or when they lie on the table, is looed. 7. The player who informs another what cards he possesses, or gives any intimation that he knows such or such cards to be in the hand or the miss, is looed. 8. The player who throws up his cards after the leading card is played is looed. 9. Each player who follows the elder hand must head the trick if he can, or be looed. 10. Each player must follow suit if he can, or be looed. The player who is looed pays into the pool the sum agreed. 98. Mode of Play. 1. When it is seen how many players stand in the round, the elder hand plays a card, his highest trump if he has 2 or more. If not, any card he chooses. The next plays, and if he can, follows suit or heads the trick with a trump. If he can do neither, he throws away any card. 2. And so the round goes on, the highest card of the suit, or the highest trump, winning the trick. The winner of the trick then leads another card. 3. The game consists of 3 tricks, and the pool is divided equally among the players possessing them. Thus, if there be 3 pence, shillings, or half-crowns in the pool, the tricks are a penny, 6 pence, and a half-crown each. The 3 tricks may of course be won by a single player, or they may be divided between 2 or 3. Each player who fails to win a trick is looed, and pays into the next pool the amount determined on as the loo. 4. When played for a determinate stake, as a penny for the deal, and 3 pence for the loo, the game is called limited loo. When each player is looed for the sum in the pool, it is unlimited loo. 5. Caution is necessary in playing this game to win. As a general rule, the first player should not take the miss, as the dealer's stake is necessarily to be added to the loo, nor the miss be taken after 2 players have struck in, declared to play, for the chances are that they possess good leading cards. 99. Club Law. Another way of playing loo is for all parties to play whenever a club is turned up as trumps. It is merely another mode of increasing the pool. 100. 5-card loo. 1. In principle it is the same as the other game loo, only instead of 3, the dealer, having made his own stake into the pool, gives 5 cards to each player, one by one, face downwards. 2. After 5 cards have been dealt to each player, another is turned up for trump. The knave of clubs generally, or sometimes the knave of the trump suit, as agreed upon, is the highest card, and is styled Pam. The ace of trumps is next in value, and the rest on succession, as at whist. Each player can change all or any of the 5 cards dealt, or throw up his hand and escape being looed. Those who play their cards either with or without changing, and do not gain a trick, are looed. This is also the case with all who have stood the game, when a flush or flushes occur. and each except a player holding Pam, or of an inferior flush, must pay a stake to be given to him who sweeps the board, or divided among the winners at the ensuing deal, according to the tricks made. For instance, if every one at dealing stakes half a crown, the tricks are entitled to 6d. apiece, and whoever is looed must put down half a crown, exclusively of the deal. Sometimes it is settled that each person looed shall pay a sum equal to what happens to be on the table at the time. 5 cards of suit, or 4 with Pam, make a flush which sweeps the board and yields only to a superior flush, or the elder hand. When the ace of trumps is led, it is usual to say, "Pam, be civil," the holder of which last mentioned card must then let the ace pass. 3. Any player with 5 cards of a suit, a flush, lose all the players who stand in the game. 4. The rules in this game are the same as in 3-card loo. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Roger Kemp Philp. Section 7. Evening Pastimes, Part 4. 101. Put. The game of Put is played with an entire pack of cards, generally by 2, but sometimes by 4 persons. At Put the cards have a value distinct from that in other games. The best card in the pack is a trois, or 3, the next a deuce, or 2, then the ace, king, queen, knave, 10 in rotation. The dealer distributes 3 cards to each player, 1 at a time. Whoever cuts the lowest card has the deal, and 5 points make the game, except when both parties say, "I put," for then the score is at an end, and the contest is determined in favor of the player who may win 2 tricks out of 3. When it happens that each player has won a trick, and the third is a tie, that is, covered by a card of equal value, the whole goes for nothing, and the game must begin anew. 102. Two-handed Put. The eldest hand plays a card, and whether the adversary pass it, win it, or tie it, has a right to say, "I put," or place his cards on the pack. If you accept the first and your opponent decline the challenge, you score 1. If you prefer the latter, your adversary gains a point. But if, before he play, your opponent says, "I put," and you do not choose to see him, he is entitled to add 1 to his score. It is sometimes good play to say, "I put," before you play a card. This depends on the nature of your hand. 103. Four-handed Put. Each party has a partner, and when 3 cards are dealt to each, one of the players gives his partner his best card and throws the other 2 face downwards on the table. The dealer is at liberty to do the same to his partner, and vice versa. The 2 who have received their partners' cards play the game, previously discarding their worst card for the one received from their partners. The game then proceeds as at two-handed Put. 104. Laws of Put. 1. When the dealer accidentally discovers any of his adversary's cards, the adversary may demand a new deal. 2. When the dealer discovers any of his own cards in dealing, he must abide by the deal. 3. When a faced card is discovered during the deal, the cards must be reshuffled and dealt again. 4. If the dealer give his adversary more cards than are necessary, the adversary may call a fresh deal, or suffer the dealer to draw the extra cards from his hand. 5. If the dealer give himself more cards than are his due, the adversary may add a point to his game and call a fresh deal, or draw the extra card from the dealer's hand. 6. No bystander must interfere under penalty of paying the stakes. 7. Either party saying, "I put," that is, "I play," cannot retract, but must abide the event of the game, or pay the stakes. Knowledge makes humble. 105. Speculation is a lively round game at which several may play, with a complete pack of cards bearing the same value as at whist. A pool is made with fish or counters, on which such a value is fixed as the company may agree. The highest trump in each deal wins the pool, and should it happen that not one trump be dealt, then the company pool again, and the event is decided by the succeeding deal. After determining the deal, etc., the dealer pools 6 fish, and every other player 4. Then 3 cards are given to each, by one at a time, and another turned up for the trump. The cards are not to be looked at except in this manner. The eldest hand shows the uppermost card, which, if a trump, the company may speculate on, or bid for, the highest bidder buying and paying for it, provided the price offered be approved of by the seller. After this is settled, if the first card does not prove a trump, then the next eldest is to show the uppermost card, and so on, the company speculating as they please, till all are discovered, when the possessor of the highest trump, whether by purchase or otherwise, gains the pool. To play at speculation well, recollection is requisite of what superior cards of that particular suit have appeared in the preceding deals, and calculation of the probability of the trump offered proving the highest in the deal then undetermined. 106. Connections. 3 or 4 persons may play at this game. If the former number, 10 cards each are to be given, but if the latter, only 8 are dealt, which bear the same value as at whist, except that diamonds are always trumps. The connections are formed as follows: 1. By the 2 black aces. 2. The ace of spades and king of hearts. 3. The ace of clubs and king of hearts. 107. For the first connection, 2 shillings are drawn from the pool; for the second, 1 shilling; for the third, and by the winner of the majority in tricks, 6 pence each is taken. These sums are supposing gold staked. When only silver is pooled, then pence are drawn. A trump played in any round where there is a connection wins the trick; otherwise it is gained by the player of the first card of connections, and, after a connection, any following player may trump without incurring a revoke; and also, whether suit may be led, the person holding a card of connection is at liberty to play the same, but the others must, if possible, follow suit, unless one of them can answer the connection, which should be done in preference. No money can be drawn till the hands are finished; then the possessors of the connections are to take first, according to precedence, and those having the majority of tricks take last. 108. Matrimony. This game is played with an entire pack of cards, by any number of persons from 5 to 14. It consists of 5 chances, usually marked on a board or sheet of paper as follows. What follows is a square divided into 9 blocks, 3 rows of 3 across. In the first row, the center block says Best, the ace of diamonds turned up. In the second row, the leftmost box says Confederacy, King and Knave. The center box says Intrigue, or Queen and Knave. The rightmost box says Matrimony, King and Queen. In the third row, the center box says Pairs, the highest. The corner boxes are empty. Matrimony is generally played with counters, and the dealer puts what he pleases on each or any chance, the other players depositing each the same quantity, less 1, that is, when the dealer stakes 12, the rest of the company lay down 11 each. After this, 2 cards are dealt round to every one, beginning on the left, then to each person 1 other card, which is turned up, and he who so happens to get the ace of diamonds sweeps all. If it not be turned up, then each player shows his hand, and any of them having matrimony, intrigue, etc., takes the counters on that point, and when 2 or more people happen to have the same combination, the oldest hand has the preference, and should any chance not be gained, it stands over to the next deal. Observe, the ace of diamonds turned up takes the whole pool, but when in hand ranks only as any other ace, and if not turned up, nor any ace in hand, then the king, or next superior card, wins the chance styled best. Ignorance makes proud. 109. Pope Joan. A game somewhat similar to matrimony, it is played by any number, with an ordinary pack of cards, and a marking or pool board to be had of most fancy stationers. The 8 of diamonds must first be taken from the pack. After settling the deal, shuffling, etc., the dealer dresses the board. This he does by putting the counters into its several compartments, 1 counter or other stake to ace, 1 each to king, queen, knave, and game, 2 to matrimony, 2 to intrigue, and 6 to the 9 of diamonds, styled the Pope. This dressing is, in some companies, at the individual expense of the dealer, though the players usually contribute 2 stakes each towards the pool. The cards are then dealt round equally to every player, 1 turned up for trump, and about 6 or 8 left in the stock to form stops. For example, if the 10 of spades be turned up, the 9 becomes a stop. The 4 kings and the 7 of diamonds are always fixed stops, and the dealer is the only person permitted, in the course of the game, to refer occasionally to the stock for information what other cards are stops in their respective deals. If either ace, king, queen, or knave happened to be the turned up trump, the dealer may take whatever is deposited on that head, but when the Pope be turned up, the dealer is entitled both to that and the game, besides a stake for every card dealt to each player. Unless the game be determined by Pope being turned up, the eldest hand begins by playing out as many cards as possible, first the stops, then Pope, if he have it, and afterwards the lowest card of his longest suit, particularly an ace, for that never can be led through. The other players follow, when they can, in sequence of the same suit, till a stop occurs. The player having the stop becomes the eldest hand, and leads accordingly, and so on until some player parts with all his cards, by which he wins the pool game, and becomes entitled besides to a stake for every card not played by the others, except from any one holding Pope, which excuses him from paying. If Pope has been played, then the player having held it is not excused. King and queen form what is called matrimony. Queen and knave, when in the same hand, make intrigue, but neither these nor ace, king, queen, knave, or Pope entitle the holder to the stakes deposited thereon, unless played out, and no claim can be allowed after the board be dressed for the succeeding deal. In all such cases the stakes remain for future determination. Pope Joan needs only a little attention to recollect what stops have been made in the course of the play. For instance, if a player begin by laying down the 8 of clubs, then the 7 in another hand forms a stop, whenever that suit be led from any lower card, or the holder, when eldest, may safely lay it down, in order to clear his hand. Knowledge talks lowly. Casino. The game of Casino is played with an entire pack of cards, generally by 4 persons, but sometimes by 3 and often by 2. 111. Terms used in Casino. 1. Great Casino, the 10 of diamonds, which reckons for 2 points. 2. Little Casino, the 2 of spades, which reckons for 1 point. 3. The cards is when you have a greater share than your adversary and reckons for 3 points. 4. The spades is when you have the majority of that suit and reckons for 1 point. 5. The aces, each of which reckons for 1 point. 6. Lurched is when your adversary has won the game before you have gained 6 points. In some deals at this game it may so happen that neither party win anything, as the points are not set up according to the tricks, etc., obtained, but the smaller number is constantly subtracted from the larger, both in cards and points, and if they both prove equal, the game commences again, and the deal goes on in rotation. When 3 persons play at this game, the 2 lowest add their points together and subtract from the highest, but when their 2 numbers together either amount to or exceed the highest, then neither party scores. 112. Laws of Casino. 1. The deal and partners are determined by cutting, as at whist, and the dealer gives 4 cards, 1 at a time, to each player, and either regularly as he deals, or by 1, 2, 3, or 4 at a time, lays 4 more, face upwards, upon the board, and, after the first cards are played, 4 others are dealt to each person, until the pack be concluded, but it is only in the first deal that any cards are to be turned up. 2. The deal is not lost when a card is faced by the dealer, unless in the first round, before any of the 4 cards are turned up upon the table. But if a card happen to be faced in the pack, before any of the said 4 be turned up, then the deal begins again. 3. Any person playing with less than 4 cards must abide by the loss, and should a card be found under the table, the player whose number is deficient takes the same. 4. Each person plays 1 card at a time, with which he may not only take at once every card of the same denomination upon the table, but, likewise, all that will combine therewith, as, for instance, a 10 takes not only every 10, but also 9 and ace, 8 and deuce, 7 and 3, 6 and 4, or 2 fives, and if he clear the board before the conclusion of the game, he is to score a point, and whenever any player cannot pair or combine, then he is to put down a card. 5. The tricks are not to be counted before all the cards are played, nor may any trick but the last one be looked at, as every mistake must be challenged immediately. 6. After all the pack is dealt out, the player who obtains the last trick sweeps all the cards then remaining unmatched upon the table and wins the game. 113. Vingt un. Description of the game. The game of vingt un, or 21, may be played by 2 or more persons, and, as the deal is advantageous, and often continues long with the same person, it is usual to determine it at the commencement by turning up the first ace, or knave. 114. Method of playing vingt un. The cards must all be dealt out in succession, unless a natural vingt un occur, and in the meantime the pone, or youngest hand, should collect those that have been played, and shuffle them together, ready for the dealer, against the period when he shall have distributed the whole pack. The dealer first gives 2 cards, one at a time, to each player, including himself. Then he asks each player in rotation, beginning with the eldest hand on the left, whether he stands or chooses another card. If he need another card, it must be given from off the top of the pack, and afterwards another, or more, if desired, till the points of the additional card or cards, added to those dealt, exceed or make 21 exactly, or such a number less than 21 as the player thinks fit to stand upon. When the points on the player's cards exceed 21, he throws the cards on the table face downwards, and pays the stake. The dealer is, in turn, entitled to draw additional cards, and, on taking a vingt un, receives double stakes from all who stand the game, except such other players, likewise having 21, between whom it is thereby a drawn game. When any adversary has a vingt un, and the dealer not, then the opponent so having 21 wins double stakes from him. In other cases, except a natural vingt un happen, the dealer pays single stakes to all whose numbers under 21 are higher than his own, and receives from those who have lower numbers, but nothing is paid or received by such players as have similar numbers to the dealer. When the dealer draws more than 21, he pays to all who have not thrown up. In some companies, ties pays the dealer. Ignorance talks loud. 115. Natural vingt un. 21, when dealt in a player's first 2 cards, is styled a natural. It should be declared at once, and entitles the holder to double stakes from the dealer, and to the deal, except it be agreed to pass the deal around. If the dealer turns up a natural, he takes double stakes from all the players and retains the deal. If there be more than one natural, all after the first receive single stakes only. Aces count either 11 or 1, court cards 10, the rest according to their points. 116. The odds of natural vingt un. Depend upon the average number of cards likely to come under or exceed 21. For example, if those in hand make 14 exactly, it is 7 to 6 that the one next drawn does not make the number of points above 21. But if the points be 15, it is 7 to 6 against that hand. Yet it would not, therefore, always be prudent to stand at 15, for as the ace may be calculated both ways, it is rather above an even bet that the adversary's first 2 cards amount to more than 14. A natural vingt un may be expected once in 7 coups when 2, and twice in 7 when 4, people play, and so on, according to the number of players. 117. Quadrille. This game, formerly very popular, has been superseded by whist. Quadrille, the game referred to by Pope in his Rape of the Lock, is now obsolete. 118. Ecarte. This game, which has lately revived in popularity, is played by 2 persons with a pack of cards from which the 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s have been discarded. In the clubs it is usual to play with 2 packs, used alternately. The player cut for deal, the highest card deals. The pack is shuffled and the non-dealer cuts. The dealer then from the united pack gives 5 cards to each, beginning with his adversary, by 2s and 3s, or 3s and 2s, and always dealing in the same way throughout the game. The 11th card is turned up for trump. If the turn up be a king, the dealer marks 1 point, 5 points being game. The non-dealer looks at his cards, and if he be dissatisfied with them, he may propose, that is, change any or all of them for others from the stock, or remainder of the pack on the table. Should he propose, he says, I propose, or cards, and it is in the option of the dealer to give or refuse cards. When he decides to give, he says, "I accept," or "How many?" Should he refuse to change, he says, "I decline," or "Play." The dealer may, if he accept the proposal, change any or all of the cards in his own hand. Sometimes a second discard is allowed, but that must be by previous agreement. Of course, the non-dealer may play without discarding, in which case the dealer must play his own hand without changing any of his cards. When the hands are arranged, the non-dealer plays a card, which is won or lost by the playing of a superior card of the suit led. The second must follow suit, or win the trick if he can, otherwise he may throw any card he chooses. The order in value of the cards is King, Queen, Knave, Ace, 10, 9, 8, 7. The winner of the trick leads for the next trick, and so on, till the 5 cards on each side are played. The winner of 3 tricks scores 1 point. If he wins the whole 5 tricks, the roll, he scores 2 points. If he hold the king, he names it before playing his first card. I mark king. Should the non-dealer play without proposing, and fail to make 3 tricks, his adversary marks 2 points. Should the dealer refuse to accept, and fail to win 3 tricks, his opponent scores 2. The game is 5 up, that is, the player who first marks 5 points wins. The score is marked by 2 cards, a 3 and a 2, or by counters. The deal is taken alternately, but when the play is for rubbers, it is usual to cut for deal at the end of each rubber. Knowledge is modest, cautious, and pure. 119. Rules of Écarté. 1. Each player has right to shuffle the cards above the table. 2. The cut must not be fewer than 2 cards off the pack, and at least 2 cards must be left on the table. 3. When more than 1 card is exposed in cutting, there must be a new deal. 4. The highest écarté card secures the deal, which holds good even though the pack be imperfect. 5. The dealer must give 5 cards to each by 3 and 2, or by 2 and 3 at a time, which plan must not be changed during the game. 6. An incorrect deal, playing out of turn, or a faced card, necessitates a new deal. 7. The 11th card must be turned up for trumps, and the remaining cards placed, face downwards, on the table. 8. The king turned up must be marked by the dealer before the trump of the next deal is turned up. 9. A king of trumps held in hand must be announced and marked before the player lays down his first card, or he loses his right to mark it. If played in the first trick, it must be announced before it is played to. 10. A proposal or acceptance cannot be retracted or altered. 11. Before taking cards, the player must place his discarded cards, face downwards, on the table, and neither look at nor touch them till the round be over. 12. The player holding king marks 1 point. Making 3 tricks, 1 point. 5 tricks, 2 points. 13. The non-dealer, playing without proposing and failing to win the point, gives 2 tricks to his opponent. 14. The dealer who refuses the first proposal and fails to win the point, 3 tricks, gives his opponent 2 points. 15. An admitted overscore or underscore may be amended without penalty before the cards are dealt for the following round. 120. Euchre, which is founded on écarté, and the national game of the United States, is played with a pack of cards from which the 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s have been withdrawn. In the euchre pack the cards rank as in whist, with this exception: the knave of trumps, called the right bower, and the other knave of the same color, known as the left bower, take precedence over the rest of the trumps. Thus, when hearts are trumps, the cards rank thus: knave of hearts, knave of diamonds, ace, king, queen, 10, 9, 8, and 7 of hearts. When diamonds are trumps, the knave is right bower, and the knave of hearts is left bower. And in like manner the knaves of spades and clubs become right and left bower when the black suits are trumps. In 4-handed euchre, 2 play against 2, and the tricks taken by both partners count for points. Ignorance boastful, conceited, and sure. 121. Rules for Euchre. 1. The players cut for deal, the higher card cut dealing. 2. The cards are dealt by 2s and 3s, each player having 5. 3. The 11th card is turned up for trumps. 4. 5 points constitute game. 5. The player winning 3 or 4 tricks marks 1 point, winning 5 tricks 2 points. 6. When the first player considers his hand strong enough to score, he can order it up, That is, he can oblige the dealer to discard one of his cards and take up the trump in its stead. 7. When the first player does not find his hand strong enough, he may pass, I pass, with the view of changing the suit. 8. In case of the first player ordering it up, the game begins by his playing a card, to which the dealer must follow suit or trump, or throw away. The winner of the trick then leads, and so on till all 5 cards in each hand are played. 9. If the player order up the trump and fail to make 3 tricks, he is euchred, and his opponent marks 2 points. 10. If the player, not being strong enough, passes, the dealer can say, I play, and take the trump into his own hand, but, as before, if he fail to score, he is euchred. 11. If both players pass, the first has the privilege of altering the trump, and the dealer is compelled to play. Should the first player fail to score, he is euchred. 12. If he pass for the second time, the dealer can alter the trump, with the same penalty if he fail to score. 13. When trump are led and you cannot follow suit, you must play the left bower if you have it, to win the trick. The score is marked as in écarte, by each side with a 2 and 3. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenita Hill, Williamsburg. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 8. Evening Pastimes, Part 5. 122. Bezique. This fashionable game is played with 2 packs of cards, from which the 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s have been discarded. The 64 cards of both packs, shuffled well together, are then dealt out, 8 to each player, by 3s, 2s, and 3s, the 17th turned up for trump, and the rest left face downwards on the table. If the card be a 7, the dealer scores 10 points. An incorrect deal or an exposed card necessitates a new deal, which passes to the other player. The trump card takes any card of another suit. Except trumping, the higher card, whether the same suit or not, takes the trick, the ace ranking highest, the 10 next, and then the king, queen, knave, 9, and co. When 2 cards of equal value are played, the first wins. Some players require the winning card to be of the same suit as that led, unless trumped. After each trick is taken, an additional card is drawn by each player from the top of the pack, the taker of the last trick drawing first, and so on till all the pack is exhausted, including the trump card. Players are not obliged to follow suit or trump until all the cards have been drawn from the pack. Tricks are of no value, except the aces and 10s they may contain. Tricks should not be looked at till the end of the deal, except by mutual consent. When a player plays without drawing, he must draw 2 cards next time, and his opponent scores 10. When a player draws out of turn, his opponent scores 10, if he has not drawn a card himself. When a player draws 2 cards instead of 1, his opponent may decide which card is to be returned to the pack. It should not be placed at the top, but towards the middle of the pack. A player discovering his opponent holding more than 8 cards, while he only holds 8, adds 100 to his score. Should both have more than their proper number, there is no penalty, but each must play without drawing. Be not the first, by whom the new is tried. 123. Mode of playing. 1. Immediately after taking a trick, and then only, a player can make a declaration, but he must do so before drawing another card. Only one declaration can be made after each trick. 2. If, in making a declaration, a player put down a wrong card or cards, either in addition to or in the place of any card or cards of that declaration, he is not allowed to score until he has taken another trick. Moreover, he must resume the cards, subject to their being called for as faced cards. 3. The 7 of trumps may be exchanged for the trump card, and for this exchange 10 is scored. This exchange is made immediately after he has taken a trick, but he may make a declaration at the same time, the card exchanged not being used in such declaration. 4. Whenever the 7 of trumps is played, except in the last 8 tricks, the player scores 10 for it, no matter whether he wins the trick or not. 5. When all the cards are drawn from the pack, the player takes up their 8 cards. No more declarations can be made, and the play proceeds as at whist, the 10 ranking higher than the king and the ace highest. 6. In the last 8 tricks, the player is obliged to follow suit, and he must win the trick if possible, either by playing a higher card or, if he has not a card of the same suit, by playing a trump. 7. A player who revokes in the last 8 tricks or omits to take when he can forfeits the 8 tricks to his opponent. 8. The last trick is the 32nd, for which the winner scores 10. The game may be varied by making the last trick the 24th, the next before the last 8 tricks. It is an unimportant point, but one that should be agreed upon before the game is commenced. 9. After the last 8 tricks are played, each player examines his cards, and for each ace and 10 that he holds, he scores 10. 10. The non-dealer scores aces and 10s first, and in case of a tie, the player scoring the highest number of points, less the aces and 10s in the last deal, wins the game. If still a tie, the taker of the last trick wins. 11. All cards played in error are liable to be called for as faced cards at any period of the game, except during the last 8 tricks. 12. In counting forfeits, a player may either add the points to his own score or deduct them from the score of his opponent. 124. Terms used in Bezique. 1. A declaration is the exhibition on the table of cards or any combination of cards as follows. 2. Bezique is the queen of spades and knave of diamonds, for which the holder scores 40 points. A variation provides that when the trump is either spades or diamonds, Bezique may be queen of clubs and knave of hearts. Bezique, having been declared, may be again used to form double Bezique, 2 queens of spades and 2 knaves of diamonds. All 4 cards must be visible on the table together. 500 points. 3. Sequence is ace, 10, king, queen, and knave of trumps. 250 points. 4. Royal marriage is the king and queen of trumps. 40 points. 5. Common marriage is the king and queen of any suit except trumps. 20 points. 6. 4 aces are the aces of any suits. 100 points. 7. 4 kings are the kings of any suits. 80 points. 8. 4 queens are the queens of any suits. 60 points. 9. 4 knaves are the knaves of any suits. 40 points. Nor yet the last to cast the older side. 125. Marriages, sequences, and co. 1. The cards forming the declarations are placed on the table to show that they are properly scored, and the cards may thence be played into tricks, as if in your hand. 2. Kings and queens, once married, cannot be remarried, but can be used, while they remain on the table, to make up 4 kings, 4 queens, or a sequence. 3. The king and queen used in a sequence cannot afterwards be declared as a royal marriage. 4. If 4 knaves have been declared, the knave of diamonds may be used again for a bezique, or to complete a sequence. 5. If 4 aces have been declared, the ace of trumps may be again used to perfect a sequence. 6. If the queen of spades has been married, she may be again used to form a bezique, and vice versa, and again for 4 queens. 7. Playing the 7 of trumps, except in last 8 tricks, 10. Exchanging the 7 of trumps for the trump card, 10. The last trick, 10. Each ace and 10 in the tricks, at the end of each deal, 10. 8. The game is 1,000, 2,000, or 4,000 up. Markers are sold with the cards. 126. Forfeits at bezique. The following are forfeits. 1. For drawing out of turn, 10. 2. For playing out of turn, 10. 3. For playing without drawing, 10. 4. For overdrawing, 100. 5. For a revoke in the last 8 tricks, all 8 tricks. 127. Cautions in bezique. In playing bezique, it is best to keep your 10s till you can make them count, to retain your sequence cards as long as possible, to watch your opponents play, to declare a royal marriage previous to declaring a sequence or double bezique, to make sure of the last trick, but one in order to prevent your opponent from declaring, to declare as soon as you have an opportunity. 128. Three-handed bezique. 1. The above rules hold good in the case of three-handed games. Treble bezique counting 1,500. An extra pack of cards is required for the third other player, so that, in the case of 3, the trump card is the 25th. 2. The game is always played from left to right, the first player on the left of the dealer commencing. Three-handed bezique is sometimes played with 2 packs of cards, suppressing an 8, thus rendering them divisible by 3. 129. Four-handed bezique. 1. Four-handed bezique may be played by partners decided either by choice or cutting. Partners sit opposite each other, one collecting the tricks of both, and the other one keeping the score, or each may keep his own score, which is preferable. 2. A player may make a declaration immediately after his partner has taken a trick, and may inquire of his partner if he has anything to declare before drawing. 3. Declarations must be made by each player separately, as in two-handed bezique. 4. The above descriptions will serve to sufficiently acquaint the reader with the rules and modes of play adopted in this excellent game. Bezique is said to be of Swedish origin, and to have been introduced to English players through the medium of some Indian officers who had learned it of a Scandinavian comrade. Variations in the play occur in different companies. These, however, having been indicated above, need not be more particularly noted. 130. Napoleon. This popular game is played by 4, 5, or 6 persons with a full pack of cards, which take the same value as in whist. The object of the game is to make tricks, which are paid to or received from the dealer at a fixed rate, a penny or more a trick as previously arranged. The deal being decided in the usual way, the pack is cut and 5 cards are dealt, one at a time to each player, beginning at the left. After every round the deal passes. Each player looks at his cards, the one to the left of the dealer being the first to declare. When he thinks he can make 2 or 3 tricks, he says, "I go 2," or "I go 3." The next may perhaps think he can make 4 tricks, and if the fourth believes he can do better, he declares Napoleon, and undertakes to win the whole 5 tricks. The players declare or pass in the order in which they sit, and a declaration once made cannot be recalled. The game then proceeds. The first card played is the trump suit, and to win the trick, a higher card than that led in each suit must be played. The winner of the first trick leads for the second, and so on till each of the 5 tricks are played out. Each player must follow suit, but he is not bound to head the trick or to trump. Each card as played remains face upwards on the table. Supposing the stake to be a penny a trick, the declarer, if he win all the tricks he declared, receives from each of his adversaries a penny for each of the declared tricks. But if he fail to win the required number, he pays to each of them a penny a trick. For Napoleon, he receives double stakes from each player, but failing to win the 5 tricks, he pays them single stakes. The game, though simple, requires good judgment and memory to play it well. In some companies, it is varied by the introduction of a Wellington, which is a superior call after the Napoleon, and takes triple stakes, or a sedan, in which the player undertakes to lose all his tricks. This declaration takes precedence of all the others. Each player may pass or decline to make a declaration, and when all the players pass, the deal is void. Occasionally, a pool or kitty is made by each dealer paying a half stake, or the players may choose to purchase new cards from the pack. In either case, the pool is taken by the winner of the first Napoleon, or divided according to arrangement at the close of the play. The best play in Napoleon is not to win tricks, but to cooperate in defeating the declaring hand. 131. Piquet. A game for 2 players, once very fashionable in France and of some repute in England, but now quite obsolete. Like quadrille, it is encumbered with a vast number of rules and maxims, technical terms and calculations, all too long and tiresome for modern card players. 132. Poker or draw poker. A gambling game common in the United States. An elaboration of the Old English game of brag, which, like blind hookey and baccarat, is purely one of chance, generally played by 2 or 3 sharpers opposed to 3 or 4 greenhorns, and for these reasons is unworthy a place in this volume. 133. Lansquenet. This is a game for a large company, much played in France, where it is the custom to mix 3, 4, or more packs of cards together. In England, it is played with 1 pack, after the following plan. The dealer, who has rather an advantage, begins by shuffling the cards, and having them cut by any of the party. He then deals 2 cards on his left hand, turning them up, then 1 for himself, and a 4th, which he places in the middle of the table for the company, called the rejouissance. Upon this card, any or all of the company, except the dealer, may stake their counter or money, either a limited or unlimited sum, as may be agreed upon, which the dealer is obliged to answer by staking a sum equal to the whole put upon it by different players. He continues dealing, and turning the cards upwards, one by one, till 2 of a sort appear. For instance, 2 aces, 2 deuces, and co., which, in order to separate, and that no person may mistake for single cards, he places on each side of his own card, and as often as 2, 3, or the 4th card of a sort comes up, he always places them, as before, on each side of his own. Any single card the company have a right to take and put their money upon, unless the dealer's own card happens to be double, which often occurs by this card being the same as one of the 2 cards which the dealer first of all dealt out of his left hand. Thus, he continues dealing till he brings either their cards or his own. As long as his own card remains undrawn, he wins, and whichever card comes up first loses. If he draw a deal out of the 2 cards on his left, which are called the hand cards, before his own, he is entitled to deal again. the advantage of which is no other than being exempted from losing when he draws a similar card to his own, immediately after he has turned up one for himself. This game is often played more simply without the rejouissance card, giving every person round the table a card to put his money on. Sometimes it is played by dealing only 2 cards, one for the dealer and another for the company. Generally, lansquenet is played with counters instead of money. With counters at, say, a penny a dozen, it is a lively and amusing game. A lady in America made a quilt in 55,555 pieces. 134. 15 or 15 is played by 2 persons. The cards are shuffled by both players, and when they have cut for deal, which falls to the lot of him who cuts the lowest, the dealer has the liberty to shuffle them again. When this is done, the adversary cuts them, after which the dealer gives 1 card to his opponent and 1 to himself. Should the dealer's adversary not approve of his card, he is entitled to have as many cards given to him, one after the other, as will make 15 or come nearest to that number, which is usually given from the top of the pack. For example, if he should have a deuce and draw a 5, which amounts to 7, he must continue going on, in expectation of coming nearer to 15. If he draw an 8, which will make just 15, he, as being eldest hand, is sure of winning the game. But if he overdraw himself and make more than 15, he loses, unless the dealer should happen to do the same, which circumstance constitutes a drawn game, and the stakes are consequently doubled. In this manner they persevere until one of them has won the game, by standing and being nearest to 15. At the end of each game, the cards are packed and shuffled, and the players again cut for deal. The advantage is invariably on the side of the elder hand. 135. Solitaire. This is a game for 1 person, played on a board pierced with 37 holes, in each one of which is placed a marble or peg. The art or motive of the game is to remove 1 marble and then shift the rest about, so as to bring the last marble to the hole whence the first was removed. 1 marble or man takes any other over which it can leap into a vacant hole beyond, or any number of men in succession, so long as there is a hole into which it can go. An example of a game played will better explain the method than any amount of verbal instruction. Remove the marble from the center hole, then bring the marble from one in the upper limb of the diagram to the center, jumping over and taking the piece between. By following the direction of the figures, it will be found that the last place arrived at will be the center from which you started. With practice and patience, the solitaire player will be able to start from and return to any hole on the board. Many variations of the game will suggest themselves as you proceed, but the above will suffice to show the plan and system of solitaire. 136. Backgammon. A game of mingled chance and skill, played on a board marked with points, and generally to be found inside the box draught board. The board has 24 points, colored alternately red and blue. The implements of play are 15 draught men on each side, and the movements of the men are determined by the throw of 2 dice, each player being provided with a dice box and dies. It is an elaborate game to explain on paper, and would occupy too much space to be given in details in this work. Those, however, who desire to be fully informed as to its various intricacies may consult Bone's Handbook of Games, or the cheaper and more concise treatise by Captain Crawley. 137. Dominoes. This game is played by 2 or 4 persons, with 28 pieces of oblong ivory, plain at the back, but on the face divided by a black line in the middle, and indented with spots, from 1 to a double 6, which pieces are a double blank, ace blank, double ace, deuce blank, deuce ace, double deuce, trois blank, trois ace, trois deuce, double trois, 4 blank, 4 ace, 4 deuce, 4 trois, double 4, 5 blank, 5 ace, 5 deuce, 5 trois, 5 4, double 5, 6 blank, 6 ace, 6 deuce, 6 trois, 6 4, 6 5, and double 6. Sometimes a double set is played with, of which double 9 is the highest. 138. Method of play. 138. Method of play. At the commencement of the game, the dominoes are well mixed together, with their faces upon the table. Each player draws 1, and if 4 play, those who choose the 2 highest are partners against those who take the 2 lowest. Drawing the latter also serves to determine who is to lay down the first piece, a great advantage. Afterwards, each player takes 7 pieces at random. The eldest hand having laid down 1, the next must pair him at either end of the piece he may choose, according to the number of pips, or the blank in the compartment of the piece. But whenever anyone cannot match the part, either of the domino last put down, or if that unpaired at the other end of the row, then he says go, and the next is at liberty to play. Thus they play alternately until one party has played all his pieces and thereby won the game, or till the game be blocked. That is, when neither party can play by matching the pieces where unpaired at either end. Then that player who wins has the smallest number of pips on the pieces remaining in his hand. It is to the advantage of every player to dispose himself as early as possible of the heavy pieces, such as a double 6, 5, 4, and co. Sometimes, when 2 persons play, they take each only 3 or 5 pieces and agree to play or draw, i.e., when one cannot come in, or pair the pieces upon the board at the end unmatched, he draws from the pieces in stock till he finds one to suit. There are various other ways of playing dominoes, but they are all dependent upon matching of the pips. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 9. 139. Quadrilles. The first set. First figure, le pantalon. Right and left, balancé to partners, turn partners, ladies' chain, half promenade, half right and left, repeat 4 times. Second figure, l'été. Leading lady and opposite gentleman advance and retire, chassé to right and left, cross over to each other's places, chassé to right and left, balancé and turn partners. Repeat 4 times. Or second figure, double l'été. Both couples advance and retire at the same time, cross over, advance and retire again, cross the places, balancé and turn partners. Repeat 4 times. Third figure, la poule. Leading lady and opposite gentleman cross over, giving right hands, recross, giving left hands, and fall in a line. Set 4 in a line, half promenade. Advance 2 and retire, twice. Advance 4 and retire, half right and left. Repeat 4 times. Fourth figure, trenise. The first couple advance and retire twice, the lady remaining on the opposite side. The 2 ladies go round the first gentleman, who advances up the center, balancé and turn hands. Repeat 4 times. Fifth figure, la pastorale. The leading couple advance twice, leaving the lady opposite the second time. The 3 advance and retire twice. The leading gentleman advance and set, hands 4 half round, half right and left. Footnote: this or the trenise must be omitted. End footnote. Repeat 4 times. Sixth figure, gallop finale. Top and bottom couples gallopade quite round each other, advance and retire, 4 advance again and change the gentleman, ladies' chain, advance and retire 4 and regain your partners in your places. The 4th time all gallopade for an unlimited period. Or, all gallopade or promenade 8 bars, advance 4 en galopade oblique and retire, then half promenade 8 bars, advance 4, retire, and return to places with the half promenade 8 bars, ladies' chain 8 bars, repeated by the side couples, then by the top and bottom, and lastly by the side couples, finishing with grand promenade. Repeat 4 times. In different companies the quadrille varies slightly. For instance, in the last figure, sometimes called flirtation, the 4 couples set in a circle, the gentlemen turn their partners, the ladies advance to the center and retire, the gentlemen advance and retire, the gentlemen turn the ladies to the left and promenade, the whole figure being repeated 4 times. 140. Lances. 1. La Rose. First gentleman and opposite lady advance and set, turn with both hands, retiring to places, return, leading outside, set and turn at corners. 2. La Lodoiska. First couple advance twice, leaving the lady in the center, set in the center, turn to places, all advance in 2 lines, all turn partners. 3. La Dorsette. First lady advance and stop, then the opposite gentleman, both retire, turning round, ladies' hands across half round, and turn the opposite gentleman with left hands, repeat back to places, and turn partners with left hands. 4. L'Étoile. First couple set to couple at right, set to couple at left, change places with partners and set, and pirouette to places, right and left with opposite couple. 5. Les Lanciers. The grand chain. The first couple advance and turn facing the top, then the couple at right advance behind the top couple, then the couple at left and the opposite couple do the same, forming 2 lines. All change places with partners and back again. The ladies turn in a line on the right, the gentlemen in a line on the left. Each couple meet up the center. Set in 2 lines, the ladies in 1 line, the gentlemen in the other. Turn partners to places. Finish with the grand chain. 141. The Caledonians. First figure. The first and opposite couples hands across round the center and back to places. Set and turn partners. Ladies' chain. Half promenade. Half right and left. Repeat by the side couples. Second figure. The first gentleman advance and retire twice, all set at corners, each lady passing into the next lady's place on the right. Promenade by all. Repeat by the other couples. Third figure. The first lady and opposite gentleman advance and retire, bending to each other. First lady and opposite gentleman pass round each other to places. First couple cross over, having hold of hands, while the opposite couple cross on the outside of them, the same reversed. All set at corners, turn and resume partners. All advance and retire twice, in a circle with hands joined, turn partners. Fourth figure. The first lady and opposite gentleman advance and stop, then their partners advance, turn partners to places. The 4 ladies move to right, each taking the next lady's place, and stop. The 4 gentlemen move to left, each taking the next gentleman's place, and stop. The ladies repeat the same to the right, then the gentlemen to the left. All join hands and promenade round to places and turn partners. Repeat by the other couples. Fifth figure. The first couple promenade or waltz round inside the figure. The 4 ladies advance, join hands round and retire, then the gentlemen perform the same, all set and turn partners. Chain figure of 8 half round and set. All promenade to places and turn partners. All change sides, join right hands at corners and set, back again to places. Finish with grand promenade. These 3 are the most admired of the quadrilles. The first set invariably takes precedence of every other dance. Coffee was first brought to England in 1641. 142. Spanish dance. danced in a circle or line by 16 or 20 couples. The couples stand as for a country dance, except that the first gentleman must stand on the lady's side, and the first lady on the gentleman's side. First gentleman and second lady balancer to each other, while first lady and second gentleman do the same, and change places. First gentleman and partner balancer, while second gentleman and partner do the same, and change places. First gentleman and second lady balancer, while first lady and second gentleman do the same, and change places. First gentleman and second lady balancer to partners, and change places with them. All four join hands in the center, and then change places, in the same order as the foregoing figure, 4 times. All four poussette, leaving the second lady and gentleman at the top, the same as in a country dance. The first lady and gentleman then go through the same figure with the third lady and gentleman, and so proceed to the end of the dance. This figure is sometimes danced in 8 bars time, which not only hurries and inconveniences the dancers, but also ill accords with the music. 143. Waltz cotillon. Places the same as quadrille. First couple waltz round inside. First and second ladies advance twice and cross over, turning twice. First and second gentlemen do the same. Third and fourth couples the same. First and second couples waltz to places. Third and fourth do the same. All waltz to partners and turn half round with both hands, meeting the next lady. Perform this figure until in 4 places. Form 2 side lines. All advance twice and cross over, turning twice. The same, returning. All waltz round. The whole repeated 4 times. 144. La Galopade is an extremely graceful and spirited dance in a continual chassé. An unlimited number may join. It is danced in couples, as waltzing. 145. The Galopade Quadrilles. First, galopade. Second, right and left, sides the same. Third, set and turn, hands all 8. Fourth, galopade. Fifth, ladies' chain, sides the same. Sixth, set and turn partners all 8. Seventh, galopade. Eighth, tiroir, sides the same. Ninth, set and turn partners all 8. 10th, galopade. 11th, top lady and bottom gentleman advance and retire, the other 6 do the same. 12th, set and turn partners all 8. 13th, galopade. 14th, 4 ladies advance and retire, gentlemen the same. 15th, double ladies' chain. 16th, set and turn partners all 8. 17th, galopade. 18th, poussette, sides the same. 19th, set and turn. 20th, galopade waltz. 146. The mazurka. This dance is of Polish origin, first introduced into England by the Duke of Devonshire on his return from Russia. It consists of 12 movements, and the first 8 bars are played, as in quadrilles, before the first movement commences. 147. The Redowa Waltz is composed of 3 parts, distinct from each other. First, the pursuit. Second, the waltz called Redowa. Third, the waltz à 2 temps, executed to a peculiar measure, and which, by a change of the rhythm, assumes a new character. The middle of the floor must be reserved for the dancers who execute the promenade, called the pursuit, while those who dance the waltz turn in a circle about the room. The position of the gentleman is the same as for the waltz. The gentleman sets out with the left foot and the lady with the right. In the pursuit the position is different. The gentleman and his partner face and take each other by the hand. They advance or fall back at pleasure, and balance in advance and backwards. To advance, the step of the pursuit is made by a glissade forward without springing, coupé with the hind foot, and jeté on it. You recommence with the other foot, and so on throughout. The retiring step is made by a sliding step of the foot backwards without spring, jeté with the front foot, and coupé with the one behind. It is necessary to advance well upon the sliding step and to spring lightly in the 2 others, sur place, balancing equally in the pas de poursuite, which is executed alternately by the left in advance and the right backwards. The lady should follow all the movements of her partner, falling back when he advances and advancing when he falls back. Bring the shoulders a little forward at each sliding step, for they should always follow the movement of the leg as it advances or retreats, but this should not be too marked. When the gentleman is about to waltz, he should take the lady's waist, as in the ordinary waltz. The step of the redowa, in returning, may be thus described. For the gentleman, jeté of the left foot, passing before the lady. Glissade of the right foot behind to the 4th position aside. The left foot is brought to the 3rd position behind. Then the pas de basque is executed by the right foot, bringing it forward, and you recommence with the left. The pas de basque should be made in 3 very equal beats, as in the mazurka. The lady performs the same steps as the gentleman, beginning by the pas de basque with the right foot. To waltz à 2 temps to the measure of the redowa, we should make each step upon each beat of the bar and find ourselves at every 2 bars, the gentleman with his left foot forwards and the lady with her right, that is to say, we should make 1 whole and 1/2 step to every bar. The music is rather slower than for the ordinary waltz. Phosphorus was discovered in 1677. 148. Valse Cellarius. The gentleman takes the lady's left hand with his right, moving 1 bar to the left by glissade and 2 hops on his left foot, while the lady does the same to the right on her right foot. At the 2nd bar they repeat the same with the other foot. This is repeated for 16 bars. They then waltz 16 bars, glissade and 2 hops, taking care to occupy the time of 2 bars to get quite round. The gentleman now takes both hands of the lady and makes the grand square, moving 3 bars to his left. At the 4th bar making 2 beats while turning the angle. His right foot is now moved forward to the other angle, 3 bars. At the 4th, beat again while turning the angle. The same repeated for 16 bars. The lady having her right foot forward and the gentleman has his left foot forward. The waltz is again repeated, after which several other steps are introduced, but which must needs be seen to be understood. 149. Circular waltz. The dancers form a circle, then promenade during the introduction, all waltz 16 bars, set, holding partner's right hand and turn. Waltz 32 bars, rest and turn partner slowly. Face partner and chassé to the right and left. Pirouette lady twice with the right hand. All waltz 16 bars, set and turn, all form a circle, still retaining the lady by the right hand, and move round to the left. 16 bars, waltz for finale. 150. Polka waltzes. The couples take hold of hands as in the usual waltz. First waltz. The gentleman hops the left foot well forward, then back, and glissades half round. He then hops the right foot forward and back, and glissades the other half round. The lady performs the same steps, beginning with the right foot. Second, the gentleman, hopping, strikes the left heel 3 times against the right heel, and then jumps half round on the left foot. He then strikes the right heel 3 times against the left, and jumps on the right foot, completing the circle. The lady does the same steps with reverse feet. Third, the gentleman raises up the left foot, steps it lightly on the ground forward, then strikes the right heel smartly twice, and glissades half round. The same is then done with the other foot. The lady begins with the right foot. 151. Valse à 2 temps. This waltz contains, like the common waltz, 3 times, but differently divided. The first time consists of a gliding step, the second a chassé, including 2 times in 1. A chassé is performed by bringing one leg near the other, then moving it forward, backward, right, left and round. The gentleman begins by sliding to the left with his left foot, then performing a chassé towards the left with his right foot without turning at all during the first 2 times. He then slides backwards with his right leg, turning half round, after which he puts his left leg behind to perform a chassé forward, turning then half round for the second time. The lady waltzes in the same manner, except that the first time she slides to the right with the right foot and also performs the chassé on the right, and continues the same as the gentleman, except that she slides backwards with the right foot when the gentleman slides with his left foot to the left, and when the gentleman slides with his right foot backwards, she slides with her left foot to the left. To perform this waltz gracefully, care must be taken to avoid jumping, but merely to slide and keep the knees slightly bent. Average weight of man's brain 3½ pounds, woman's 2 pounds 11 ounces. 152. Circassian Circle. The company is arranged in couples round the room, the ladies being placed on the right of the gentlemen, after which the first and second couples lead off the dance. Figure 8 and left, set and turn partners, ladies' chain, waltz. At the conclusion, the first couple with fourth and the second with the third couple recommence the figure, and so on until they go completely around the circle, when the dance is concluded. 153. Polka. In the polka there are but 2 principal steps. All others belong to fancy dances, and much mischief and inconvenience is likely to arise from their improper introduction into the ballroom. First step. The gentleman raises the left foot slightly behind the right foot is then hopped with, and the left brought forward with a glissade. The lady commences with the right, jumps on the left, and glissades with the right. The gentleman during his step has hold of the lady's left hand with his right. Second step. The gentleman lightly hops the left foot forward on the heel, then hops on the toe, bringing the left foot slightly behind the right. He then glissades with the left foot forward. The same is then done, commencing with the right foot. The lady dances the same step, only beginning with the right foot. There are a variety of other steps of a fancy character, but they can only be understood with the aid of a master, and even when well studied, must be introduced with care. The polka should be danced with grace and elegance, eschewing all outré and ungainly steps and gestures, taking care that the leg is not lifted too high, and that the dance is not commenced in too abrupt a manner. Any number of couples may stand up, and it is the privilege of the gentleman to form what figure he pleases, and vary it as often as his fancy and taste may dictate. First figure. 4 or 8 bars are devoted to setting forwards and backwards, turning from and towards your partner, making a slight hop at the commencement of each set, and holding your partner's left hand. You then perform the same step, forwards, all round the room. Second figure. The gentleman faces his partner and does the same step backwards all round the room, the lady following with the opposite foot and doing the step forwards. Third figure. The same as the second figure, only reversed, the lady stepping backwards and the gentleman forwards, always going the same way round the room. Fourth figure. The same step as figures 2 and 3, but turning as in a waltz. Man's heart beats 92,160 times in a day. 154. The Gorlitza is similar to the polka, the figures being waltzed through. 155. The Schottische. The gentleman holds the lady precisely as in the polka. Beginning with the left foot, he slides it forward, then brings up the right foot to the place of the left, slides the left foot forward, and springs or hops on this foot. This movement is repeated to the right. He begins with the right foot, slides it forward, brings up the left foot to the place of the right foot, slides the right foot forward again, and hops upon it. The gentleman springs twice on the left foot, turning half round, twice on the right foot, twice encore on the left foot, turning half round, and again twice on the right foot, turning half round. Beginning again, he proceeds as before. The lady begins with the right foot, and her step is the same in principle as a gentleman's. Vary by a reverse turn, or by going in a straight line round the room. Double, if you like, each part by giving 4 bars to the first part and 4 bars to the second part. The time may be stated as precisely the same as in the polka, but let it not be forgotten that La Schottische ought to be danced much slower. 156. Country dances. Sir Roger de Coverley. First lady and bottom gentleman advance to centre, salute and retire. First gentleman and bottom lady, same. First lady and bottom gentleman advance to centre, turn and retire. First gentleman and bottom lady, the same. Ladies promenade, turning off to the right down the room and back to places, while gentlemen do the same, turning to the left. Top couple remain at bottom. Repeat to the end of dance. 157. La Polka country dances. All form 2 lines, ladies on the right, gentlemen on the left. Figure: top lady and second gentleman heel and toe, polka step, across to each other's place. Second lady and top gentleman the same. Top lady and second gentleman retire back to places. Second lady and top gentleman the same. 2 couples polka step down the middle and back again. 2 first couples polka waltz. First couple repeat with the third couple, then with fourth, and so on to the end of dance. 158. The Highland Reel. This dance is performed by the company arranged in parties of 3, along the room in the following manner: a lady between 2 gentlemen in double rows. All advance and retire. Each lady then performs the reel with the gentleman on her right hand and retires with the opposite gentleman to places. Hands 3 round and back again. All 6 advance and retire. Then lead through to the next trio and continue the figure to the end of the room. Adopt the Highland step and music of 3/4 time. 159. Terms used to describe the movements of a dance: balancer, set to partners; chaîne anglaise, top and bottom couples right and left; chaîne anglaise double, right and left double; chaîne des dames, the ladies' chain; chaîne des dames double, the ladies' chain double, which is performed by all the ladies commencing at the same time; chassé, move to the right and left; chassé croisé, gentlemen change places with partners and back again; demi chaîne anglaise, the 4 opposite persons half right and left; demi promenade, all 8 half promenade; dos à dos, the 2 opposite persons pass round each other; demi moulinette, the ladies all advance to the center, giving hands, and return to places; la grande chaîne, all 8 chassés quite round, giving alternately right and left hands to partners, beginning with the right; le grand rond, all join hands and advance and retire twice; pas d'allemande, the gentlemen turn the partners under their arms; traversée, the 2 opposite persons change places; vis-à-vis, the opposite partner. The human body has 240 bones. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 10. 160. Scandal, live it down. Should envious tongues some malice frame, to soil and tarnish your good name, live it down. Grow not disheartened, 'tis the lot of all men, whether good or not, live it down. Him not in answer, but he calm, for silence yields a rapid balm, live it down. Go not among your friends and say, evil hath fallen on my way, live it down. Far better thus yourself alone to suffer than with friends bemoan. The trouble that is all your own, live it down. What though men evil call your good? So Christ himself misunderstood was nailed unto a cross of wood, and now shall you for lesser pain your inmost soul for ever stain, by rendering evil back again, live it down. 161. Errors in speaking. There are several kinds of errors in speaking. The most objectionable of them are those in which words are employed that are unsuitable to convey the meaning intended. Thus a person wishing to express his intention of going to a given place says, I propose going, when in fact he purposes going. The following affords an amusing illustration of this class of error. A venerable matron was speaking of her son, who she said was quite stage-struck. In fact, remarked the old lady, he is going to a premature performance this evening. Considering that most amateur performances are premature, it cannot be said that this word was altogether misapplied, though evidently the maternal intention was to convey quite another meaning. 162. Other errors.
arise from the substitution of sounds similar to the words which should be employed, that is, spurious words instead of genuine ones. Thus some people say remunerative when they mean remunerative. A nurse recommending her mistress to have a perambulator for her child advised her to purchase a preamputator. 163. Other errors, too, are occasioned by imperfect knowledge of the English grammar. Thus many people say between you and I instead of between you and me, and there are numerous other departures from the rules of grammar which will be pointed out hereafter. 164. By the misuse of the adjective. What beautiful butter, what a nice landscape. They should say what a beautiful landscape, what nice butter. Again, errors are frequently occasioned by the following causes. 165. By the mispronunciation of words. Many persons say pronunciation instead of pronunciation. Others say pronunciation instead of pronunciation. 166. By the misdivision of words and syllables. This defect makes the words an ambassador sound like an ambassador, or an adder sound like an adder. 167. By imperfect enunciation. As when a person says hebben for heaven, ebber for ever, jocolate for chocolate, etc. 168. By the use of provincialisms, or words retained from various dialects, of which we give the following examples. 169. Cambridgeshire, Cheshire, Suffolk, etc. Fine, twine, for fine, twine. Ineat, for night. Amon, for man. Poo, for pull. 170. Cumberland, Scotland, etc. Queel, bluid, for cool, blood. Sport, seaworn. Hoam, for sport, scorn, home. Athere, for there. Ireed, seven, for red, seven. Bleeden, for bleeding. Half, for half. Salmon, for salmon. 171. Devonshire, Cornwall, etc. Vind, for find. Fet, for fetch. Wid, for with. Z, for see. Tudder, for the other. Drash, drew, for thrash, and through. Goose, for goose, etc. 172. Essex, London, etc. Woo, for view. Vent, for went. Vite, for white. Ven, for when. Vot, for what. Londoners are also prone to say Tuesday for Tuesday, numerous for numerous, newspaper for newspaper, etc. The musical scale was invented in 1022. 173. Hereford, etc. Clom for climb, hove for heave, puck for pick, rep for reap, sled for sledge. 174. Leicestershire, Lincolnshire, Lancashire, etc. Housen for houses, Aeon for lane, mon for man, thick for this, brig for bridge, thack, pick, for thatch, pitch. 175. Yorkshire, etc. Foyt for foot, foyt for fight, onoit, foil, coil, hoil, for note, foal, coal, hole, loin for lane, onewin, goose, fool, tool, for noon, goose, fool, tool, sport, scorn, home, for sport, scorn, home, gate, for gate. 176. Examples of provincial dialects. The following will be found very amusing. 177. The Cornish schoolboy. An old man found one day a young gentleman's portmantle as he was a-going to his dinner. He took it and give it to his wife and said, "Mally, there's a roll of leather. Look, I suppose some poor old shoemaker or other have loose and taken and put 'en on top at taster of the bed. He'll be glad to have 'em again some day, I dare say. The old man Jan, that was his name, went to his work as before. Mally then opened the portmantle and found in it £300. Soon after this, the old man not being very well, Mally said, "Jan, I've saved away a little money by the by, and as thee can't read or write, thee shust go to school." He were then nigh 70. He went but a very short time, and come home one day and said, "Mally, I won't go to school no more, 'cause the childer do be laughing at me. They can tell the letters, and I can't tell me ABC, and I would rather go work again." "Do as thee wull," said Mally. Jan had not been out many days afore the young gentleman came by that lost the portmantle, and said, "Well, me old man did see her here tell her such a thing as a portmantle." "Portmantle, sir? Was that something thar thicky?" pointing to one beside his saddle. "I found one the other day exactly like that." "Where est it?" "Come along. I carried un and govern and me old ooman, Mally. Thee shan't have un never vear. Mally, where is that roll o' leather I brought and tud thee on the top of the taster of the bed, afore I go to the school?" "Drat the emperance," said the young gentleman, "thee art be wattled. That were afore I were born." So he druved off and left all the £300 with Jan and Mally. 178. Yorkshire. Men and women is like so many cards play with be two opponents, time and eternity. Time's get a gammon on, and then his pleasure at keeping his cards for bit. But eternity's be far better hand, and proves day by day, and hour by hour, at his winning incalculably fast. "Oh, sweet, oh, very sweet is life," as Flea said when he was stuck in treacle. 179. Effect of provincialisms. Persons bred in these localities and in Ireland and Scotland retain more or less of their provincialisms, and therefore when they move into other districts they become conspicuous for their peculiarities of speech. Often they appear vulgar and uneducated when they are not so. It is therefore desirable for all persons to approach the recognised standard of correctness as nearly as possible. 180. Correction of errors in speaking. To correct these errors by a systematic course of study would involve a closer application than most persons could afford, and require more space than we can devote to the subject. We will therefore give numerous rules and hints in a concise and simple form, which will be of great assistance to inquirers. These rules and hints will be founded upon the authority of scholars, the usages of the bar, the pulpit, and the senate, and the authority of societies formed for the purpose of collecting and diffusing knowledge pertaining to the language of this country. A salmon has been known to produce 10 million eggs. 181. Rules and hints for correct speaking. 1. Who and whom are used in relation to persons, and which in relation to things. But it was once common to say, "the man which." This should now be avoided. It is now usual to say, "Our Father, who art in heaven," instead of "which art in heaven." 2. Whose is, however, sometimes applied to things as well as to persons. We may therefore say, "the country whose inhabitants are free." Grammarians differ in opinion upon this subject, but general usage justifies the rule. 3. Thou is employed in solemn discourse, and you in common language. Ye, plural, is also used in serious addresses, and you in familiar language. 4. The uses of the word it are various and very perplexing to the uneducated. It is not only used to imply persons, but things and even ideas, and therefore in speaking or writing its assistance is constantly required. The perplexity respecting this word arises from the fact that in using it in the construction of a long sentence, sufficient care is not taken to ensure that when it is employed, it really points out or refers to the object intended. For instance, it was raining when John set out in his cart to go to market, and he was delayed so long that it was over before he arrived. Now what is to be understood by this sentence? Was the rain over, or the market? Either or both might be inferred from the construction of the sentence. which therefore should be written thus: It was raining when John set out in his cart to go to the market, and he was delayed so long that the market was over before he arrived. 5. Rule: after writing a sentence, always look through it, and see that wherever the word it is employed, it refers to or carries the mind back to the object which it is intended to point out. 6. The general distinction between this and that may be thus defined: this denotes an object present or near in time or place, that something which is absent. 7. These refers in the same manner to present objects, while those refers to things that are remote. 8. Who changes, under certain conditions, into whose and whom, but that and which always remain the same. 9. That may be applied to nouns or subjects of all sorts, as the girl that went to school, the dog that bit me, the ship that went to London, the opinion that he entertains. 10. The misuse of these pronouns gives rise to more errors in speaking and writing than any other cause. 11. When you wish to distinguish between two or more persons, say, which is the happy man, not who. Which of those ladies do you admire? 12. Instead of who do you think him to be, say whom do you think him to be. 13. Whom should I see? 14. To whom do you speak? 15. Who said so? 16. Who gave it to you? 17. Of whom did you procure them? 18. Who was he? 19. Who do men say that I am? 20. Whom do they represent me to be? 21. In many instances in which who is used as an interrogative, it does not become whom, as who do you speak to? Who do you expect? Who is she married to? Who is this reserved for? Who is it made by? Such sentences are found in the writings of our best authors, and it would be presumptuous to consider them as ungrammatical. If the word whom should be preferred, then it would be best to say, for whom is this reserved, etc. 22. Instead of after which hour, say after that hour. 23. Self should never be added to his, their, mine, or thine. 24. Each is used to denote every individual of a number. 25. Every denotes all the individuals of a number. 26. Either and or denote an alternative. I will take either road at your pleasure. I will take this or that. 27. Neither means not either, and nor means not the other. 28. Either is sometimes used for each. 2 thieves were crucified on either side one. 29. Let each esteem others as good as themselves. Should be, let each esteem others as good as himself. 30. There are bodies each of which are so small. Should be, each of which is so small. 31. Do not use double superlatives such as most straightest, most highest, most finest. 32. The term worser has gone out of use, but lesser is still retained. 33. The use of such words as chiefest, extremist, etc. has become obsolete, because they do not give any superior force to the meanings of the primary words, chief, extreme, etc. 34. Such expressions as more impossible, more indispensable, more universal, more uncontrollable, more unlimited, etc., are objectionable, as they really enfeeble the meaning, which it is the object of the speaker or writer to strengthen. For instance, impossible gains no strength by rendering it more impossible. This class of error is common with persons who say a great large house, a great big animal, a little small foot, a tiny little hand. 35. Here, there, and where, originally denoting place, may now, by common consent, be used to denote other meanings, such as there, I agree with you; where, we differ; we find pain where we expected pleasure; here, you mistake me. 36. Hence, whence, and thence, denoting departure, etc., may be used without the word from. The idea of from is included in the word whence, therefore it is unnecessary to say from whence. 37. Hither, thither, and whither, denoting to a place, have generally been superseded by here, there, and where, but there is no good reason why they should not be employed. If, however, they are used, it is unnecessary to add the word to, because that is implied. Whither are you going? Where are you going? Each of these sentences is complete. To say, where are you going to, is redundant. 38. Two negatives destroy each other and produce an affirmative. Nor did he not observe them, conveys the idea that he did observe them. 39. But negative assertions are allowable. His manners are not unpolite, which implies that his manners are in some degree marked by politeness. 40. Instead of I had rather walk, say I would rather walk. 41. Instead of I had better go, say it were better that I should go. 42. Instead of I doubt not but I shall be able to go, say I doubt not that I shall be able to go. 43. Instead of let you and I, say let you and me. 44. Instead of I am not so tall as him, say I am not so tall as he. 45. When asked who is there, do not answer me, but I. 46. Instead of for you and I, say for you and me. 47. Instead of says I, say I said. 48. Instead of you are taller than me, say you are taller than I. 49. Instead of I ain't, or I aren't, say I am not. 50. Instead of whether I be present or no, say whether I be present or not. 51. For not that I know on, say not that I know. 52. Instead of was I to do so, say were I to do so. 53. Instead of I would do the same if I was him, say I would do the same if I were he. 54. Instead of I had as lief go myself, say I would as soon go myself, or I would rather. 55. It is better to say bred and born than born and bred. 56. It is better to say 6 weeks ago than 6 weeks back. 57. It is better to say since which time than since when. 58. It is better to say I repeated it than I said so over again. 59. It is better to say a physician or a surgeon than a medical man. 60. Instead of he was too young to have suffered much, say he was too young to suffer much. 61. Instead of less friends, say fewer friends. Less refers to quantity. 62. Instead of a quantity of people, say a number of people. 63. Instead of he and they, we know, say him and them. 64. Instead of as far as I can see, say so far as I can see. 65. Instead of if I am not mistaken, say if I mistake not. 66. Instead of you are mistaken, say you mistake. 67. Instead of what beautiful tea, say what good tea. 68. Instead of what a nice prospect, say what a beautiful prospect. 69. Instead of a new pair of gloves, say a pair of new gloves. 70. Instead of saying, he belongs to the house, say the house belongs to him. 71. Instead of saying, not no such thing, say not any such thing. 72. Instead of, I hope you'll think nothing on it, say I hope you'll think nothing of it. 73. Instead of, restore it back to me, say restore it to me. 74. Instead of, I suspect the veracity of his story, say I doubt the truth of his story. 75. Instead of, I seldom or ever see him, say I seldom see him. 76. Instead of, rather warmish or a little warmish, say rather warm. 77. Instead of, I expected to have found him, say I expected to find him. 78. Instead of shay, say shays. 79. Instead of, he is a very rising person, say he is rising rapidly. 80. Instead of, who learns you music, say who teaches you music. 81. Instead of, I never sing whenever I can help it, say I never sing when I can help it. 82. Instead of, before I do that, I must first ask leave, say, before I do that, I must ask leave. 83. Instead of, to get over the difficulty, say, to overcome the difficulty. 84. The phrase get over is in many cases misapplied, as to get over a person, to get over a week, to get over an opposition. 85. Instead of saying the observation of the rule, say the observance of the rule. 86. Instead of a man of 80 years of age, say a man 80 years old. 87. Instead of, here lays his honoured head, say, here lies his honoured head. 88. Instead of, he died from negligence, say, he died through neglect or in consequence of neglect. 89. Instead of apples are plenty, say apples are plentiful. 90. Instead of the latter end of the year, say the end or the close of the year. 91. Instead of the then government, say the government of that age or century or year or time. 92. Instead of for aught I know, say for aught I know. 93. Instead of a couple of chairs, say 2 chairs. 94. Instead of 2 couples, say 4 persons. 95. But you may say a married couple, or a married pair, or a couple of fowls, etc., and in any case where one of each sex is to be understood. 96. Instead of they are united together in the bonds of matrimony, say they are united in matrimony, or they are married. 97. Instead of we travel slow, say we travel slowly. 98. Instead of he plunged down into the river, say he plunged into the river. 99. Instead of he jumped from off of the scaffolding, say he jumped off from the scaffolding. 100. Instead of he came the last of all, say he came the last. 101. Instead of universal, with reference to things that have any limit, say general, generally approved, instead of universally approved. Generally beloved, instead of universally beloved. 102. Instead of they ruined one another, say they ruined each other. 103. Instead of if in case I succeed, say if I succeed. 104. Instead of a large enough room, say a room large enough. 105. Instead of this villa to let, say this villa to be let. 106. Instead of I am slight in comparison to you, say I am slight in comparison with you. 107. Instead of I went for to see him, say I went to see him. 108. Instead of the cake is all eat up, say the cake is all eaten. 109. Instead of it is bad at the best, say it is very bad. 110. Instead of handsome is as handsome does, say handsome is who handsome does. 111. Instead of as I take it, say as I see, or as I understand it. 112. Instead of the book fell on the floor, say the book fell to the floor. 113. Instead of his opinions are approved of by all, say his opinions are approved by all. 114. Instead of I will add one more argument, say I will add one argument more, or another argument. 115. Instead of Captain Riley was killed by a bullet, say Captain Riley was killed with a bullet. 116. Instead of a sad curse is war, say war is a sad curse. 117. Instead of he stands 6 foot high, say he measures 6 feet, or his height is 6 feet. 118. Instead of I go every now and then, say I go often or frequently. 119. Instead of who finds him in clothes, say who provides him with clothes. 120. Say the first two and the last two, instead of the two first, the two last. Leave out all expletives such as of all, first of all, last of all, best of all, etc. 121. Instead of his health was drank with enthusiasm, say his health was drunk enthusiastically. 122. Instead of except I am prevented, say unless I am prevented. 123. Instead of in its primary sense, say in its primitive sense. 124. Instead of it grieves me to see you, say I am grieved to see you. 125. Instead of give me them papers, say give me those papers. 126. Instead of those papers I hold in my hand, say these papers I hold in my hand. 127. Instead of I could scarcely imagine but what, say I could scarcely imagine but that. 128. Instead of he was a man notorious for his benevolence, say he was noted for his benevolence. 129. Instead of she was a woman celebrated for her crimes, say she was notorious on account of her crimes. 130. Instead of what may your name be, say what is your name. 131. Instead of bills are requested not to be stuck here, say bill stickers are requested not to stick bills here. 132. Instead of by smoking it often becomes habitual, say by smoking often it becomes habitual. 133. Instead of I lifted it up, say I lifted it. 134. Instead of it is equally of the same value, say it is of the same value or equal value. 135. Instead of I knew it previous to your telling me, say I knew it previously to your telling me. 136. Instead of you was out when I called, say you were out when I called. 137. Instead of I thought I should have won this game, say I thought I should win this game. 138. Instead of this much is certain, say thus much is certain or so much is certain. 139. Instead of he went away as it may be yesterday week, say he went away yesterday week. 140. Instead of he came the Saturday as it may be before the Monday, specify the Monday on which he came. 141. Instead of put your watch in your pocket, say put your watch into your pocket. 142. Instead of he has got riches, say he has riches. 143. Instead of will you set down, say will you sit down. 144. Instead of the hen is setting, say the hen is sitting. 145. Instead of it is raining very hard, say it is raining very fast. 146. Instead of no thankee, say no thank you. 147. Instead of I cannot do it without farther means, say I cannot do it without further means. 148. Instead of no sooner but, or no other but, say than. 149. Instead of nobody else but her, say nobody but her. 150. Instead of he fell down from the balloon, say he fell from the balloon. 151. Instead of he rose up from the ground, say he rose from the ground. 152. Instead of these kind of oranges are not good, say this kind of oranges is not good. 153. Instead of somehow or another, say somehow or other. 154. Instead of undeniable references required, say unexceptionable references required. 155. Instead of I cannot rise sufficient funds, say I cannot raise sufficient funds. 156. Instead of I cannot raise so early in the morning, say I cannot rise so early in the morning. 157. Instead of well, I don't know, say I don't know. 158. Instead of will I give you some more tea, say shall I give you some more tea. 159. Instead of oh dear, what will I do, say oh dear, what shall I do. 160. Instead of I think indifferent of it, say I think indifferently of it. 161. Instead of I will send it conformable to your orders, say I will send it conformably to your orders. 162. Instead of give me a few broth, say give me some broth. 163. Instead of hers said it was hers, say she said it was hers. 164. Instead of to be given away gratis, say to be given away. 165. Instead of will you enter in, say will you enter. 166. Instead of this 3 days or more, say these 3 days or more. 167. Instead of he is a bad grammarian, say he is not a grammarian. 168. Instead of we accuse him for, say we accuse him of. 169. Instead of we acquit him from, say we acquit him of. 170. Instead of I am averse from that, say I am averse to that. 171. Instead of I confide on you, say I confide in you. 172. Instead of I differ with you, say I differ from you. 173. Instead of as soon as ever, say as soon as. 174. Instead of the very best or the very worst, say the best or the worst. 175. Instead of a winter's morning, say a winter morning or a wintry morning. 176. Instead of fine morning this morning, say this is a fine morning. 177. Instead of how do you do, say how are you. 178. Instead of not so well as I could wish, say not quite well. 179. Avoid such phrases as no great shakes, nothing to boast of, down in my boots, suffering from the blues. All such sentences indicate vulgarity. 180. Instead of no one cannot prevail upon him, say no one can prevail upon him. 181. Instead of no one hasn't called, say no one has called. 182. Avoid such phrases as if I was you, or even if I were you. Better say, I advise you how to act. 183. Instead of you have a right to pay me, say it is right that you should pay me. 184. Instead of I am going on a tour, say I am about to take a tour, or going. 185. Instead of I am going over the bridge, say I am going across the bridge. 186. Instead of he is coming here, say he is coming hither. 187. Instead of he lives opposite the square, say he lives opposite to the square. 188. Instead of he belongs to the Reform Club, say he is a member of the Reform Club. 189. Avoid such phrases as I am up to you, I'll be down upon you, cut or mizzle. 190. Instead of I should just think I could, say I think I can. 191. Instead of there has been a good deal, say there has been much. 192. Instead of following up a principle, say guided by a principle. 193. Instead of your obedient humble servant, say your obedient or your humble servant. 194. Instead of saying the effort you are making for meeting the bill, say the effort you are making to meet the bill. 195. Instead of saying it shall be submitted to investigation and inquiry, say it shall be submitted to investigation or to inquiry. 196. Dispense with the phrase conceal from themselves the fact. It suggests a gross anomaly. 197. Never say pure and unadulterated, because the phrase embodies a repetition. 198. Instead of saying adequate for, say adequate to. 199. Instead of saying a surplus over and above, say a surplus. 200. Instead of saying a lasting and permanent peace, say a permanent peace. 201. Instead of saying I left you behind at London, say I left you behind me at London. 202. Instead of saying has been followed by immediate dismissal, say was followed by immediate dismissal. 203. Instead of saying Charlotte was met with Thomas, say Charlotte was met by Thomas. But if Charlotte and Thomas were walking together, Charlotte and Thomas were met by, etc. 204. Instead of it is strange that no author should never have written, say it is strange that no author should ever have written. 205. Instead of I won't never write, say I will never write. 206. To say do not give him no more of your money is equivalent to saying give him some of your money. Say do not give him any of your money. 207. Instead of saying they are not what nature designed them, say they are not what nature designed them to be. 208. Instead of by this means, say by these means. 209. Instead of saying a beautiful seat and gardens, say a beautiful seat and its gardens. 210. Instead of all that was wanting, say all that was wanted. 211. Instead of saying I had not the pleasure of hearing his sentiments when I wrote that letter, say I had not the pleasure of having heard, etc. 212. Instead of the quality of the apples were good, say the quality of the apples was good. 213. Instead of the want of learning, courage and energy are more visible, say is more visible. 214. Instead of we are conversant about it, say we are conversant with it. 215. Instead of we called at William, say we called on William. 216. Instead of we die for want, say we die of want. 217. Instead of he died by fever, say he died of fever. 218. Instead of I enjoy bad health, say my health is not good. 219. Instead of either of the three, say any of the three. 220. Instead of better nor that, say better than that. 221. Instead of we often think on you, say we often think of you. 222. Instead of though he came I did not see him, say though he came yet I did not see him. 223. Instead of mine is so good as yours, say mine is as good as yours. 224. Instead of he was remarkable handsome, say he was remarkably handsome. 225. Instead of smoke ascends up the chimney, say smoke ascends the chimney. 226. Instead of you will some day be convinced, say you will one day be convinced. 227. Instead of saying because I don't choose to, say because I would rather not. 228. Instead of because why, say why. 229. Instead of that there boy, say that boy. 230. Instead of direct your letter to me, say address your letter to me. 231. Instead of the horse is not much worth, say the horse is not worth much. 232. Instead of the subject matter of debate, say the subject of debate. 233. Instead of saying when he was come back, say when he had come back. 234. Instead of saying his health has been shook, say his health has been shaken. 235. Instead of it was spoke in my presence, say it was spoken in my presence. 236. Instead of very right or very wrong, say right or wrong. 237. Instead of the mortgager paid him the money, say the mortgagee paid him the money. The mortgagee lends, the mortgager borrows. 238. Instead of this town is not as large as we thought, say this town is not so large as we thought. 239. Instead of I took you to be another person, say I mistook you for another person. 240. Instead of on either side of the river, say on each side of the river. 241. Instead of there's 50, say there are 50. 242. Instead of the best of the two, say the better of the two. 243. Instead of my clothes have become too small for me, say I have grown too stout for my clothes. 244. Instead of is Lord Lytton in, say is Lord Lytton within. 245. Instead of 2 spoonsful of physic, say 2 spoonfuls of physic. 246. Instead of he must not do it, say he need not do it. 247. Instead of she said, say she, say she said. 248. Avoid such phrases as I said, says I, thinks I to myself, thinks I, etc. 249. Instead of I don't think so, say I think not. 250. Instead of he was in eminent danger, say he was in imminent danger. 251. Instead of the weather is hot, say the weather is very warm. 252. Instead of I sweat, say I perspire. 253. Instead of I only want 2 shillings, say I want only 2 shillings. 254. Instead of whatsoever, always take care to say whatever or whatsoever. 255. Avoid such exclamations as God bless me, God deliver me, by God, by Gore, my law, upon my soul, etc., which are vulgar on the one hand, and savour of impiety on the other. For 256. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Footnote. Persons who wish to become well acquainted with the principles of English grammar by an easy process are recommended to procure the Useful Grammar, price 3d, published by Houlston and Sons. End of section 10. Section 11 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 11. Some female spiders produce 2,000 eggs. 182. Pronunciation. Accent is a particular stress or force of the voice upon certain syllables or words. This mark, apostrophe, in printing, denotes the syllable upon which the stress or force of the voice should be placed. There are 9,000 cells in a square foot of honeycomb. 183. A word may have more than one accent. Take as an instance aspiration. In uttering this word we give a marked emphasis of the voice upon the first and third syllables, and therefore those syllables are said to be accented. The first of these accents is less distinguishable than the second, upon which we dwell longer. Therefore the second accent, in point of order, is called the primary or chief accent of the word. A cow consumes 100 pounds of green food daily. 184. When the full accent falls on a vowel, that vowel should have a long sound, as in vocal, but when it falls on or after a consonant, the preceding vowel has a short sound, as in habit. 2,300 silkworms produce 1 pound of silk. 185. To obtain a good knowledge of pronunciation, it is advisable for the reader to listen to the examples given by good speakers and by educated persons. We learn the pronunciation of words to a great extent by imitation, just as birds acquire the notes of other birds which may be near them. A queen bee produces 100,000 eggs in a season. 186. Double meaning. But it will be very important to bear in mind that there are many words having a double meaning or application, and that the difference of meaning is indicated by the difference of the accent. Among these words, nouns are distinguished from verbs by this means. Nouns are mostly accented on the first syllable, and verbs on the last. A cow yields 168 pounds of butter per annum. 187. Noun signifies name. Nouns are the names of persons and things, as well as of things not material and palpable, but of which we have a conception and knowledge, such as courage, firmness, goodness, strength. And verbs express actions, movements, etc. If the word used signifies that anything has been done, or is being done, or is to be done, then that word is a verb. It would take 27,600 spiders to produce 1 pound of web. 188. Examples of the above. Thus, when we say that anything is an insult, that word is a noun, and is accented on the first syllable. But when we say he did it to insult another person, the word insult implies acting and becomes a verb, and should be accented on the last syllable. The effect is that in speaking you should employ a different pronunciation in the use of the same word, when uttering such sentences as these. What an insult! Do you mean to insult me? In the first sentence, the stress of voice must be laid upon the first syllable in, and in the latter case upon the second syllable, salt. 189. Meaning varied by accentuation. A list of nearly all the words that are liable to this variation is given in the following page. It will be noticed that those in the first column, having the accent on the first syllable, are mostly nouns, and that those in the second column, which have the accent on the second and final syllable, are mostly verbs. Abject, abject. Absent, absent. Abstract, abstract. Accent, accent. Affix, affix. Aspect, aspect. Attribute, attribute. Augment, augment. August, august. Bombard, bombard. Colleague, colleague. Collect, collect. Comment, comment. Compact, compact. Complot, complot. Comport, comport. Compound, compound. Compress, compress. Concert, concert. Concrete, concrete. Conduct, conduct. Confine, confine. Conflict, conflict. Conserve, conserve. Consort, consort. Contest, contest. Context, context. Contract, contract. Contrast, contrast. Converse, converse. Convert, convert. Convict, convict. Convoy, convoy. Decrease, decrease. Descant, descant. Desert, desert. Detail, detail. Digest, digest. Discord, discord. Discount, discount. Efflux, efflux. Escort, escort. Essay, essay. Exile, exile. Export, export. Extract, extract. Ferment, ferment. Forecast, forecast. Foretaste, foretaste. Frequent, frequent. Impart, impart. Import, import. Impress, impress. Imprint, imprint. Incense, incense. Increase, increase. Inlay, inlay. Object, object. Outleap, outleap. Perfect, perfect. Perfume, perfume. Permit, permit. Prefix, prefix. Premise, premise. Presage, presage. Present, present. Produce, produce. Project, project. Protest, protest. Rebel, rebel. Record, record. Refuse, refuse. Retail, retail. Subject, subject. Supine, supine. Survey, survey. Torment, torment. Traject, traject. Transfer, transfer. Transport, transport. Undress, undress. upcast, upcast, upstart, upstart. 190. Exceptions. Cement is an exception to the above rule, and should always be accented on the last syllable. So also the word consoles. 191. Hints to Cockney speakers. The most objectionable error of the Cockney, that of substituting the V for the W, and vice versa, is, we believe, pretty generally abandoned, such as sentences as, "Are you going to Vest Vickham? This is wery good wheel," etc., were too intolerable to be retained. Moreover, there has been a very able schoolmaster at work during the past 40 years. This schoolmaster is no other than the loquacious Mr. Punch, from whose works we quote a few admirable exercises. 1. Low Cockney. Seen that party lately? What, the party with the wooden leg has come with? No, not that party. The party you know as... Oh, I know the party you mean now. Well, a party told me he can't agree with that other party, and he says that if another party can't be found to make it all square, he shall look out for a party as will, and so on for half an hour. 2. Police. Law, Susan, how's a feller to eat meat such weather as this? Now, a bit of pickled salmon and cucumber, or a lobster salad, might do. 3. Cockney yachtsman. Example of affectation. Scene, the regatta ball. I say, Tom, what's that little craft with the black velvet flying at the fore, close under the lee scappers of the man-o'-war? Why, from her fore and half rig, and the cut of her mainsail, I should say she's down from the port of London, but I'll signal the Commodore to come and introduce us. 4. Omnibus driver, old acquaintance. Have a drop, Bill? Driver. Why, you see, Jim, this here young hoss only been in the harness once afore, and he's such a beggar to bolt. 10 to 1 if I leave him, he'll be a running off, and a smashing into Southern. Howsoever here, handing the reins to a timid passenger, lay hold, sir, I'll chance it. 5. Costermonger, to extremely genteel person. I say, governor, give us this with this here billing of greens. A large hamper of market stuff. 6. Genteel Cockney, by the seaside. Blanche. How grand, how solemn, dear Frederick, this is. I really think the ocean is more beautiful under this aspect than under any other. Frederick. Perhaps. By the way, Blanche, there's a fella shwimping. Suppose we ask him if he can get some prawns for breakfast tomorrow morning. 7. Stuck-up Cockney. Small swell enters a tailor's shop. Brown. Want some more coats? Snip. Yes, sir, thank you, sir. How many would you please to want? Small swell. Let me see. I'll have 8. No, I'll have 9. And look here, I shall want some trousers. Snip. Yes, sir, thank you, sir. How many would you like? Small swell. I dunno exactly. Suppose we say 24 pairs, and look here, show me some patterns that won't be worn by any snobs. 8. Cockney flunky. Country footman meekly inquires of London footman. Pray, sir, what do you think of our town? A nice place, ain't it? London footman condescendingly. Well, Joseph, I like your town well enough. It's clean, your streets are airy, and you have lots of ruins, but I don't like your champagne. It's all gooseberry. 9. Cockney cabby, with politeness. Beg pardon, sir, please don't smoke in the cab, sir. Ladies do complain of the bacca uncommon. Better let me smoke it for your outside, sir. 10. Military Cockney, Lieutenant Blazer of the Plungers. Good gracious, there's a horrible go. The Ifan versus going to grow a moustache. Cornet Huffy, whose face is whiskerless. You don't mean that, Wall. There's only one alternative for us. We must shave. 11. Juvenile Low Cockney. Jack. Jack? Whereabouts is Amsterdam? Jack. Well, I can't say exactly, but I know it's somewhere near Amstead Heath. 12. Cockney domestic, servant girl. Well, ma'am. everything considered, I'm afraid you won't suit me. I've always been brought up genteel, and I couldn't go nowheres where there ain't no footman kept. 13. Another lady. Wish to leave? Why, I thought, Thompson, you were very comfortable with me. Thompson, who is extremely refined. Oh, yes, ma'am. I don't find no fault with you, ma'am, nor yet with master. But the truth is, ma'am, the other servants is so horrid vulgar and ignorant, and speak so ungrammatical, that I really cannot live in the same house with them, and I should like to go this day month, if so be as it won't ill convenience you. 14. Cockney waiter. Sir. Yes, sir. Don't take anything with your hand, do you, sir? Gentleman. Yes, I do. I take the letter H. 15. Cockney hairdresser. They say, sir, the cholera is in the air, sir. Gent. Very uneasy. Indeed. Then I hope you're very particular about the brushes you use. Hairdresser. Oh, I see you don't understand me, sir. I don't mean the air of the head, but the hair of the atmosphere. 16. Cockney sweep, seated upon a donkey. Fetches out another pen'orth of strawberry ice with a dollop of lemon water in it. 17. Feminine Cockney by the seaside. Oh, Harriet, dear, put on your hat and let us thee the steamboat come in. See, the thea is so rough, and the people will be so absurdly thick. Alum first discovered A.D. 1300. 192. Correction. Londoners who desire to correct the defects of their utterance cannot do better than to exercise themselves frequently upon those words respecting which they have been in error. 193. Hints for the correction of the Irish brogue. According to the directions given by Mr. B. H. Smart, an Irishman wishing to throw off the brogue of his mother country should avoid hurling out his words with a superfluous quantity of breath. It is not broader and wider that he should say, but the D and every other consonant should be neatly delivered by the tongue, with as little riot, clattering, or breathing as possible. Next, let him drop the roughness or rolling of the R in all places but the beginning of syllables. He must not say storm and farum, but let the word be heard in one smooth syllable. He should exercise himself until he can convert please into please, plenty into plenty, Jesus into Jesus, and so on. He should modulate his sentences so as to avoid directing his accent all in one manner, from the acute to the grave, keeping his ear on the watch for good examples, and exercising himself frequently upon them. He may become master of a greatly improved utterance. Tea first used in England A.D. 1698. 194. Hints for correcting the Scotch brogue. The same authority remarks that, as an Irishman uses the closing accent of the voice too much, so a Scotchman has the contrary habit, and is continually drawling his tones from the grave to the acute, with an effect which to southern ears is suspensive in character. The smooth guttural R is as little heard in Scotland as in Ireland, the trilled R taking its place. The substitution of the former instead of the latter must be a matter of practice. The peculiar sound of the U, which in the north, so of 10 borders on the French U, must be compared with the several sounds of the letter as they are heard in the south, and the long quality which a Scotchman is apt to give to the vowels, that ought to be essentially short, must be clipped. In fact, oral observation and lingual exercise are the only sure means to the end, so that a Scotchman going to a well for a bucket of water, and finding a countryman bathing therein, would not exclaim, "Hey, Colin, dinna ye ken the water's for drink and nae for bathing?" 195. Of provincial brogues. It is scarcely necessary to say much as the foregoing advice applies to them. One militiaman exclaimed to another, "Jim, you ain't in step." "Bain't I?" exclaimed the other. "Well, change yourn." Whoever desires knowledge must strive for it. It must not be dispensed with after the fashion of Tumus and Jim, who held the following dialogue upon a vital question. Tumus: "I say, Jim, be you a protectionist?" Jim. He as I be. Thomas. Well, I say, Jim, what be protection? Jim. Law, Thomas, don't he know? Thomas. No, I don't. Jim. Well, I don't know as he can tell he, Thomas. That I don't exactly know myself. 196. Rules of Pronunciation. 1. C before A, O and U, and in some other situations, is a close articulation like K. Before E, I and Y, C is precisely equivalent to S in same. This, as in cedar, civil, cypress, capacity. 2. E final indicates that the preceding vowel is long, as in hate, meet, sire, robe, liar, abate, recede, invite, remote, intrude. 3. E final indicates that C preceding has the sound of S, as in lace, lance, and that G preceding has the sound of J, as in charge, page, challenge. 4. E final in proper English words never forms a syllable, and in the most used words is the terminating unaccented syllable. It is silent. Thus, motive, genuine, examine, granite are produced motive, genuine, examine, granite. 5. E final in a few words of foreign origin forms a syllable, as syncope, simile. 6. E final is silent after L in the following terminations: ble, cle, dle, fle, gle, kle, ple, tle, zle, as in able, manacle, cradle, ruffle, mangle, wrinkle, supple, rattle, puzzle, which are pronounced able, manacle, cradle, ruffle, mangle, wrinkle, supple, puzzle. 7. E is usually silent in the termination en, as in token, broken, pronounced token, broken. 8. Ous in the termination of adjectives and their derivatives is pronounced us, as in gracious, pious, pompously. 9. Ce, ci, ti before a vowel have the sound of sh, as in cetaceous, gracious, motion, partial, ingratiate, pronounced cetaceous, gracious, motion, partial, ingratiate. 10. Si after an accented vowel is pronounced like zh, as in Ephesian, confusion, pronounced Ephesian, confusion. 11. When ci or ti precede similar combinations, as in pronunciation, negotiation, they should be pronounced ze instead of she, to prevent a repetition of the latter syllable, as in pronunciation instead of pronunciation. 12. GH both in the middle and at the end of words is silent, as in court, bought, fright, nigh, sigh. Pronounce court, bought, fright, nigh, sigh. In the following exceptions, however, GH are pronounced as F. Cough, chuff, clough, enough, laugh, rough, slough, tough, trough. 13. When WH begins a word, the aspirate H precedes W in pronunciation, as in what, with, whale. Pronounced what, with, whale. W having precisely the sound of U, French OU. In the following words, W is silent. Who, whom, whose, hoop, hole. 14. H after R has no sound or use, as in room, rhyme, pronounced room, rhyme. 15. H should be sounded in the middle of words, as in forehead, abhor, behold, exhaust, inhabit, unhorse. 16. H should always be sounded except in the following words: air, herb, honest, honour, hospital, ostler, hour, humour, humble, and all their derivatives such as humorously derived from humour. 17. K and G are silent before N, as no, nor, pronounced no, nor. 18. W before R is silent, as in ring, wreath, pronounced ring, wreath. 19. B after M is silent, as in dumb, num, pronounced dumb, num. 20. L before K is silent, as in balk, walk, talk, pronounced balk, walk, talk. 21. PH has the sound of F, as in philosophy, pronounced philosophy. 22. NG has two sounds, one as in anger and the other as in finger. 23. N after M and closing a syllable is silent, as in him, condemn. 24. P before S and T is mute, as in psalm, pseudo, ptarmigan, pronounced psalm, pseudo, ptarmigan. 25. R has two sounds, one strong and vibrating, as at the beginning of words and syllables, such as robber, reckon, error. The other as at the termination of words, or when succeeded by a consonant, as farmer, morn. 26. Before the letter R there is a slight sound of E between the vowel and the consonant. Thus, bear, parent, apparent, mere, mire, more, pure, pyre, are pronounced nearly bear, parent, apparent, mere, mire, mower, mower, pure, pyre. This pronunciation proceeds from the peculiar articulation of R, and it occasions a slight change of the sound of A, which can only be learned by the ear. 27. There are other rules of pronunciation affecting the combinations of vowels, etc., but as these are more difficult to describe, and as they do not relate to errors which are commonly prevalent, we shall content ourselves with giving examples of them in the following list of words. When a syllable in any word in this list is printed in bold, the accent or stress of voice should be laid on that syllable. Auctions commenced in Britain in AD 1779. 197. Proper pronunciations of words often wrongly pronounced. Again. Usually pronounced again, not as spelled. Alien. Alien, not alien. Antipodes. Antipodes. Apostle. As apostle without the T. Arch. Arch in compounds of our own language, as in archbishop, archduke, but arch in words derived from the Greek, as archaic, archaeology, archangel, archetype, archiepiscopal, archipelago, archives, etc. Asia. Asia. Asparagus, as spelled, not asparagrass. Aunt. Ant, not aunt. Awkward. Awkward, not orchard. Bade, bad. Because, not because. Been, bin. Beloved. As a verb, beloved; as an adjective, beloved. Blessed, cursed, etc. are subject to the same rule. Beneath, with the th in breath, not with the th in breathe. Biography, as spelled, not biography. Boy, not bewoy. Canal, as spelt, not canal. Caprice, caprice. Catch, as spelled, not catch. Chaos, chaos. Charlatan, charlatan. Chasm, chasm. Chasten, chasten. Chivalry, chivalry. Chemistry, chemistry, not chemistry. Choir, choir. Clerk, clerk. Combat, combat. Conduit, conduit. Corpse, core. The plural corpse is pronounced cause. Covetous, covetous, not covetous. courteous, courteous. Courtesy, 1. Politeness, courtesy. 2. A lowering of the body, curtsy. Cresses, as spelled, not creases. Curiosity, not curiosity. Cushion, not cushion. Daunt, daunt, not dant or dant, as some erroneously pronounce it. Design and desist have the sound of S, not of Z. Desire should have the sound of Z. Dispatch, despatch, not dispatch. Due, due, not due. Diamond, as spelled, not diamond. Diploma, not diploma. Diplomacy, diplomacy, not diplomacy. Direct, not direct. Divers, several. Diverse, but diverse, different, diverse. Dome, as spelled, not doom. Drought, drought, not draught. Duke, as spelled, not duke. Dynasty, dynasty, not dynasty. Edict, edict, not edict. Ian and heir, ean and heir. Egotism, egotism, not egotism. Either, either or either. Engine, engine, not engine. Ensign, ensign, ensignancy, ensigns. Epistle, without the T. Epitome, epitome. Epoch, epoch, not epoch. Equinox, equinox, not equinox. Europe, Europe, not Europe. European, not European. Every, every, not every. Executor, executor, not with the sound of X. Extraordinary, as spelled, not extraordinary, or extraordinary, nor extraordinary. February, as spelled, not February. Finance, finance, not finance. Foundling, as spelled, not fondling. Garden, garden, not garden, or guarding. Gauntlet, gauntlet, not gantlet. Geography, as spelled, not geography, or geography. Geometry, as spelled, not geometry. Haunt, haunt, not hant. Height, height, not height. Heinous, heinous, not heinous. Highland, highland, not heeland. Horizon, horizon, not horizon. Housewife, pronounced in the ordinary way when it means the mistress of a house, who is a good manager, but huswife when it means a small case for needles. Hymeneal, hymeneal, not hymenal. Instead, instead, not instead. Isolate, isolate, not isolate, or isolate. Jalap, jalap, not jalop. January, as spelled, not January, or January. Leave, as spelt, not leaf. Legend, legend, not legend. Lieutenant, lieutenant, not lieutenant. Many, many, not many. Marchioness, marchioness, not as spelt. Massacre, massacre, not massacre. Mattress, as spelt, not mattress. Matron, matron, not matron. Medicine, medicine, not medicine. Minute, 1, 60 seconds, minute. 2, small, minute. Miscellany, miscellany, not miscellany. Mischievous, mischievous, not mischievous. Ne'er, for never, ne'er. Neighbourhood, neighbourhood, not neighbourhood. Nephew, nephew, not nephew. New, new, not new. Notable, worthy of notice, notable. Oblige, as spelt, not oblige. Oblique, oblique, not oblique. Odorous, odorous, not odorous. Of, except when compounded with the here and where, which should be pronounced hereof, thereof, and whereof. Off, as spelt, not orf. Organisation, organisation, not organisation. Ostrich, ostrich, not ostrich. Pageant, pageant, not pageant. Parent, parent, not parent. Partisan, partisan, not partisan, nor partisan. Patent, patent, not patent. Physiognomy, as physiognomy, not physiognomy. Pincers, pincers, not pinchers. Plaintive, as spelt, not plaintiff. Poor, poor, not so as to rhyme with hour. Precedent, as example, precedent. Precedent, going before in point of time. Previous, former, is the pronunciation of the adjective. Prologue, prologue, not prologue. Quadrille, quadrille, not quadrille. Key, key, not as spelt. Radish, as spelled, not reddish. Raillery, raillery or raillery, not as spelled. Rather, rather, not rather. Resort, resort. Resound, resound. Respite, respite, not as spelled. Route, route. A party and to route should be pronounced route. Route, a road, route. Saunter, saunter, not Santa or Santa. Sausage, sausage, not sausage nor sausage. Schedule, schedule, not schedule. Seamstress is pronounced seamstress, but sempstress, as the word is now commonly spelt, is pronounced semstress. Sewer, sewer or sewer, not shore nor sure. Shire, as spelled, when uttered as a single word, but shortened into sure in composition. Shone, shone, not shun, nor as spelled. Soldier, soldier. Solecism, solecism, not solecism. Soot, as spelled, not soot. Sovereign, sovereign, not sovereign. Specious, specious, not specious. Stomacher, stomacher. Stone, weight, as spelled, not stun. Synod, synod, not synod. Tenure, tenure, not tenure. Tenet, tenet, not tenet. Than, as spelled, not thun. Tremor, tremor, not tremor. Twelfth, should have the th sounded. Umbrella, umbrella, as spelled, not umbrella. Vase, vase, or vase, not vase. Was, not was. Weary, weary, not wary. Were, not where. Want, not as spelled. Wrath, wrath, not wrath. As an adjective it is spelt wrath, and pronounced with the vowel sound shorter, as wrathful, etc. Yacht, yacht, not yat. Yeast, as spelled, not yest. Zenith, zenith, not zenith. Zodiac, zodiac. Zoology, should have both O's sounded, as zoology, not zoology. Note. The tendency of all good elocutionists is to pronounce as nearly in accordance with the spelling as possible. Pronounce. Ace, not is, as furnace, not furnace. Age, not idge, as cabbage, courage, postage, village. Ain, not in, as certain, certain, not certain. Eight, not it, as moderate, not moderate. Ect, not ec, as aspect, not aspect. Subject, not subject. Ed, not id or ud, as wicked, not wicked or wicked. El, not L, model, not model, novel, not novel, en, not n as sudden, not sudden, burden, burthen, garden, lengthen, seven, strengthen, often, and a few others have the e silent. ence, not uns, as influence, not influence. Es, not is, as pleases, not pleases. ile should be pronounced ill, as fertile, not fertile. In all words except chamomile, exile, gentile, infantile, reconcile, and senile, which should be pronounced isle. In, not n, as Latin, not Latin. nd, not n, as husband, not husband. Thousand, not thousand. Ness, not nis, as carefulness, not carefulness. Ng, not n, as singing, not singing. Speaking, not speaking. Ngth, not nth, as strength, not strength. Son, the O should be silent, as in treason. Treason, not treason. Tal, not tle, as capital, not capital. Metal, not metal. Mortal, not mortal. Periodical, not periodical. Xt, not x, as next, not next. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in July 2016. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 12. Publication of banns of marriage commenced AD 1210. 198. Punctuation. Punctuation teaches the method of placing points in written or printed matter in such a manner as to indicate the pauses which would be made by the author if he were communicating his thoughts orally instead of by written signs. Silk first brought from India, AD 274. 199. Writing and printing are substitutes for oral communication, and correct punctuation is essential to convey the meaning intended and to give due force to such passages as the author may wish to impress upon the mind of the person to whom they are being communicated. Wines were first made in Britain AD 276. 200. The points are as follows: comma, semicolon, colon, period or full point, apostrophe, hyphen, note of interrogation, note of exclamation, parenthesis, asterisk or star. As these are all the points required in simple epistolary composition, we will confine our explanations to the rules which should govern the use of them. 201. The other points, however, are the paragraph, the section, the dagger, the double dagger, the parallel, the bracket, and some others. These, however, are quite unnecessary, except for elaborate works, in which they are chiefly used for notes or marginal references. The rule is sometimes used as a substitute for the bracket or parenthesis. 202. Pauses. The comma denotes the shortest pause, the semicolon a little longer pause than the comma, the colon a little longer pause than the semicolon, the period or full point the longest pause. 203.
The relative duration of these pauses is described as comma while you count 1, semicolon while you count 2, colon while you count 3, period while you count 4. This, however, is not an infallible rule, because the duration of the pauses should be regulated by the degree of rapidity with which the matter is being read. In slow reading, the duration of the pauses should be increased. 204. The other points are rather indications of expression and of meaning and connection than of pauses, and therefore we will notice them separately. 205. Misplacing of even so slight a point or pause as the comma will often alter the meaning of a sentence. The contract made for lighting the town of Liverpool during the year 1819 was thrown void by the misplacing of a comma in the advertisements, thus: "The lamps at present are about 4,050 and have in general 2 spouts each, composed of not less than 20 threads of cotton." The contractor would have proceeded to furnish each lamp with the said 20 threads, but this being but half the usual quantity, the commissioners discovered that the difference arose from the comma following instead of preceding the word each. The parties agreed to annul the contract, and a new one was ordered. 206. Without punctuation. The following sentence shows how difficult it is to read without the aid of the points used as pauses. Death waits not for storm nor sunshine within a dwelling in one of the upper streets, respectable in appearance and furnished with such conveniences as distinguish the habitations of those who rank among the higher classes of society. A man of middle age lay on his last bed, momently awaiting the final summons. All that the most skilful medical attendants, all that love warm as the glow that even an angel's bosom could do, had been done by day and night for many long weeks, had ministering spirits, such as a devoted wife and loving children, are done all within their power to ward off the blow, but there he lay, his raven hair smoothed off from his noble brow, his dark eyes lighted with unnatural brightness, and contrasting strongly with the pallid hue which marked him as an expectant of the dread messenger. Coles brought first to London A.D. 1357. 207. With punctuation. The same sentence properly pointed and with capital letters placed after full points, according to the adopted rule, may be easily read and understood. Death waits not for storm nor sunshine. Within a dwelling in one of the upper streets, respectable in appearance, and furnished with such conveniences as distinguish the habitations of those who rank among the higher classes of society, a man of middle age lay on his last bed, momently awaiting the final summons. All that the most skilful medical attendants, all that love, warm as the glow that fires an angel's bosom, could do, had been done, by day and night, for many long weeks, had ministering spirits, such as a devoted wife, and loving children are, done all within their power to ward off the blow. But there he lay, his raven hair smoothed off from his noble brow, his dark eyes lighted with unnatural brightness, and contrasting strongly with the pallid hue which marked him as an expectant of the dread messenger. 208. The apostrophe is used to indicate the combining of two words in one, as John's book instead of John his book, or to show the omission of parts of words, as glo' stir for Gloucester, though for though. These abbreviations should be avoided as much as possible. Cobbett says the apostrophe ought to be called the mark of laziness and vulgarity. The first use, however, of which we gave an example, is a necessary and proper one. 209. The hyphen or conjoiner is used to unite words which, though they are separate and distinct, have so close a connection as almost to become one word, as water rat, windmill, etc. It is also used in writing and printing at the end of a line to show where a word is divided and continued in the next line. Look down the ends of the lines in this column, in the original printed text, and you will notice the hyphen in several places. 210. The note of interrogation indicates that the sentence to which it is put asks a question, as, "What is the meaning of that assertion? What am I to do?" 211. The note of exclamation or of admiration indicates surprise, pleasure, or sorrow, as, "Oh! Ah! Goodness! Beautiful! I am astonished! Woe is me!" Sometimes, when an expression of strong surprise or pleasure is intended, two notes of this character are employed. Thus, note of exclamation, note of exclamation. 212. The parenthesis is used to prevent confusion by the introduction to a sentence of a passage not necessary to the sense thereof. "I am going to meet Mr. Smith," opening parenthesis, "though I am not an admirer of him," closing parenthesis, "on Wednesday next." It is better, however, as a rule, not to employ parenthetical sentences. 213. The asterisk, or star, may be employed to refer from the text to a note of explanation at the foot of a column or at the end of a letter. 3 stars are sometimes used to call particular attention to a paragraph. Paper made of cotton rags, AD 1000. 214. Hints upon spelling. The following rules will be found of great assistance in writing because they relate to a class of words about the spelling of which doubt and hesitation are frequently felt. 1. All words of one syllable ending in L with a single vowel before it have double L as the close, as mill, sell. 2. All words of one syllable ending in L with a double vowel before it have one L only at the close, as mail, sail. 3. Words of one syllable ending in L when compounded retain but one L each, as fulfill, skillful. 4. Words of more than one syllable ending in L have one L only at the close, as delightful, faithful, except befall, downfall, recall, unwell, etc. 5. All derivatives from words ending in L have one L only, as equality from equal, fullness from full, except they end in er or ly, as mill, miller, full, fully. 6. All participles in ing from verbs ending in e lose the e final, as have, having, amuse, amusing, unless they come from verbs ending in double e, and then they retain both, as see, seeing, agree, agreeing. 7. All adverbs in ly and nouns in ment retain the e final of the primitives, as brave, bravely, refine, refinement, accept, acknowledgement, judgment, etc. 8. All derivatives from words ending in er retain the e before the r, as refer, reference, except hindrance from hinder, remembrance from remember, disastrous from disaster, monstrous from monster, wondrous from wonder, cumbrous from cumber, etc. 9. Compound words, if both end not in I, retain their primitive parts entire, as millstone, changeable, graceless, except always, also, deplorable, although, almost, admirable, etc. 10. All words of one syllable ending in a consonant with a single vowel before it double that consonant in derivatives, as sin, sinner, ship, shipping, big, bigger, glad, gladder, etc. 11. Words of one syllable ending in a consonant with a double vowel before it do not double the consonant in derivatives, as sleep, sleepy, troop, troopers. 12. All words of more than one syllable ending in a single consonant, preceded by a single vowel and accented on the last syllable, double that consonant in derivatives, as commit, committee, compel, compelled, appall, appalling, distill, distiller. 13. Nouns of one syllable ending in y preceded by a consonant change y into ies in the plural, and verbs ending in y preceded by a consonant change y into ies in the third person singular of the present tense and into ied in the past tense and past participle, as fly, flies, I apply, he applies, we reply, we replied, or have replied. If the y be preceded by a vowel, this rule is not applicable, as key, keys, I play, he plays, we have enjoyed ourselves. 14. Compound words whose primitives end in y change y into I, as beauty, beautiful, lovely, loveliness. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 13. 215. H or no H, that is the question. Few things point so directly to the want of cultivation as the misuse of the letter H by persons in conversation. We hesitate to assert that this common defect in speaking indicates the absence of education, for, to our surprise, we have heard even educated persons frequently commit this common and vulgar error. Now, for the purpose of assisting those who desire to improve their mode of speaking, we intend to tell a little story about our next-door neighbour, Mrs. Alexander Hitching, or, as she frequently styled herself, with an air of conscious dignity, Mrs. Alexander Itching. Her husband was a post-captain of some distinction, seldom at home, and therefore Mrs. A.H., or as she rendered it, Mrs. H.I., felt it incumbent upon herself to represent her own dignity, and the dignity of her husband also. Well, Mrs. Hitching was the next-door neighbour of ours, a most agreeable lady in many respects, middle-aged, good-looking, uncommonly fond of talking, of active, almost of fussy habits, very good-tempered and good-natured, but with a most unpleasant habit of misusing the letter H to such a degree that our sensitive nerves have often been shocked when in her society. But we must beg the reader, if Mrs. H. should be an acquaintance of his, not to breathe a word of our having written this account of her, or there would be no limit to her indignation, and as her family is very numerous, it will be necessary to keep the matter as quiet as can be, for it will scarcely be possible to mention the subject anywhere without horrifying some of her relations, and instigating them to make Mrs. H. become our enemy, instead of remaining, as we wish her to do so, our intimate friend. One morning Mrs. H. called upon me and asked me to take a walk, saying that it was her object to look out for an house, as her lease had nearly terminated, and as she had often heard her dear Itching say that he would like to settle in the neighbourhood of Amstead Heath. She should like me to assist her by my judgment in the choice of residence. I shall be most happy to accompany you, I said. I knew you would, said she, and I am sure an hour or two in your society will give me pleasure. It's so long since we've had a gossip. Besides which, I want a change of hair. I glanced at her peruke, and for a moment laboured under the idea that she intended to call at her hairdresser's, but I soon recollected. I suppose we had better take the omnibus, she remarked, and we can get out at the foot of the hill. I assented, and in a few minutes we were in the street, in the line of the omnibus, and one of those vehicles soon appearing. "Will you hail it?" inquired she. So I hailed it at once, and we got in. Now Mrs. H. was so fond of talking that the presence of strangers never restrained her, a fact which I have often had occasion to regret. She was no sooner within the omnibus than she began remarking upon inconvenience of such vehicles because of their smallness, and the insolence of many of the conductors. She thought that the proprietors ought only to hire men upon whose civility they could depend. Then she launched out into larger topics, said she thought that the Emperor of Austria— here I endeavoured to interrupt her by asking whether she had any idea of the part of Hampstead she would like, but she would complete her remarks by saying, "Must be as happy as the days are long, now that the Empress has presented him with a heir to the throne." Some of the passengers smiled, and turning round, looked out of the windows. I much wished for our arrival at the spot where we should alight, for she commenced a story about an handsome young nephew of hers, who was a distinguished officer of the army. This was suggested to her, no doubt, by the presence in the omnibus of a fine-looking young fellow with a moustache. She said that at present her nephew was stationed in Ireland, but he expected soon to be ordered to South Africa. The gentleman with the moustache seemed much amused, and smilingly asked her whether her nephew was at all ambitious. I saw that he, the gentleman with the moustache, was jesting, and I would have given anything to have been released from the unpleasant predicament I was in. But what was more annoyance when Mrs. H. proceeded to say to this youth, whose face was radiant with humour, that it was the height of her nephew's ambition to serve his country in the hour of need, and then she proceeded to ask her fellow traveller his opinion of the upshot of the war, remarking that she hoped it would soon be over. At this moment I felt so nervous that I pulled out my handkerchief, and endeavoured to create a diversion by making a loud nasal noise, and remarking that I thought the wind very cold, when an accident happened which took us all by surprise. One of the large wheels of the minibus dropped off, and all the passengers were jostled down into a corner, but fortunately without serious injury. Mrs. H., however, happening to be under 3 or 4 persons, raised a loud cry for "Help! Help!" She was speedily got out, when she assured us that she was not hurt, but she was in such a state of agitation that she wished to be taken to a chemist's shop to get some aromatic vinegar or some eau de cologne. The chemist was exceedingly polite to her, for which she said she could never express her obligations, an assertion which seemed to me to be literally true. It was some time before she resumed her accustomed freedom of conversation, but as we ascended the hill, she explained to me that she should like to take the house as tenant from ear to ear, but she thought landlords would object to such an agreement, as when they got a good tenant, they liked to hold 'em as long as they could. She expressed an opinion that Hampstead must be very healthy, because it was so high up. We soon reached the summit of the hill, and turned through a lane which led towards the heath, and in which villas and cottages were smiling on each side. "Now there's a elegant little place," she exclaimed, "just suited to my ideas. About height rooms, and horiel hover the entrance," but it was not to let, so we passed on. Presently she saw something likely to suit her, and as there was a bill in the window, "To be let, Enquire Within," she gave a loud rat-a-tat at the door. The servant opened it. "I see this house is to let." "Yes, ma'am, it is. Will you walk in?" "How many rooms are there?" 11, ma'am. But if you will step in, mistress will speak to you." A very graceful lady made her appearance at the parlour door, and invited us to step in. I feel exceedingly nervous, for I at once perceived that the lady of the house spoke with that accuracy and taste which is one of the best indications of refinement. The house is to let, and a very pleasant residence we have found it. "Have you occupied it long?" "Our family has resided here for more than 9 years." "Then I suppose your lease has run out?" "No, we have it for 5 years longer, but my brother, who is a clergyman, has been appointed to a living in Yorkshire, and for his sake, and for the pleasure of his society, we desire to move." "Well, there's nothing like keeping families together for the sake of happiness. Now there's my poor dear itching." There she paused, as if somewhat affected, and some young ladies who were in the room drew their heads together, and appeared to consult about their needlework, but I saw by dimples upon their cheeks, which they could not conceal, that they were smiling. "He's hitherto been hat home so seldom, that I've hardly ever known what happiness is." I somewhat abruptly broke in upon the conversation by suggesting that she had better look through the house and inquire the conditions of tenancy. We consequently went through the various rooms, and in every one of them she had an objection to this, or a hatred for that, or would give an hint which might be useful to the lady when she removed. The young ladies were heard tittering very much whenever Mrs. H. broke out in a loud voice with her imperfect elocution, and I felt so much annoyed that I determined to cure her of her defective speaking. In the evening, after returning home, we were sitting by the fire, feeling comfortable and chatty, when I proposed to Mrs. Hitching the following enigma from the pen of the late Henry Mayhew. "The wide world you may search, and my fellow not find. I dwells in a vacuum deficient in vind. In the visage I'm seen, in the voice I am heard, and yet I'm invisible, gives went to no word. I'm not much of a vag, for I'm wanting in wit, but distinguished in worse for the wallums I've writ. I'm the head of all villains, yet far from the worst. I'm the foremost in vice, though in virtue the first. I'm not used to weapons, and ne'er goes to war, though in valour invincible, in victory sure. The first of all viands and victuals is mine, rich in wenson and weal, but deficient in vine. To vanity given, I in velvets abound, but in woman, in wife, and in widow ain't found. Yet conspicuous in virgins, and I'll tell you between us, to persons of taste I'm a bit of a Venus. Yet none take me for veal, or for veau in its stead, for I ranks not among the sweet vood, vun, and ved." Before the recital of the enigma was half completed, Mrs. Hitching laughed heartily. She saw, of course, the meaning of it, that it was a play upon the Cockney error of using the V instead of the W, and the latter instead of the V. Several times as I proceeded she exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent!" and when I had finished she remarked that it was very ingenious, and enough to open the eyes of the Cockneys to their stupid and vulgar manner of speaking. A more difficult and delicate task lay before me. I told her that as she was so much pleased with the first enigma, I would submit another by the same author. I felt very nervous, but determined to proceed. "I dwells in the hearth, and I breathes in the hair. If you searches the ocean, you'll find I am there. The first of all angels, in Olympus am high, yet I'm banished from heaven, expelled from on high. But though on this horb I am destined to grovel, I'm never seen in a house, in an hut, or an hovel. Not an oss, nor an hunter, ever bears me alas, but often I'm found on the top of a hass. I resides in a hattic, and loves not to roam, and yet I'm invariably absent from home. Though ushed in the hurricane of the atmosphere part, I enters no head, I creeps into no heart. Only look and you'll see in the high I appear, only hark and you'll hear me just breathe into the here. Though in sex not an E, I am strange paradox, not a bit of an effer, but partly a hox. Of eternity I'm the beginning and mark, though I goes not with Noah, I am first in the hark. I'm never in health, have with physic no power, I dies in a month but comes back in an hour. In reciting the above, I strongly emphasise the misplaced H's. After a brief pause, Mrs. Hitchins exclaimed, "Very good, very clever." I then determined to complete my task by repeating the following enigma upon the same letter written by Miss Catherine Fanshawe, and often erroneously attributed to Byron. "'Twas whispered in heaven, 'twas muttered in hell, an echo caught faintly the sound as it fell. On the confines of earth 'twas permitted to rest, and the depths of the ocean its presence confessed. 'Twill be found in the sphere when 'tis riven asunder, be seen in the lightning and heard in the thunder. 'Twas allotted to man with his earliest breath, attends at his birth and awaits him in death. It presides o'er his happiness, honour, and health, is the prop of his house and the end of his wealth. In the heaps of the miser 'tis hoarded with care, but is sure to be lost on his prodigal heir. It begins every hope, every wish it must bound, with the husbandman toils, with the monarch is crowned. Without it the soldier and seaman may roam, but woe to the wretch who expels it from home. In the whispers of conscience its voice will be found, nor even in the whirlwind of passion be drowned. 'Twill not soften the heart, and though deaf to the ear, 'twill make it acutely and instantly hear. But in shade let it rest like a delicate flower, oh, breathe on it softly, it dies in an hour." She was much pleased, but seemed thoughtful, and once or twice in conversation checked herself, and corrected herself in the pronunciation of words that were difficult to her. A few days afterwards I called upon her, and upon being introduced to the parlour to wait for her appearance, I saw lying upon her table the following memorandum on the use of the letter H. Pronounce herb, herb. Pronounce hair, air. Pronounce honesty, honesty. Pronounce honour, honour. Pronounce hospital, hospital. Pronounce hostler, ostler. Pronounce hour, hour. Pronounce humour, humour. Pronounce humble, humble. Pronounce humility, humility. In all other cases the H is to be sounded when it begins a word. Memorandum: be careful to sound the H slightly in such words as where, when, what, why. Don't say where, when, what, why. I am happy to say that it is now a pleasure to hear Mrs. Hitchings' conversation. I only hope that others may improve as she has done. Glass manufacturing in England AD 1457. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Heck. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. 216. Conversation. There are many talkers, but few who know how to converse agreeably. Speak distinctly, neither too rapidly nor too slowly. Accommodate the pitch of your voice to the hearing of the person with whom you are conversing. Never speak with your mouth full. Tell your jokes and laugh afterwards. Dispense with superfluous words such as, well, I should think, etc. Tobacco brought to England from Virginia, A.D. 1588. 217. The woman who wishes her conversation to be agreeable will avoid conceit or affectation, and laughter which is not natural and spontaneous. Her language will be easy and unstudied, marked by a graceful carelessness which, at the same time, never oversteps the limits of propriety. Her lips will readily yield to a pleasant smile. She will not love to hear herself talk. Her tones will bear the impress of sincerity, and her eyes kindle with animation as she speaks. The art of pleasing is, in truth, the very soul of good breeding, for the precise object of the latter is to render us agreeable to all with whom we associate, to make us at the same time esteemed and loved. Telescopes invented in Germany, A.D. 1590. 218. Rudeness. We need scarcely advert to the rudeness of interrupting anyone who is speaking, or to the impropriety of pushing, to its full extent, a discussion which has become unpleasant. 219. Pedantry. Some men have a mania for Greek and Latin quotations. This is peculiarly to be avoided. It is like pulling up the stones from a tomb wherewith to kill the living. Nothing is more wearisome than pedantry. 220. Proportion. If you feel your intellectual superiority to anyone with whom you are conversing, do not seek to bear him down. It would be an inglorious triumph and a breach of good manners. Beware, too, of speaking lightly of subjects which bear a sacred character. 221. Writing and talking. It is a common idea that the art of writing and the art of conversation are one. This is a great mistake. A man of genius may be a very dull talker. 222. Interesting conversation. The two grand modes of making your conversation interesting are to enliven it by recitals calculated to affect and impress your hearers, and to intersperse it with anecdotes and smart things. Count Antoine Rivarol, who lived from 1757 to 1801, was a master in the latter mode. 223. Composition. If you would write to any purpose, you must be perfectly free from without in the first place, and yet more free from within. Give yourself the natural rein. Think on no pattern, no patron, no paper, no press, no public. Think on nothing, but follow your own impulses. Give yourself as you are, what you are, and how you see it. Every man sees with his own eyes, or does not see at all. This is incontrovertibly true. Bring out what you have. If you have nothing, be an honest beggar rather than a respectable thief. Great care and attention should be devoted to epistolary correspondence, as nothing exhibits want of taste and judgment so much as a slovenly letter. Since the establishment of the penny postage, it is recognized as a rule that all letters should be prepaid. Indeed, many persons make a point of never taking in an unpaid letter. The following hints may be worthy of attention. 224. Stamps. Always put a stamp on your envelope at the top in the right-hand corner. 225. Direction. Let the direction be written very plain. This will save the postman trouble, and facilitate business by preventing mistakes. 226. Postal District. If the address be in London, add the letters of the postal district in which it happens to be, for this also saves trouble in the General Post Office. Thus, in writing to the publishers of Enquire Within, whose house of business is in the East Central (EC) Postal District, address your letter to Messrs. Houlston & Sons, Paternoster Square, London, EC. 227. Heading. At the head of your letter, in the right-hand corner, put your address in full, with the day of the month underneath. Do not omit this, though you may be writing to your most intimate friend for the third or even the fourth time in the course of a day. 228. Subject. What you have to say in your letter, say as plainly as possible, as if you were speaking. This is the best rule. Do not revert 3 or 4 times to one circumstance, but finish as you go on. 229. Signature. Let your signature be written as plainly as possible. Many mistakes will be avoided, especially in writing to strangers, and without any flourishes, as these do not add in any way to the harmony of your letter. We have seen signatures that have been almost impossible to decipher, being a mere mass of strokes without any form to indicate letters. This is done chiefly by the ignorant, and would lead one to suppose that they were ashamed of signing what they had written. 230. Crossing the page. Do not cross your letters. Surely paper is cheap enough now to admit of using an extra half-sheet in case of necessity. 231. Return envelope. If you write to a stranger for information, or on your own business, be sure to send a stamped envelope with your address plainly written. This will not fail to procure you an answer. 232. Good materials. If you are not a good writer, it is advisable to use the best ink, paper, and pens, for although they may not alter the character of your handwriting, yet they will assist to make your writing look better. 233. Clean and neat. The paper on which you write should be clean and neatly folded. 234. Stains. There should not be stains on the envelope, if otherwise it is only an indication of your own slovenliness. 235. Individual respect. Care must be taken in giving titled persons to whom you write their proper designations. 236. Addresses of letters. As this branch of epistolary correspondence is one of the most important, we subjoin a few additional hints which letter writers generally would do well to attend to. 1. When writing letters, place each in its envelope and address it as soon as it is written. Otherwise, awkward mistakes may occur, your correspondents receiving letters not intended for them. If there be a town of the same name as that to which you are writing in another county, specify the county which you mean, or the address. Thus, Richmond, Yorkshire. 2. When the person to whom you are writing is visiting or residing at the house of another person, it is considered vulgar to put at Mr. So-and-so's, but simply Mr. So-and-so's, at being understood. 3. It is more respectful to write the word Esquire in full. The dash substituted for initials is vulgar, and pardonable only in extreme cases. If the Christian name or initials of your correspondent do not occur to you at the moment, endeavor to ascertain them by inquiry. 4. When addressing a gentleman with the prefix Mr., the Christian name or initials should always follow, being more polite, as well as avoiding confusion where persons of the same surname may reside in one house. 5. In addressing a letter to 2 or more unmarried ladies, write the Mrs. Johnson, and not the Miss Johnsons. And lastly, always write an address clearly and legibly, so that it may not be delayed in delivery nor be missent. 237. Addresses of persons of rank and distinction. See footnote 1. 238. The Royal Family. Superscription. To the Queen's, King's, Most Excellent Majesty. Commencement. Most Gracious Sovereign, may it please your Majesty. Conclusion. I remain, with the profoundest veneration, your Majesty's most faithful subject and dutiful servant. 239. Princes of the Blood Royal. 1. The sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts of the sovereign. Superscription. To his, her, Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, Princess Beatrice. Commencement. Your Royal Highness. Conclusion. I remain, with the greatest respect I have the honour to be, Your Royal Highness's most obedient servant. 2. Other branches of the Royal Family. Superscription. To His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge. Commencement. Your Royal Highness. Conclusion. I remain, with the greatest respect, Your Royal Highness's most humble and obedient servant. 240. Nobility and Gentry. 1. Duke or Duchess. Superscription. To His Grace the Duke, Her Grace the Duchess, of Northumberland. Commencement. My Lord Duke, Madam. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, my Lord Duke, Madam, Your Grace's most devoted and obedient servant. 2. Marquis or Marchioness. Superscription. To the Most Honourable the Marquis Marchioness of Salisbury. Commencement. My Lord Marquis, Madam. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, my Lord Marquis, your Lordships, Madam, your Ladyships, most obedient and most humble servant. 3. Earl or Countess. Superscription. To the Right Honourable the Earl, Countess of Aberdeen. Commencement. My Lord, Madam. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, my Lord, your Lordships, Madam, your Ladyships, most obedient and very humble servant. 4. Viscount or Viscountess. Superscription. To the Right Honourable Lord Viscount, Lady Viscountess, go. Commencement and conclusion same as Earls. 5. Baron or Baroness. Superscription. To the Right Honourable Lord, Lady, Rowton. Commencement and conclusion same as Earls. 6. Younger sons of Earls and all the sons of Viscounts and Barons. Superscription. To the Honourable Arthur Hamilton Gordon. Commencement. Honoured Sir. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, honoured Sir, your most obedient and very humble servant. 7. Baronet and his wife. Superscription. To Sir Stafford Northcote, Bart. Lady Northcote. Commencement. Sir. Madam. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, Sir, your most humble and obedient, Madam, your Ladyship's most obedient and very humble servant. 8. Knight and his wife. Superscription. To Sir Francis Wyatt Truscott, Lady Truscott. Commencement and conclusion as preceding. 9. Esquire. This title is now accorded to every man of position and respectability, but persons entitled to superior consideration are distinguished by etc., 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 added to their superscription. The wives of gentlemen, when several of the same name are married, are distinguished by the Christian name of their husbands, as Mrs. John Harvey, Mrs. William Temple. 10. Privy Councillors. These have the title of Right Honourable, which is prefixed to their name thus. Superscription. To the Right Honourable William Ewart Gladstone, MP. Commencement. Sir. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, Sir, your most obedient and very humble servant. Footnote 1. Adapted from the Dictionary of Daily Wants, published by Houlston and Sons, Paternoster Square, E.C., in one volume, half bound, at 7 shillings and 6 pence, or in 3 separate volumes, cloth, each at 2 shillings and 6 pence. 241. Clergy. 1. Archbishop. Superscription. To His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury. Commencement. Your Grace. Conclusion. I remain your Grace's most devoted, obedient servant. 2. Bishop. Superscription. To the Right Reverend the Bishop of Winchester. Commencement. Right Reverend Sir. Conclusion. I remain, Right Reverend Sir, your most obedient, humble servant. 3. Doctor of Divinity. Superscription. To the Reverend James William Vivian, D.D., or to the Reverend Dr. Vivian. Commencement. Reverend Sir. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, Reverend Sir, your most obedient servant. 4. Dean. Superscription. To the Very Reverend the Dean of St. Paul's, or to the Very Reverend Richard William Church, M.A., D.L.C., D.D., Dean of St. Paul's. Commencement. Mr. Dean, or Reverend Sir. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, Mr. Dean, or Reverend Sir, your most obedient servant. 5. Archdeacon. Superscription. To the Venerable Archdeacon Hesse, D.C.L. Commencement. Reverend Sir. Conclusion. I have the honour to remain, Reverend Sir, your most obedient servant. 6. Clergyman. Superscription. To the Reverend Thomas Dale. Commencement and conclusion same as the preceding. 7. Clergymen with titles. When a bishop or other clergyman possesses the title of Right Honourable or Honourable, it is prefixed to his clerical title, but baronets and knights have their clerical title placed first, as in the following examples. Superscription. To the Right Honourable and Right Reverend the Lord Bishop of Bath and Wells. Superscription. To the Honourable and Right Reverend the Lord Bishop of Norwich. Superscription. To the Right Honourable and Reverend Lord Wrottesley Russell, M.A. Superscription. To the Honourable and Reverend Baptist Rossley Noel, M.A. Superscription. To the Reverend Sir Henry R. Dukenfield, Bart, M.A. No clerical dignity confers a title or rank on the wife of the dignitary, who is simply addressed Mistress, unless possessing a title in her own right or through her husband, independently of his clerical rank. 242. Judges, etc. 1. Lord Chancellor. Superscription. To the Right Honourable Roundell Palmer, Lord Selborne, Lord High Chancellor of Great Britain. 2. Master of the Rolls. Superscription. To the Right Honourable the Master of the Rolls. 3. Chief Justice. Superscription. To the Right Honourable the Lord Chief Justice, or the Right Honourable Lord Coleridge, Lord Chief Justice of England. The Chief Justice of the Court of Common Pleas is addressed in the same form, and are all styled My Lord. 4. Lords Justices of Appeal. The Lords Justices of Appeal are knights, and should be addressed thus. Superscription. To the Right Honourable Sir W. Milburn James, Knight. 5. Judge of County Courts. Superscription. To His Honour John James Jeffreys, Judge of County Courts. A dirty grate makes dinner late. 243. Officers of the Navy and Army. 1. Naval Officers. Admirals have the rank of their flag attached to their own name and title thus. Superscription. To the Honourable Sir Richard Saunders Dundas, Admiral of the White. If untitled, they are simply styled Sir. Commodores are addressed in the same way as admirals. Captains are addressed either to Captain William Smith, R.N., or, if on service, to William Smith, Esquire, Commander of HMS, . Lieutenants are addressed in the same way. 2. Military Officers. All officers in the army above lieutenants, cornets, and ensigns have their military rank prefixed to their name and title. Subalterns are addressed as Esquire, with the regiment to which they belong, if on service. 244. Municipal Officers. 1. Lord Mayor. Superscription. To the Right Honourable the Lord Mayor, the Lady Mayoress, of London, York, Dublin, the Lord Provost, the Lady Provost, of Edinburgh. Commencement. My Lord, Madam. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, my Lord, your Lordships, Madam, your Ladyships, most obedient, humble servant. 2. The mayors of all corporations, with the sheriffs, aldermen, and recorder of London, are styled Right Worshipful, and the aldermen and recorder of other corporations, as well as justices of the peace, Worshipful. 245. Ambassadors. Ambassadors have Excellency prefixed to other titles, and their accredited rank added. Superscription. To His Excellency Count Chairlie, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary from H.I.M., His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of Austria. Superscription. To His Excellency the Right Honourable Earl of Dufferin, K.P., G.C.M.G., K.C.B., Her Britannic Majesty's Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Sublime Ottoman Porte. Commencement. My Lord. Conclusion. I have the honour to be, my lord, your Excellency's most humble obedient servant. The wives of ambassadors have also Excellency added to their other titles. Envoys and chargés d'affaires are generally styled Excellency, but by courtesy only. Consuls have only their accredited rank added to their names or titles, if they have any. 246. Addresses of Petitions. 1. Queen and Council. All applications to the Queen and Council, the Houses of Lords and Commons, etc., are by petition, as follows, varying only the title. To the Queen's most excellent Majesty and Council, the humble petition of M.N., etc., showeth that your petitioner, wherefore your petitioner humbly prays that your Majesty will be graciously pleased to, and your petitioner, as in duty bound, will ever pray. 2. Lords and Commons. To the Right Honourable the Lords Spiritual and Temporal, to the Honourable Commons, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, in Parliament assembled. The humble petitioner, etc., and your petitioner or petitioners will ever pray, etc. 247. To those who write for the press, it would be a great service to editors and printers if all who would write for the press observe the following rules. They are reasonable, and correspondents will regard them as such. 1. Write with black ink, on white paper, wide ruled. 2. Make the pages or folios small. 1/4 of a foolscap sheet is large enough. 3. Leave the second page of each leaf blank, or, in other words, write on one side of the paper only. 4. Give to the written page an ample margin all round, or fold down the left-hand side to the extent of 1/4 the width of the entire paper, so as to leave a broad margin on the left side of the paper. 5. Number the pages in order of their succession. 6. Write in a plain, bold, legible hand, without regard to beauty of appearance. 7. Use no abbreviations which are not to appear in print. 8. Punctuate the manuscript as it should be printed. 9. For italics, underscore one line, for small capitals, 2, capitals, 3. 10. Never interline without the caret to show its place. 11. Take special pains with every letter in proper names. 12. Review every word to be sure that none is illegible. 13. Put directions to the printer at the head of the first page. 14. Never write a private letter to the editor on the printer's copy, but always on a separate sheet. 248. Hints to those who have pianofortes. 1. Damp is very injurious to a pianoforte. It ought therefore to be placed in a dry place, and never exposed to draughts. 2. Keep your piano free from dust, and do not allow needles, pins, or bread to be placed upon it, especially if the keyboard is exposed, as such articles are apt to get inside and produce a jarring or whizzing sound. 3. Do not load the top of a piano with books, music, etc., as the tone is thereby deadened, and the disagreeable noise alluded to in the last paragraph is produced likewise. 4. Have your piano tuned about every 2 months. Whether it is used or not, the strain is always upon it, and if it is not kept up to concert pitch, it will not stand in tune when required, which it will do if it be attended to regularly. 5. An upright instrument sounds better if it is placed about 2 inches from the wall. 6. When not in use, keep the piano locked. 7. To make the polish look nice, rub it with an old silk handkerchief, being careful first of all to dust off any small particles, which otherwise are apt to scratch the surface. 8. Should any of the notes keep down when struck, it is a sure sign that there is damp somewhere, which has caused the small note upon which the key works to swell. End of section 4. Recording by Nathan Heck. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp.
Section 15 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 15. 249. Gardening Operations for the Year. 250. January. Flowers of the Month. Christmas Rose, Crocus, Winter Aconite, Alyssum, Primrose, Snowdrop. 251. Gardening Operations. Indoor preparations for future operations must be made, as in this month there are only 5 hours a day available for outdoor work, unless the season be unusually mild. Mat over tulip beds, begin to force roses. Place pots over sea kale and surround them with manure, litter, dried leaves, etc. Plant dried roots of border flowers in mild weather. Take strawberries in pots into the greenhouse. Take cuttings of chrysanthemums and strike them under glass. Prune and plant gooseberry, currant, fruit and deciduous trees and shrubs, cucumbers and melons to be sown in the hotbed. Apply manures to the soil. 252. February. Flowers of the month. Snowdrop, violet, alyssum, primrose. 253. Gardening operations. Transplant pinks, carnations, sweet williams, candy tuft, campanulus, etc. Sow sweet and garden peas and lettuces for succession of crops, covering the ground with straw, etc. Sow also savoys, leeks, and cabbages. Prune and nail fruit trees, and towards the end of the month plant stocks for next year's grafting. Also cuttings of poplar, elder, willow trees for ornamental shrubbery. Sow fruit and forest tree seeds. 254. March. Flowers of the month. Primrose, narcissus, hyacinth, wallflower, hepatica, daisy, polyanthus. 255. Gardening operations. Seeds of spring flowers to be sown. Border flowers to be planted out. Tender annuals to be potted out under glasses. Mushroom beds to be made. Sow artichokes, Windsor beans, and cauliflowers for autumn. Lettuces and peas for succession of crops, onions, parsley, radishes, savoys, asparagus, red and white cabbages, and beet. Turnips, early broccoli, parsnips, and carrots. Plant slips and parted roots of perennial herbs. Graft trees and protect early blossoms. Force rose tree cuttings under glasses. 256. April. Flowers of the month. Cowslip, anemone, ranunculus, tulip, polyanthus, auricula, narcissus, jonquil, wallflower, lilac, laburnum. 257. Gardening operations. Sow for succession peas, beans, and carrots, parsnips, celery, and sea kale. Sow more seeds of spring flowers. Plant evergreens, dahlias, chrysanthemums, and the like, also potatoes, slips of thyme, parted roots, lettuces, cauliflowers, cabbages, onions. Lay down turf, remove caterpillars, sow and graft camellias, and propagate and graft fruit and rose trees by all the various means in use. Sow cucumbers and vegetable marrows for planting out. This is the most important month in the year for gardeners. 258. May. Flowers of the month. Hawthorn, gentianella, anemone, ranunculus, columbine, honeysuckle, laburnum, wisteria. 259. Gardening operations. Plant out your seedling flowers as they are ready, and sow again for succession, larkspur, mignonette, and other spring flowers. Pot out tender annuals. Remove auriculas to a northeast aspect. Take up bulbous roots as the leaves decay. Sow kidney beans, broccoli for spring use, cape for autumn, cauliflowers for December, Indian corn, cress, onions to plant out as bulbs next year,
radishes, aromatic herbs, turnips, cabbages, savoys, lettuces, etc. Plant celery, lettuces, and annuals. Thin spring crops, stick peas, etc. Earth up potatoes, etc. Moisten mushroom beds. 260. June. Flowers of the month. Water lily, honeysuckle, sweet william, pinks, syringa, rhododendron, delphinium, stock. 261. Gardening operations. Sow giant stocks to flower next spring. Take slips of myrtles to strike, pipings of pinks, and make layers of carnation. Put down layers and take cuttings of roses and evergreens. Plant annuals in borders and place auriculas in pots in shady places. Sow kidney beans, pumpkins, cucumbers for pickling, and, late in the month, endive and lettuces. Plant out cucumbers, marrows, leeks, celery, broccoli, cauliflowers, savoys, and seedlings, and plants propagated by slips. Earth up potatoes, etc. Cut herbs for drying when in flower. 262. July. Flowers of the month. Rose, carnation, picotee, asters, balsams. 263. Gardening operations. Part auricula and polyanthus roots. Take up summer bulbs as they go out of flower and plant saffron crocus and autumn bulbs. Gather seeds. Clip evergreen borders and edges. Strike myrtle slips under glasses. Net fruit trees. Finish budding by the end of the month. Head down espaliers. Sow early dwarf cabbages to plant out in October for spring. Also endive, onions, kidney beans for late crop, and turnips. Plant celery, endive, lettuces, cabbages, leeks, strawberries, and cauliflowers. Tie up lettuces, earth celery, take up onions, etc. for drying. 264. August. Flowers of the month. Geranium, verbena, calceolaria, hollyhock. 265. Gardening operations. Sow annuals to bloom indoors in winter and pot all young stalks raised in the greenhouse. Sow early red cabbages, cauliflowers for spring and summer use, cos and cabbage lettuce for winter crop. Plant out winter crops. Dry herbs and mushroom spawn. Plant out strawberry roots and net currant trees to preserve the fruit through the winter. 266. September. Flowers of the month. Clematis, or traveler's joy, jasmine, passion flower, arbutus. 267. Gardening operations. Plant crocuses, scaly bulbs, and evergreen shrubs. Propagate by layers and cuttings of all herbaceous plants, currant, gooseberry, and other fruit trees. Plant out seedling pinks. Sow onions for spring plantation, carrots, spinach, and Spanish radishes in warm spots. Earth up celery. House potatoes and edible bulbs. Gather pickling cucumbers. Make tulip and mushroom beds. 268. October. Flowers of the month. Asters, Indian pink, chrysanthemum, stock. 269. Gardening operations. Sow fruit stones for stalks for future grafting. Also larkspurs and the hardier annuals to stand the winter, and hyacinths and smooth bulbs in pots and glasses. Plant young trees, cuttings of jasmine, honeysuckle, and evergreens. Sow mignonette for pots in winter. Plant cabbages, etc. for spring. Cut down asparagus, separate roots of daisies, irises, etc. Trench, drain, and manure. 270. November. Flowers of the month. Laurestinus, Michaelmas daisy, chrysanthemum. 271. Gardening operations. Sow sweet peas and garden peas for early flowers and crops. Take up dahlia roots. Complete beds for asparagus and artichokes. Plant dried roots of border flowers, daisies, etc. Take potted mignonette indoors. Make new plantations of strawberries, though it is better to do this in October. Sow peas, leeks, beans, and radishes. Plant rhubarb in rows. Prune hardy trees and plant stalks of fruit trees. Store carrots, etc. Shelter from frost where it may be required. Plant shrubs for forcing. Continue to trench and manure vacant ground. 272. December. Flowers of the month. Cyclamen and winter aconite. Holly berries are now available for floral decoration. 273. Gardening operations. Continue in open weather to prepare vacant ground for spring, and to protect plants from frost. Cover bulbous roots with matting. Dress flower borders. Prepare forcing ground for cucumbers, and force asparagus and sea kale. Plant gooseberry, currant, apple, and pear trees. Roll grass plats if the season be mild and not too wet. Prepare poles, stakes, pea sticks, etc. for spring. 274. Kitchen garden. This is one of the most important parts of general domestic economy. Whenever the situation of a house and the size of the garden will permit the members of a family to avail themselves of the advantages it offers. It is indeed much to be regretted that small plots of ground in the immediate vicinity of the metropolis, more especially, are too often converted into flower gardens and shrubberies, or used as mere playgrounds for children, when they might more usefully be employed in raising vegetables for the family. With a little care and attention, a kitchen garden, though small, might be rendered not only useful, but in fact as ornamental as a modern grass lawn, and the same expense incurred to make the ground a laboratory of sweets might suffice to render it agreeable to the palate as well as to the olfactory nerves, and that even without offending the most delicate optics. It is only in accordance with our plan to give the hint and to put before the reader such novel points as may facilitate the proposed arrangement. It is one objection to the formation of a kitchen garden in front of the dwelling, or in sight of the drawing-room and parlour, that its very nature makes it rather an eyesore than otherwise at all seasons. This, however, may be readily got over by a little attention to neatness and good order, for the vegetables themselves, if properly attended to, may be made really ornamental. But then, in cutting the plants for use, the business must be done neatly, all useless leaves cleared from the ground, the roots no longer wanted taken up, and the ravages of insects guarded against by sedulous extirpation. It will also be found a great improvement, where space will admit of it, to surround the larger plots of ground to which the vegetables are grown with flower borders stocked with herbaceous plants and others, such as annuals and bulbs in due order of succession, or with neat espaliers, with fruit trees, or even gooseberry and currant bushes, trained along them, instead of being suffered to grow in a state of ragged wildness, as is too often the case. A waiting appetite kindles many a spite. 275. Artificial mushroom beds. Mushrooms may be grown in pots, boxes, or hampers. Each box may be about 3 feet long, 1½ broad, and 7 inches in depth. Let each box be half filled with manure in the form of fresh horse dung from the stables. The fresher the better, but if wet, it should be allowed to dry for 3 or 4 days before it is put into the boxes. When the manure has been placed in the box, it should be well beaten down. After the 2nd or 3rd day, if the manure has begun to generate heat, break each brick of mushroom spawn, which may be obtained from any seedsman, into pieces about 3 inches square. Then lay the pieces about 4 inches apart upon the surface of the manure in the box. Here they are to lie for 6 days, when it will probably be found that the side of the spawn next to the manure has begun to run in the manure below. Then add 1½ inch more of fresh manure on the top of the spawn in the box, and beat it down as formerly. In the course of a fortnight, when you find that the spawn has run through the manure, the box will be ready to receive the mould on the top. This mould must be 2½ inches deep, well beaten down, and the surface made quite even. In the space of 5 or 6 weeks, the mushrooms will begin to come up. If the mould then seems dry, give it a gentle watering with lukewarm water. The box will continue to produce from 6 weeks to 2 months, if duly attended to by giving a little water when dry, for the mushrooms need neither light nor free air. If cut as button mushrooms, each box will yield from 24 to 48 pints, according to the season and other circumstances. They may be kept in dry, dark cellars or any other places where the frost will not reach them. By preparing in succession of boxes, mushrooms may be had all the year through. They may be grown without the manure and be of a finer flavor. Take a little straw and lay it carefully in the bottom of the mushroom box, about an inch thick or rather more. Then take some of the spawn bricks and break them down, each brick into about 10 pieces, and lay the fragments on the straw as close to each other as they will lie. Cover them up with mold 3½ inches deep and well pressed down. When the surface appears dry, give a little tepid water, as directed for the mode of raising them described above, but this method needs about double the quantity of water that the former does, owing to having no moisture in the bottom, while the other has the manure. The mushrooms will begin to start in a month or 5 weeks, sometimes sooner, sometimes later, according to the heat of the place where the boxes are situated. Some hours we should find for the pleasures of the mind. 276. Dwarf plants. The following method of producing miniature trees is taken from an article on the subject in Gardening Illustrated. Take an orange, and having cut a hole in the peel about the size of a shilling, take out the juice and pulp. Fill the skin thus emptied with some cocoa nut fiber, fine moss, and charcoal, just stiffened with a little loam, and then put an acorn or a date stone, or the seed or kernel of any tree that it is proposed to obtain in a dwarfed form in this mixture, just about the center of the hollow orange peel. Place the orange peel in a tumbler or vase in a window, and occasionally moisten the contents with a little water through the hole in the peel, and sprinkle the surface apparent through the hole with some fine wood ashes. In due time the tree will push up its stem through the compost, and the roots will push through the orange peel. The roots must then be cut off flush with the peel, and this process must be repeated at frequent intervals for about 2 years and a half. The stem of the tree will attain the height of 4 or 5 inches, and then assume a stunted, gnarled appearance, giving it the appearance of an old tree. When the ends of the roots are cut for the last time, the orange peel, which curiously enough does not rot, must be painted black and varnished. The writer of the article saw this process carried out by a Chinaman that he had in his service, and the trees thrived and presented a healthy appearance for 8 years, when the Chinaman left his employ and took the trees with him. He tried the plan which has been described, but failed, but he was successful with an acorn and a date stone, which were planted each in a thumb pot in a mixture of peat and loam. The dwarfing was effected by turning the plants out of the pots at intervals of 6 weeks and pinching off the ends of the roots that showed themselves behind the compost. This shows that the production of dwarf plants is chiefly due to a constant and systematic checking of the root growth. 277. To clear rose trees from blight. Mix equal quantities of sulphur and tobacco dust, and strew the mixture over the trees of a morning when the dew is on them. The insects will disappear in a few days. The trees should then be syringed with a decoction of elder leaves. 278. To prevent mildew on all sorts of trees. The best preventative against mildew is to keep the plant subject to it occasionally syringed with a decoction of elder leaves, which will prevent the fungus growing on them. 279. Your friend the toad. Toads are among the best friends the gardener has, for they live almost exclusively on the most destructive kinds of vermin. Unsightly, therefore, though they may be, They should on all accounts be encouraged. They should never be touched nor molested in any way. On the contrary, places of shelter should be made for them, to which they may retire from the burning heat of the sun. If you have none in your garden, it will be quite worth your while to search for them in your walks and bring them home, taking care to handle them tenderly, for although they have neither the will nor the power to injure you, a very little rough treatment will injure them. No cucumber or melon frame should be without one or two. 280. Slugs and snails. Slugs and snails are great enemies to every kind of garden plant, whether flower or vegetable. They wander in the night to feed, and return at daylight to their haunts. In order to catch them, lay cabbage leaves about the ground, especially on the beds which they frequent. Every morning examine these leaves, and you will find a great many taking refuge beneath, and these may be killed by sprinkling them with a little lime or salt. These minerals are very annoying to snails and slugs. A pinch of salt kills them, and they will not touch fresh lime. It is a common practice to sprinkle lime over young crops, and along the edges of beds, about rows of peas and beans, lettuces and other vegetables, but when it has been on the ground some days, or has been moistened by rain, it loses its strength. Let the ticking clock guide the boiling crock. 281. Traps for snails. Snails are particularly fond of bran. If a little is spread on the ground and covered over with a few cabbage leaves or tiles, they will congregate under them in great numbers, and by examining them every morning and destroying them, their numbers will be materially decreased. 282. Grubs. Grubs on orchard trees and gooseberry and currant bushes will sometimes be sufficiently numerous to spoil a crop. But if a bonfire be made with dry sticks and weeds on the windward side of the orchard, so that the smoke may blow among the trees, you will destroy thousands, for the grubs have such an objection to smoke that very little of it makes them roll themselves up and fall off. They must be swept up afterwards and destroyed. 283. Caterpillars and aphids. A garden syringe or engine with a cap on the pipe full of very minute holes will wash away these disagreeable visitors very quickly. You must bring the pipe close to the plant and pump hard, so as to have considerable force on, and the plant, however badly infested, will soon be cleared, without receiving any injury. Afterwards rake the earth under the trees, and kill the insects that have been dislodged, or many will recover and climb up the stems of the plants. Aphids may also be cleared by means of tobacco smoke, but after this has been applied, the plant should be well syringed. 284. Butterflies and moths. Butterflies and moths, however pretty, are the worst enemies one can have in a garden. A single insect of this kind may deposit eggs enough to overrun a tree with caterpillars. Therefore they should be destroyed at any cost of trouble. 285. Birds. To prevent destruction of fruit buds by birds. Just before the buds are ready to burst, and again when they have begun to expand, give them a plentiful dusting with chimney soot. The soot is unpalatable to the birds, and they will attack no bush that is thus sprinkled. It in no way injures the nascent blossom or leaf, and is washed off in due course of time by the rain. 286. Wasps. Wasps destroy a good deal of fruit, but every pair of wasps killed in spring saves the trouble and annoyance of a swarm in autumn. 287. Cure for sting of wasp or bee. A little ammonia applied to the puncture will speedily relieve the pain, and so will the juice of an onion obtained by cutting an onion in half and rubbing the cut part over the part affected. It is necessary, however, to be very careful in any attempt upon a wasp, for its sting, like that of the bee, causes much pain and frequently induces considerable swelling. In case of being stung, get the blue bag from the laundry and rub it well into the wound as soon as possible. Later in the season, it is customary to hang vessels of beer or water and sugar in the fruit trees to entice them to drown themselves. A wasp in a window may be killed almost instantaneously by the application of a little sweet oil on the tip of a feather. 288. To protect dahlias from earwigs. Dip a piece of wool or cotton in oil and slightly tie it round the stalk about a foot from the earth. The stakes which you will put into the ground to support your plants must also be surrounded by the oiled cotton or wool, or the insects will climb up them to the blossoms and tender tops of the stems. Insects may be prevented from climbing up stakes, trees, etc., by encircling them with a broad ring of tar, which may be renewed as often as may be necessary. Small pots inverted and placed on the top of stakes form a useful trap for slugs, snails, earwigs, etc., which crawl into them for shelter in the early morning and may thus be caught and destroyed. When it is sought to take earwigs by this means, the bottom of each pot should be filled with a wisp of hay or dried grass or a little cotton wool. 289. To free plants from leaf lice. The following is recommended as a cheap and easy mode of getting rid of this pest. Mix 1 ounce of flowers of sulphur with 1 bushel of sawdust. Scatter this over the plants infected with these insects. They will soon be freed, though a second application may possibly be necessary. 290. A moral. I had a little spot of ground where blade nor blossom grew, though the bright sunshine all around life-giving radiance threw. I mourned to see a spot so bare of leaves of healthful green, and thought of bowers and blossoms fair I frequently had seen. Some seeds of various kinds lay by, I knew not what they were, but rudely turning o'er the soil, I strewed them thickly there. And day by day I watched them spring from out the fertile earth, and hoped for many a lovely thing of beauty and of worth. But as I marked their leaves unfold as weeds before my view, and saw how stubbornly and bold the thorns and nettles grew, I sighed to think that I had done unwittingly a thing, that where a beauteous bower should thrive, but worthless weeds did spring. And thus I mused, the things we do with little heed or ken may prove of worthless growth and strew with thorns the paths of men. For little deeds, like little seeds, may flowers prove or noxious weeds. End of section 15.